Futures trying to hold on to positive territory, moving back to the upside currently after we get this ADP private employment change number at 8:15 there that comes out higher than expected. Market initially moved lower, but right back to the upside. Currently a very, very busy day to come this morning. We get a ton of economic data right out of the gate as soon as the market opens, 9:45 and then 10 a.m. as well. And then also 2 p.m. going to be the big event. Obviously, the Fed is coming through with what appears to be another quarter-point hike. CME Fed Funds tool pointing in that direction. Anyways, we'll talk about it coming up here. Might be more important what is said then after that at 2:30 when we get the press conference with Jerome Powell. Will they mention anything in terms of pausing? That is going to be key. Number of individual names to have a look at this morning. Chip stocks moving around here with AMD coming off their earnings report. AMD downside. We'll have a look at that. Ford reports, Starbucks reports. There's a ton to look at, including Uber with another couple of analyst mentions this morning as they're expanding that sharing ability for rides with Uber. It's Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. It's Fed Day. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at, positive numbers right now, but nothing huge to have a look at. Just 0.25% there for the S&P and the NASDAQ as well, even with AMD downside. Some of the other chip names under pressure as well. The Dow 0.17, 0.5% there for Brazil. TSX back to flat. We were down about 1%. Crude oil trying to bounce here. It was down more than 3, almost 4% at one point near the bottom, but on top of a huge move lower to start things off. We're downside again this morning. Bitcoin and Ethereum under pressure as well, about 0.5% ahead of a monster day, the biggest of the week, in fact, as we get towards what's to come this afternoon. Obviously, as I mentioned, Sharif here, as always, we'll get into a couple of other numbers coming through before 2 o'clock this afternoon. 9:45, we get 10 o'clock data. It's going to be a wild one today.
Yeah, and lots of earnings to talk about, guys. Essentially, my takeaway from yesterday's earnings is beats get sold off, especially in the face of bad guidance. So be looking to see what kind of expectations we have for the economy moving forward, because the guidance yesterday, Brendo, and some of these reports were
yeah, little questionable, to say the least. Starbucks specifically. 0.2 right now for the S&P, about almost 0.3 for the NASDAQ. We get the move lower initially and then back to the upside, but right back into the range here. Might be one of those days that it's a wait and see kind of a day ahead of 2 o'clock this afternoon, guys. So much to talk about, though.
Oh, there's plenty to get to today. There's no question about that. As you said, I mean, the range is the range. We've been in one for a while, so I think we've gotten a little bit used to it.
Get this Maple Leaf guy out of here.
Oh,
Get out of here.
I didn't even notice that was still there. It's only game one. Quite frankly,
well, we lost on purpose because we.
Yeah, you want
round one. We lost game one.
Yeah, you've got to keep it going that way. Like, make it work the same way we did it before. Put a little pressure on the boys, and the Leafs will come through. I just feel like today's one of these days. Save some bullets. We usually know. Look, we're going to get a quarter, I think, is expected, and then maybe at 2:30, Powell can set the tone and let everybody know maybe like how long a pause might be, or some indication as to how they're looking at the somewhat strong labor market and how that could affect any potential pause. The rate hike's going to be in there, so I think you want to be patient. If we are range bound, there's plenty to look at that is actually moving today. AMD is a good example of that. I think we got to go there. The regionals, man, the regionals are back into play. Like, we sat down, Sean, and we were watching FRC basically just make a 20% bump up, and it's already back down.
14% at its bottom.
It's green right now.
And it's up 2%.
So, yeah, this is going to be a wild one. That's a place to go to find some movement. Unfortunately, I mean, Starbucks was flying so high, it was going to be hard for them to hold up and not have some kind of a pullback there. And huge... I see you, Hugh. Almost said it the wrong way. Hugh there shutting out the Lakers. Lakers up.
Yes. Oh, I got to check that bet.
I know your bet looking pretty good right now.
It's Anthony Davis, baby.
He had a monster game. So yeah, we got a lot to cover. Buckle up. It's going to be an exciting one on this Fed Day, but also Hump Day.
All right,
It is
cheers.
hump day, right?
Cheers,
Okay,
hump day. Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Why do I have to even think about
I
that?
already have my Little League game canceled tonight again.
Again?
So cheers on that one. Well, I mean, it's raining as we
didn't rain.
speak.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, it's raining. It's been raining now.
Is it raining
for,
that much today?
Not today. It's been raining for a long time. So yeah,
That
unfortunately,
sucks,
the fields are.
That sucks. It's all indoor for us.
Opening day is Saturday. So we got the bagpipes. They play all the teams in
Nice.
and everything like that. So
High Park does it big, man.
yeah.
We
Well,
get to see
and
it
it's
on
big
TV.
Little League too. So it's like you can officially. High Park had a team qualify for the Little League World Series
They're
a couple of
legit.
years ago. So yeah, very very legit. I have some important news to announce that nobody here knows. You don't know this, Neil. Neither does Brendan. Neither does Sharif. And I want to say a happy anniversary to Bears versus Bulls. So let's go right there. Bang. This is 1 year since he's been our moderator.
Nice.
Starting today. So if everyone could put ones up in the chat to give our main man there a big anniversary wish. Congrats. So there it is right there. Thanks to Bears versus Bulls, man. You've really added a lot to our stream. And I just want to say thank you so much to that. So you're going to see all the love, hopefully, in the chat right now.
Oh, it's
and
all
I,
there.
and I look to do this again all throughout the day. So a big shout out
Sean's
to
not
Bears. I
pregnant.
mean, look at this. It's not even stopping. So thank you so much. There's only like 200 or 300 people in the chat probably at any given time.
But everybody
But
respects
everyone
it.
right now, you could see all that. Thank you so much for everything that you've added to us.
We don't say it enough. Actually, just to tell everybody, guys, this because I messaged Bears versus Bulls privately after market to literally one-on-one thank him for just some of the moderation that happened in the chat. You know, good things and bad things get sent, and there was something that I let go yesterday that sometimes I'd pipe up about it, but I was like, it was way off bounds, and he was all over it right away. And I was like, you know what? Thank you for that, man. I didn't get to it, and I meant to say something, but you were all over it before I could even think about it. Like it's at the point now where, you know, he's just a part of the family. And we have a great community and a great chat, and I love everybody in there. It doesn't work. With the chat that we have, it doesn't work if we don't have somebody moderating it and doing a fantastic job because there's just so much going on throughout the day. So everybody keep it up.
He just messages me and goes, you didn't have to do that. But it's like, come on, dude. You know, we're a big family here, and you are a big piece of that as well. So, yeah, we're super happy. And look, what a day to have your anniversary, first of all. I mean, we have tons of things coming through here. We have AMD down 7-8%, looking to actually go lower. We'll see where that can wind up. We had Ford earnings. We've got Starbucks. We've got Fed. We've got Airbnb rolling out a few new things.
Can we pour out a little liquor for something?
Yeah, let's pour out some liquor for what?
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say a goodbye a goodbye to Bed Bath & Beyond. It is gone. So I just want to give it its moment. It was fun while it lasted, but
yeah.
Salute. Bye-bye, Bed Bath & Beyond.
It's no longer quotable. So you will not be seeing us trading that on the NASDAQ exchange. Now, where it goes from here, we will soon find out. So right now, Bed Bath & Beyond is gone. Thank you for that, Neil. We will pour one out. The ones are still going up in the chat. So let's just keep the positive vibes today. And if you haven't done it yet, please wish Bears vs. Bulls a happy anniversary. And trust me, this is anniversary number 1. Of hopefully many. So thank you again, my friend. And let's go over to the big desk and get started with what we expect to be a big day.
Yeah, amazing how time flies. I can't believe that. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Also, check your Hangouts messages. Ron, I'll get to you in a second here. I wanted to start with this, guys. We'll talk about the Fed obviously a lot today, but we were mentioning this with Frank yesterday afternoon when Frank Aberna was on, how volatile, specifically this tool has been over the past couple of days. And it really comes down to almost what minute at this point you look at it. And here we are the day of, and we're still at 87.4%. So better part of a 15% chance, I'm going to sound really bullish here, but better part of a 15% chance that they do nothing, which is not that much, let's be honest. But I mean, when I sat down this morning, this was still 91. So we're back to 87.4. So it's flip-flopping all over the place. Again, we'll get this ISM data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. The S&P composite PMI as well. It's not as big of a number, but the ISM going to be a closely watched number for the overall market. But still, I mean, 87% that we get the quarter point. And here we are the day of.
Yeah, so many variables, especially going forward with potential rate cuts later in the year. How does GDP do? How do jobs do? What does inflation do? Do we get stagflation? We saw, you know, one print that hinted at stagflation last week. So many unknown variables, Brendo. Such an interesting year to go forward.
Yeah, it's a big day for the market. Obviously, back to the downside a little bit, kind of leaking here for futures, guys. But I mean, all of the big stocks going to be important today as far as what happens not only this morning, but more so around 2 o'clock. Tech in focus, the NASDAQ in focus. But I mean, Apple coming up tomorrow. There's a couple of minor headlines as far as Google and Microsoft are concerned. CEO is going to be at the White House with Kamala Harris. Coming up tomorrow, that's going to be AI related. Alphabet and Microsoft obviously leading the way in that sense right now.
Yeah, look, if you look at the cues, you're at a resistance level right now. And I think that's when we've been rubbing up against this and kind of gliding to slightly infinitesimal higher highs on the cues, for lack of a better term. Oh, I got a wick out there. There we go. And so that's what you've been bouncing off of. Now we've run away from a little bit. And obviously yesterday was the big culprit for that. And if you get back up to those tops, like this is on a Fed day, I always take the extreme edges and maybe give them a little bit more respect on a day, especially in the morning and at the open, anticipating that maybe you're not going to get that break or any big monster move outside of the typical range until later on in the session. So, I'm going to be respecting that. And if you're looking at the actual NASDAQ futures, I'll just do it this way. Because whether you're looking at the Qs or the NASDAQ futures, it's just going to be a difference in price as you quote it, but it's exactly the same setup there. So, I'm looking about 100 points higher up to that 13.3 zone. And if we get there, there's a few names out there that I like for resistance levels and individual stocks. I mean, Intel's strong now, but if we get up there in the Qs, I suspect it'll be a little closer to that 31 level for a sell side trade. And if AMD catches a bit of a bid, I'll be looking to fade that as we get to levels up there on the Qs. So that's what you have to pay attention to. A lot of times is allow the move to come to you. I don't know that you want to be too crazy at 9:30. I've been having a little bit better success early on by not being as aggressive in the first couple of minutes of the day. Like I'll be sitting and it's like, okay, haven't got filled yet, haven't got filled yet. And those are the days that the morning goes good. And the days where it doesn't, it's like, oh my goodness, I'm in. Oh, wait a minute. I was too aggressive on like 2 or 3 stocks, and that was the wrong way to go. So a little bit of patience at the open. I like the periphery, but you got to respect the fact that we've had this somewhat ceiling on the Qs, which could be really good if we break it out in the afternoon. I look at that level. I look at these levels in the Qs, man. Like, how great would it be if you actually take these out at 2:30 on the speech? Then suddenly you can have a really big ramp up. But until it happens, resistance is resistance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to trade today, but it's not till 2 p.m.
Exactly.
Right? And so we're just going to have to sort of continue to trade names that we think are going to be in play and have, catalysts to do something. And for me, it might not be on any of our rundowns or anything like that today, but it's the number one name here on the sticky note. I'm looking to see if Uber can continue its move from yesterday. It's down a little bit here today as the market's positive. So we're just going to find out if Uber wants to hold this 36 level right here that we sort of bottomed out on there yesterday in the afternoon, of course, before having this move down off the open. So I do expect Uber to come back in a little bit. We wrote down that we like the 36 long, but it looks like that's coming in right now. So this is another name that you're going to want to look at today. Uber yesterday, now they're talking all about AI. They talked about, what the future's looking pretty bright here, and we are looking to take out some key levels on Uber on the daily chart up here to 37.38. I don't think this is going to run huge today, but if we do take out 37, I want to be there to see about a long in this name. So, stay strong. We marked it down yesterday, that 36.65 was the top of the day. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to trade that level. If it breaks higher, then we do want to get long against this 36, but let's just see what happens here at open. We're keeping our eyes glued, and then Neil mentioned AMD, and we're going to get over to this a lot today, but AMD down almost 8, well, now through 7.25, but, looking to be down 8% at its lows. It already has broken through $83, so we're going to see if this can bounce off 80, or if we get going, I actually don't mind a short up here near this 200 period in between 86 and 87. We'll see if we can get back up to there, and then we'll be shorting AMD. But at these prices, let's let the stocks figure themselves out. We've seen dramatic moves off open there, Jesus. It's been just one of them days as we go.
You said it and I didn't even realize it.
Right there, as Superman is in the building. Let's get motivated with those Leafs, man.
Go on, brother. Yeah.
Hopefully they can get going soon, Randy, as he exits stage left for you guys, right for us. But always nice to have Randy there. We will be needing a reload of coffee. We were here extra early this morning.
There'll be a lot of this coffee.
No, not on it right now, Randy. I mean, whenever. Well, Sure, I'll take one right now. But yeah, no pressure there. But hey, it's 8:44, man. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Should be a good day. We're excited.
Yeah.
Earnings abound. The jobs number came, not the jobs number, but we had unemployment come out again today, up 150,000 jobs. So it's going to be a good one. We're excited. Let's hit the road running.
I love how Randy just appears in the background out of nowhere. Yeah, number of, I was actually going to mention Uber on the analyst side of things as well. There's a couple of positive notes after yesterday. And when I say a couple, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, pretty positive. This was the note I was mentioning earlier on with that sharing as well, expanding in U.S. cities, the number of U.S. cities getting the Uber sharing. So yeah, good look for Uber. Good look for Eli Lilly here as well. Up on this note, some data coming through from their Alzheimer's treatment that was better than expected. Actually did exactly what they wanted it to. Cognitive decline fell by 35%, which was actually more than they were expecting. So Eli Lilly upside, but any one of the other companies that also have an Alzheimer's treatment downside on this news.
Biogen specifically. We'll talk about Eli Lilly first, and I'll give you my take on Uber. Eli Lilly actually had their accelerated application for their drug denied by the FTC this year, while their competitor Biogen actually had it accepted. So it was bad for Eli Lilly earlier, a lot better now. We'll see how this one pans out. With respect to Uber, you're going to get a lot of attention, Brendo, when you go from a $5.8 billion net loss in the previous quarter this time last year to 100 and some odd million. So looks like they're shoring up expenses at Uber. We'll see if they can actually turn a profit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all these positive moves then, or mostly positive, from analysts. Here is, meanwhile, I mean, Eli Lilly, a big, giant $400 stock, but 5%. Nevertheless, it was up a lot more than that, back to $445 here for Lilly on that headline, guys.
Yeah, when he started, look, when inflation was starting to get out of control and everyone's like, oh my goodness, no, the market's got it wrong, it's transitory, and all the people betting on transitory were right based on the market moves and where bonds and yields were headed. You know, at that time, you know, rotating, you know, I'm talking obviously in 2021, like rotating into like healthcare made a lot of sense. Rotating into energy was talked about. And some of those plays have been okay, and then others have been Eli Lilly. And Eli Lilly is just, look, this is all going back to 2020, just so that you can see, like the 2020 bottom for this stock was 115, something like that, 115 bucks. And quite frankly, it's just on an absolute force and tear to the upside. It's actually just gotten pretty parabolic the last couple of sessions here, 370, I see top 445. I don't know if there's a day trade in this one. I mean, the pullback suggests when it goes $25 down, yeah, there's going to be a move in here. And generally speaking, if this was a $40 stock, I'd be saying, well, I mean, look at the 400 level of area support. Yeah, would I be trying to go long somewhere between, if it was a Pfizer, let's just say $40.50 and 40 even, maybe with a, you know, so stopping underneath 40 bucks somewhere. That could make some sense. It's just different when you're trading a $400 name. You have to maybe psychologically, if you can, with your account, just sort of take away a zero and pretend it's a $40 name, and that's the way you prepare. So I mean, a dip back into that 400 would make some sense. I doubt I trade it because there's too much to look at today. But yeah, I just want to acknowledge how much of an absolute rocket ship and home run this stock has been. When a million people in the world were saying it, when Biogen was going all ape, you know what, that Eli Lilly, you got the same upside on Alzheimer's, a similar upside on Alzheimer's, but with a much better book overall and stability in the company. So that ends up really paying out huge dividends on Eli Lilly. As I said, not sure there's a gigantic trade there whatsoever, but yeah, if it gets to 400, I suppose it gets pretty interesting.
So, you know, we've been talking about Eli Lilly for a while on this. I actually just found a tweet right here. This is when I tweeted out my position. This is January 12th of 2022. Getting hit down 4% today off Biogen news. Let's get into Eli Lilly. So, you know, we got into there in January of 2022, so it's been a really nice run up for Eli Lilly, and you can see where we're at. We were in January of 2022, so if you go back here, January of 2022, you're gonna go all the way back. Okay, so this is where we're going, May, June, July. I mean, anyways, as it going, you could see what sort of the trajectory of Eli Lilly has been since then, and this this is just goes to, yeah, it's down here, yeah, 235, whatever, you know, nice downside push. And no surprise that we got long into some support down here. So we're long down here, 235 on Eli Lilly, and I think it's about time we get some out. We haven't gotten anything out of this name, so back up to the upside right now. It's a nice move here. But, you know, you never really want to sell winners, but at the same time, if you could hit that 440, we got that this morning, and now it's come right back in. So I really like Eli Lilly, and, you know, we have a lot of bad calls as well, so it's not like this is, oh my God, you know, we're crushing it here on Eli Lilly. I mean, it's up almost, it's almost a double, let's call it 80% or so on that name. But, you know, you buy a name like Clover at $2, and when it goes to $1, you've lost just as much there, right? So Eli Lilly continues to work. They still continue to pay a nice dividend. I like the name, and I would still say try to stay in it. But the point about what I was getting at here is not that we have Eli Lilly at any bottoms or anything like that. It's just that diversification. A lot of the time we'll sit here and we'll talk about NASDAQ names, and when that goes through a rough spell, you know, you do want to have those diversified names, whether or not it be a steel bender like Nucor, whether or not it be Eli Lilly, you know, into big tech names with Google, and then maybe some smaller tech names as well, like a C3 AI or something like that. So you do want to be diversified, and I think buying ETFs and things like that help you gain access to all of that. So, you know, Eli Lilly, Merck, AbbVie, there's some names that I'm in here that continue to work. So I like Eli Lilly here. Alzheimer's, I mean, what a great, if we can solve any of these issues, would be absolutely fantastic. And sometimes you hate talking about taking profit on a name like this, but at the same time, you know, you do have to ring the register as a trader at some point. So I really think that it might be time for that on Eli Lilly right now. But great result, and you know, we're really proud, I guess, of everybody working there, because I know Alzheimer's has probably hit many of us in their families. So always great to have a potential, you know, move forward on, I don't want to say a resolution, but, you know, on something that
every
can
little
help
bit helps.
cure and help get that little advantage there. So shout out to everybody at Eli Lilly, a very positive name. As there he comes, man. People asking what your job is around here.
I do a little of everything.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the title is, but
some of that.
a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. All right, that's Randy, everybody. So let's.
He built all these desks here.
Oh yeah, I know, and he's network. I would say like network specialist.
Yeah, I mean technically he's IT.
Director of network development.
Yeah, he does it all. He does it.
I don't know, but anyways, Randy been here longer than I have, so shout out to Randy the man. And you guys, if you don't hit the like button, first of all, if we hit the like button, maybe Kat will. She'll be in 8 minutes, but let's just do this now, and then we can all say hola when she comes in. So let's do it quickly.
Give her a gift.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, you know what, Neil? Let's put the 8-ball on her.
We should just put something there.
See if she says anything about it.
She won't. She's like, you think she'll say something?
Let's see. Okay, we're gonna put it on her desk, Brendan, and then when she gets in, let's see if there's a comment.
Yeah, but make sure you don't put it on. Like maybe put it behind her keyboard.
I'll figure it out. I'm gonna put it right on her keyboard, I think.
I'm getting my Randy delivery. Thank you, Randy. Much appreciated. Yeah, we'll touch on a few other interesting names. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by, as always, surgetrader.com, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. surgetrader.com/TTV for more info. Bottom of the screen there, check it out. TTV promo code gets you 10% off. Yeah, as I mentioned, a few other interesting notes here. Boeing's main supplier, SPR, downside on a wider than expected loss. We talked about the difficulties Boeing announced because of Spirit Airlines with the 737 MAX. Once again, going back to last week. So SPR downside. Yeah, oil still about 2.8 right now, downside off of what happened yesterday. Just got absolutely crushed, almost 5% at the end of the day for oil. So all of these, CVX, XOM, I mean, there's MUR, Oxy, there's MRO as well. I saw was under a bit of pressure here this morning as oil continues to fall. And Match, another one in the communications group here, MTCH, off of earnings as well. Yeah, oil's been down a lot lately, which prompted me really to do some research yesterday and find out what's going on. Let's have a look at the chart first and foremost, guys. Look at this, stepping down. This goes back to April 20th. It has just been down and to the right for this name. But here's the thing. It's down based on muted expectations for the global economic recovery. You've got the bank crisis.
We've heard a lot about oil wanting to go up with the Chinese reopening after the zero COVID policy. That didn't happen. And so the expectations for this to rise back to $100, like some people were saying, is getting more and less by the day, Brendo.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on how this plays out. But man, oh man, what a week it's been for energy companies. But oil on top of that, I was just looking at this. There's not a lot of volume to look at here, but match back to 36, which was kind of the top end of the range there over the past couple of days, up 4%.
So yesterday at some point in the afternoon, I think it was, Sean, where you're like, okay, well, what do you think XOM?
Yeah, it was right near the close.
ZOM is Sharif.
You said the price I would have said, so.
No, but I said 110.
No, you said 115.
No, 115 because it bounced off 120. So I said 115. It was at 110. It's at 108 now.
Jeez.
So like this was like what was it like 3 days ago? We were just talking about this potential breaking out on the daily on XOM. They still make boatloads of money. I get that, but it's been a pretty large reversal. If you just in the context of XOM, it's been a large reversal. You're back beneath the 50. You saw how disastrous yesterday was in terms of just sheer momentum to the downside. Like there wasn't a green candle the entire morning. You had to get till noon by 15 minutes. There wasn't a green candle until you got to noon after we opened up. Okay, technically, well that was pre-market. So at the open, yeah, it's just straight to the downside. That's what a trend looks like. And quite frankly, underneath that 110 to 111. It feels like maybe you are just sort of trending back in on these expectations, back into like a 105. It's a stock that hasn't really been holding the 200-period moving average or respecting it. Like it'll have some gravity toward the moving average, but it doesn't really, it doesn't hold the 50. It'll kind of bounce around the 50, try to break away, not get too far away. But the last time it broke down, it got to that 200. I don't know if it's going to do the same thing here in a day, but it feels like we could be headed to that 105. It's worth watching if it gets into that 10 to 110 area, maybe for a fade, as long as we're still seeing some downward action in crude oil. But wow, that's how quickly things can move on you. Like one day you're breaking out that high, and quite frankly, 24 hours, 48 hours later, you're setting up a downtrend in the stock. So that's where we're at for energy. I feel like I'm going to be in a few other places today. I don't know if we get any kind of a pop to fade into 111. I wouldn't put up $2.50 risk at the price here to stop out at 111 with a 108.50 entry. That doesn't really set up. It has to go higher initially to get me into a trade, at least for XOM. That's what I would watch for a trade.
So I'm just going to, for a trade, great. I mean, I think XOM, I don't know if we want to actually trade XLE. I've never actually traded this for a trade here on the show, but I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. So here's oil right here. This last move down, we've had talk about the oil reserves in Saudi Arabia and all these cuts and these ads, and they're buying it back and they're not. And there's going to be a lot of that rhetoric. And we just saw here now today that apparently there's more interesting offensive happening in Russia with Ukraine, more talk about Russia developing. I don't know, it's not great talk here on the war there in Ukraine. And then again, just these headlines are coming through, so I don't want to sort of screw it up. But as that sort of escalates, it seems like a little bit more. We had the last couple of weeks talk about U.S.-China relations not going too well. But as production picks back up in manufacturing, which we've already sort of seen, you would have thought oil would have kept going here, but it didn't. It stopped at $84. The reason why I bring this up is because I want to talk about XLE. The last time oil dipped down into $67, $68, which right now we're at 69, looking like we want to go lower. That bottom of 64, but here's the XLE. It made a bottom of $76. So if you're thinking that oil can hold around here, which I actually think it does, I don't have too much concern about oil. I mean, if the U.S. has emptied their reserves, they got to buy it back. They got to fill it back up. That's been happening right here a little bit. So we'll find out some more information on that. If you guys know what's going on with the oil reserves there in the U.S., let me know as well. But down there to 74, 75, oil is not my forte. But if you take a look at XLE, it also pays a 5% dividend. And then you drop this down, and now you're just going to look what's being held in here. So if you don't really want to mess around with Exxon specifically or Chevron specifically, or just don't have, a good feel on all of this, you could just buy XLE. It's 23% XOM, 19% Chevron. It doesn't have a huge management fee on this. 4%. You can Google this and find it out. But all these percentages there in the XLE, I think that bodes well. We're gonna have Arun coming on soon. Right now, he actually mentioned the other day. And maybe we can get, I don't know if he's put on any oil trades recently, but he has talked about looking at crude because it's moving a lot, and it's moving a lot more than the futures are right now. Obviously, that should change today at 2 p.m., but with oil down again right here, man, another 3.25%, still making moves lower. So we're going to get Arun on the horn in just a couple seconds, but he did mention yesterday looking at some oil contracts. So, you can see that that's, on people's minds right now as we hit some of those lows again. That bottom of 64, I think, can hold. And if it does, then I want to be a buyer of XLE. Not now. Let's wait to see if it can come back in. If you're just starting a position or you have enough free cash to start to average into something with a 5% dividend, I do think, again, back into the diversified portfolio, energy should be probably 10%, if you're conservative on it in portfolio. So I like XLE here at these prices.
All right, quick look at some analyst moves here before we get to Arun. Upgrades and downgrades for the morning. We mentioned Uber, 8 or 9 to the upside for Uber today. Molson Coors back on here, Marriott, HSBC, AMD downside. We'll talk about that in a second here. BP, DuPont, and there's Starbucks as well. JP Morgan negative on that. Let's go to Arun and get a check of not only the market ahead of the Fed, Arun, but give us your thoughts here on oil.
All right, let's start with the futures market. I mean, we had the big move yesterday on the futures. It was expected to be a quiet day, but at the same time, when you get a catalyst that's related to banking, we've been sensitive to banking lately, so you get a big move, nice little trend to the downside, which did turn, or eventually did break, and kind of nice little move back up into the 40s, and now we're sitting right here at 40. There really isn't a whole lot you can do. I mean, ADP came out. ADP came in much higher than expected. Market, on a Fed day, all these numbers are going to be kind of discounted somewhat because, well, everyone's waiting for the Fed at this point, right? The Fed's going to be making their decisions or have already made their decisions. And these numbers aren't going to have the same kind of impact that you would expect if they were further out. So for now, these numbers, we've got another one coming out at 10 a.m., the ISM services. It is, just keep an eye on it, I guess. But for now, the market's coming down through. Essentially what I'm looking at is either 40 or 50. We're trying to squeeze out a trade before we get into maybe 12 o'clock, because once your closes, there's probably not going to be much volume between that time and into 2 p.m. when the Fed comes out. So if we can try to squeeze out a trade between now and then, I'm thinking maybe 40 or 50. If we can get above or below either of those prices and then consolidate a little bit, we might be able to squeeze out a few points there on a move, on an extension or on a breakdown of the overnight levels or overnight consolidation points. But for now, there really isn't a whole lot you can jump on in the pre-market. It's going to have to be done either after the open or after 10 a.m. and before 12 o'clock. It's a tight window. We'll see if we can get something set up in the meantime. But then 2 p.m. comes and everything gets thrown out, and you just deal with what happens then because the volatility picks up big time, right? Speaking of volatility, we've got crude down again 3.2% at the moment, and still trending down in a big way. I talked about this a couple days ago, and at the time it was moving. It was only down 1% when I mentioned it, and by the time we were done, it was down like 4%. It's clear that when volatility is high in certain markets, you go to that market. If the futures market was quieter and you see crude moving, you go to crude or individual names, as I mentioned the other day. And right now, with crude moving the way it is, clearly at 3%, it's starting to pick up some steam to the downside. Just keep an eye on that 67.50 down to 65. It's been support. It's been somewhat of a level that we've picked up some buying in the last little bit. So we've still got another $1.50 to go before we get to that support level. So it's a $2.50 range. It's wide. But at the same time, we do have some sort of a support zone below us to potentially stop this free fall for now. But the way things are moving, who knows? We might be seeing below 65 fairly soon. It's a clear trend to the downside on the overnight session. We really haven't made any sort of a meaningful bounce. It's just been steps down. We go down, we take a sideways move, another step down, and that's what we're trying to do right now, is trying to work the 69s and see if we can take another leg to the downside. When we move like this, it's a sustained trend, but when you move into a support zone moving like this, also, it leaves the upside exposed, so meaning we can easily pop back up. So just keep an eye on that 67.50 down to 65 as a potential buy zone to potentially catch a bounce back up.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here. Under 30 minutes to go. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the watch list we send out every single morning for free. Use a QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. You can have that every day for free. As I said, let's talk AMD to kick things off. Chip Group as a whole going to be in focus here after AMD's report comes in. Yeah, downside, a bit of a miss here on the forecast specifically. PC sales, PC demand across the board remaining weak here. A bit of a problem for AMD.
Yeah, the data center did better than expected. I was looking at both PC and data center, but here's the thing, Brendo. I didn't like what I saw with respect to the video processing units, VPUs and GPUs. They weren't there. In fact, it actually contracted quarter over quarter. So, sorry, year over year on the quarter. So I didn't like that. We see how NVIDIA is doing so well. But Brendo, Goldman Sachs maintains buy, raises price target. Morgan Stanley also maintains overweight, but decreases price target.
Yeah, interesting moves from analysts this morning. We're right back to April lows here, guys, for AMD.
It's funny because we had a very distinct conversation about analysts and how all you ever hear is like, upgrade, downgrade, price target change. But what you don't generally get to hear people talk about is what their methodology is. Like one analyst could be saying, well, our price target was based on where we thought it would be at the end of 2023. And this is the day of the year that we decide we're looking at the end of 2024 as a target. And that's their reason. And another one will have some overly complicated mathematical model as to where they come up with it. And they're adjusting it more frequently. And you can see a price target change from one or the other are like apples and oranges. Yeah. So I take it with a grain of salt. If you see like 15 analysts dropping or something after a bad quarter, okay, well then that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that's more obvious.
What I think matters here, and this is something I know you were talking about there, Sharif. NVIDIA's been getting a big run on the AI craze, and you had maybe a reaffirmation that they're the game in town, and AMD didn't see any benefit from that recently. And you know what? I have to pull up a different daily chart here. Just bear with me a second because my daily's kind of screwed up on it.
You weren't on it there.
No, yeah, you guys didn't see my daily chart, but it's missing some data on it, and I don't want to show you a bad moving average live here. So here's AMD. It just rejected the 50 period, which is sitting at about 89. This recent support on the daily is right here, 83.5. 83.65, I think, technically speaking, is where we should be looking at. And quite frankly, it seems like it's breaking that down. I look at that quarter and I say, well, if the market is treating this, which 30% decline in revenue when Intel's was 36, essentially it's just different stories being told. Right? So Intel, they're saying they're doing a turnaround and the bottom's in kind of deal, so it can't be that bad. Everything's going to get better at the end of the quarter. Well, AMD's not getting that benefit for the same slowdown, and even not as big of a slowdown as what Intel's was. They're not getting that benefit because they're supposed to be seen as the growthier name, if that's even a word. And when they get compared to NVIDIA on the run, you're getting a negative turn. It's hard for me to not want to fade this today, especially if I'm considering Fed, you could be a bit of an inside day. So I like the look of that previous bottom, and I'm looking at just a couple of days ago, like that 86 area, sort of working into that 86 to 87, sets up pretty well. But if we don't ever break the high, I mean, it's a gap down. If you don't break out that top at the open, like maybe just an 84 with actual volume, then there's a little pop and fade play off that 84 level as well. If it does break out, I think I wait until 86, 87 to put a fade trade on. And when I say two different stories being told here, we already know Intel's quarter wasn't exactly fantastic. They're up 3% today. This is actually strong. Now, some of it has to do with the wipeout and then a bounce. There you go, moving average are working here. Bouncing off of that 30 area, that's the 200 period. It sits just underneath $30, but if you look at Intel, it gapped up. It had this little 29.80 to 30 area where you gapped from, and then that's what the support was, kind of the under support, and then you're holding above it. So this is, to me, a buy zone now on Intel, 30 into that 29.80. That's a supply buy zone for Intel. And if we get back to that short zone that worked the other day, that was up here, the low 31 range was definitely a sell zone for INTC. So that could get up into a supply zone for shorts. but I'm a buyer 30 into 29.80 on Intel. Just look at the different stories being told here and just kind of follow the market, right? Like they're saying, we think bottom's in for Intel, and we're basically evaluating these two companies on entirely different expectations. And AMD is going to get a ding because they're not catching the AI craze, and Intel's going to get the benefit of trying to pull a turnaround and being down so much already.
Okay, yeah, look, I'm not going to go over the numbers at all. You guys can search for those if you want to, but if you go over here on the sticky note, you're going to find out sort of what I was talking about right now, and it's just AMD, bad quarter, misses everywhere, could dip even more, but I'm looking for pops and be patient on this, and then we're going to short 87 as we talk more about that. You can find that at Trader TV, Sean, and go over and click on that. But I'm just thinking here, it's a widely held name. There's a lot of traders that are going to be looking at this. You're down 7.5%. You're down to 2 million, up to 2 million shares right now. And I just look at, again, it has nothing to really do with, because I just stop charting it, right? So as it comes back down, I'm not really looking at it too much. But right there, just to come in, we do have and this is going to change when the market opens up, but we have the 200 period here at $88. We're going to find out where VWAP is going to show up on this, and we're just going to look to see where there's volume being done and at what levels and trade it off that. So if we do get a little bump up, I'm looking to fade out somewhere around $86, $87. I mean, that's the price that we targeted. It's the 50 period moving average is 88. So, give it a little bit of love back there, and we'll see where we can go on this name from today. So we stopped yesterday at $90. It's a disaster, down to $83 right now. There's a lot of people talking about this, and congratulations if you are holding FRCB today, you can get out. So right now, this is First Republic. It is now open on the OTC market. It's already done 3 million shares, but unfortunately, there's the price. So FRC, used to be, now we're rhyming here, used to be 100 and, here's the chart on eSignal. Unfortunately, ours doesn't convert it over right away when we are doing that, but there it is right now, and you can see what charts where this has been, man. This was a name, and the Fed really needs to hold some kind of responsibility for this. The fact that there's no sort of checks and balances, hey, if we raise rates, 500 basis points in a year, what could happen? 2 of the largest 15 banks in the United States have now gone bankrupt because of what the Fed has done, and no checks and balances, bad management. We could talk all about this as it goes. I wonder if the Fed will talk about that here today. But when you basically put the gun to the head of FRC, SIVB, pretty soon PAC-W, and so on and so forth, this is eventually what's going to happen to you. So even though this is saying $4, I guess they haven't converted it over yet, but it's at 38 cents. So it's an absolute destruction there. We've already seen that happen with Silicon Valley, and there it is right now. I was hoping we would go over and be sub $1 or a greater than $1, but that doesn't seem to be happening right now. And so just a sad day here. Lots of shares going through. We can't short it or anything, so you're going to have to pay for shorts if you did want this name, but it's FRCB right now on the, on your platform. See if you can find it, but unfortunately, from what I'm seeing, these are now the common shares.
All right, on that note, let's continue because there's a few others that we need to be aware of this morning in this group. PACW downside initially, but look what has happened here. We are back in negative territory, but did get positive there briefly. Early on this morning, we're back to 640, 650 area, which was that kind of support from yesterday throughout the day. But just another wild, wild day yesterday for all of these. So PACW, there's WAL, obviously off the FRC news yesterday that JP Morgan picks up the pieces. FRC going to be delisted and now is, as we've seen from the NYSE.
Yeah, apparently, analysts looking at this and saying that the higher for longer rates are likely to pose a significant headwind to bank earnings on a per share basis. So we'll see how this goes out. But yeah, it's been a little puzzling to some investors because you think that the problem was contained, but these guys still selling off. Pretty volatile, to say the least here, guys, once again today for PAC-W.
Yeah, it's already got the entire afternoon's worth of range from yesterday has been put on. So look, you know about the $5 bottom. It was a good short. It started halting right around here. I could show you the 3-minute, I suppose, and that'll be a little bit easier to show you guys the halt. So it halted down right around 7 the second time. The first halt was pretty clean off the 750 area, and then the short was essentially into 5. I got out at 6. Looking for a long at 5 again today. Never quite got there. Got to 5.26, man, and that was really close. It wasn't a gigantic bid or anything like that, but I would respect this one if it gets to $5. If I see, sorry, I didn't get a chance to see if it was a gigantic bid. There was some size down there at about that 5.10 mark, but nothing like what we saw the other day on, it was FRC's $3 bid, I think it was just ridiculous, and it was an easy bounce. I'm hoping for the same kind of thing if it sees 5 even, and you can tell where I think the short is. It's at to above $7, so 680 into 725. That's the zone. I guess, if you took it at 8 o'clock, congratulations to you. I had it both times up here. I'll go for that again, but I want to let it get to that price first. Let's see it squeeze up and then show me some signs of failure. Getting in on the way up, not always bad, but when it gets that wick high, work in, have a stop at the top. That's like a scalp style trade there. Let it wick top, get in on the reversal and then play down. The support at 650 is decent. It's holding for now, but the long to me is at $5. The stock sees 5 or holds down a couple times. I'll be looking for that bounce.
Yeah, I just did a little bit of a talk there on some of the regionals. I feel like you just want to stay short and then play the news, right? As it comes out and you start to see some halts happening, we've seen that over the last couple of days. So I'll be looking at FRC today just to see what happens. We do have SIVBQ down here on the pink sheets as well. That's only 48 cents. We have WAL. The names just go on and on. Here on what names you could possibly trade, including Western Alliance, including Pac West there, and Key Corp. We saw that was at 52-week lows yesterday as well. So it's just, I don't know. The name that I was trading yesterday was Charles Schwab, so that was pretty good. Now you're above $50, and that actually held 49 yesterday, pretty good as the charts are taking its time here to load. But right there, so we did hold 48, 49. So maybe if there's a name, I would still look to KRE, the ETF. But if there is a name that you maybe thought could hold out, it seems like Schwab for right now is the least of everyone's worries. But hey, that could get escalated real quick. So let's just wait to see what happens with Charles Schwab. Down to $48. If you're going to take a shot on any of them, maybe it's this, back to 60, back to the 50 period, back to some of those highs. Yeah, 59, 58, something like that. Maybe worth a little bit of a shot. But hey, if you get all the way back here, like you buy 50, and if you're right and you get back to support, that's only 16%. It's 10 if you go all the way back up to 20. $10, 20% gives you that on 50. But is it worth it? Is it worth taking the risk of what may come next just to get it back to $60? I'd rather see us break this 60 and then before I buy to get in there to know that momentum's with us, because for right now, I just don't know the next shoe to drop and where we're going to go. So as interest rates continue to get hiked up, we had that 87% chance today that we get another quarter point. And I know I said that the Fed did this to these banks, and essentially it was the policy that did it to the banks, and of course the Fed is responsible for that. But as many have pointed out, it is bad management that has sparked this as well. If you know that interest rates are going up, you can sort of take the other side of some of these trades and hedge your risk. And maybe there are some of these regional banks that has done that better than the others, and we know the ones that haven't. It's just what is underneath. I don't claim to know everything about the bookings of all of these companies, let alone.
You know part of the problem?
Yeah.
Look, first of all, you lend long, borrow short. That's in this. The environment changes. You're going to get burned like this. But the big banks, I think it was the big banks have 1/5 the exposure to the commercial real estate market than these smaller banks do. But then the other side of the coin would be, and obviously people are talking about a looming crisis in commercial real estate. I'm not here to tell you I'm an expert on that. Just that's one concern. And then the other concern would be that a lot of these banks had a lot of exposure in lending in the startup space, in the tech startup space, which is under pressure. That's a segment of the economy that's under pressure as rates go up as well. So, quite frankly, if certain banks have those types of exposures in a raising rate environment, then when they're aggressive and not really essentially smart or conservative with their portfolio and balance sheet, they're going to get under pressure, and people don't think it's over. No. And that's the reality. I don't know. I couldn't tell you whether it's a value to want pack W right now? I have no clue.
No, I wouldn't buy any of those.
I don't know. It's hard. If you're going to trade it, have a stop on every single one of your trades.
Don't
trade without a stop.
Peter Thiel came out and said everyone is pulling all their. That's when SIVB was like $70 or $80. People were talking about pulling out money, and of course Peter Thiel there, Silicon Valley Bank. I mean, that's they are exposed to all of that. All right, so we'll see what happens here. But let's go back over. There's only 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, let's get through a couple here. Ford up next there, off of earnings. We were just saying, like, not really doing anything here in the pre-market. It was a decent report for them. Trucks and their fleet sales making up the biggest part of the benefit. $41.5 billion as far as total revenue equates to 3.4 down here for Ford on adjusted basis. But as we said, it's kind of hanging out here.
So it looks like the gas-powered cars definitely lifted the EVs because it lost $3 billion from its electrical division in the quarter, and the loss widened apparently from 380 to 722 million. But they're still looking to be positive on EVs by 2026, Brendo.
Yeah, they're just coming out with April total sales, 184,000, up only 4%. Just coming across there for Ford as well, but didn't really do anything, guys.
In a shocking upset, I'm going to say I want the Ford long at $11. No, I'm already bidding 11.05, just in the off chance that it gets bad enough that we get down there. That's the daily. I don't think it's necessarily rocket science. The 50 period's above $12. The support on this stock has been at $11. And if anything, it's just grinding toward like a slightly tight wedge here. I mean, the wedge is getting tighter, but it's not really condensing that much. So you can still think about that $11 level for now. As I said, I just want to be sitting there just in case something happens and I miss it. But really, the recent support has been just underneath 1150. If this doesn't hold like that 1150 area, you could see a little bit of a dump. And then if we do pop to the upside, if you're thinking inside day, it really needs to break. Like the breakout would be like 1180, 1185. So you're kind of diddling in the middle here, which leaves it as a nothing burger for me. There was GM. If you're inclined in looking at some of these names, General Motors, as it loads up here, I don't want to be drawing a line on the chart, as that one loads up, that's already bouncing off its support already at 32, and it looks a little bit weaker than Ford, and I could see it getting down to support a little bit faster, but neither one of these really presenting too much of an opportunity to trade. I think if you're trading an EV name today, you're probably looking at back to the more volatile names that are getting more movement, like your Teslas and your Lucids of the world. But I got my bid locked and loaded in case there's a dump. I do want that long at 11 for sure.
Yeah, Ford's still paying that 5% dividend, which is okay, and we'll take that. And I just looked at it's all the same stuff. It's really flatlining. It's only down 2%. There's really not that much to look at here for Ford. But we'll take a shot again if it dips down. I don't like to trade stock on earnings. We talked about that. I don't know what side people are on here, but if you're going to turn a profitability in 2026, I'm down with that. Let's just see if they can hit that. Again, they did beat on the revenue, 41 billion versus 36, so that's a nice little beat there. Margins, of course, not great, and we're just going to wait to see. As this kind of reminds me a little bit, honestly, of Meta, where Facebook was coming out and basically saying that everything was rocking and rolling except the metaverse, and they're just losing billions and billions of dollars. So this is exactly what's happening with these EV names, and Ford has that one segment that's an EV. So you take that away, and it's a completely different number altogether. But if they don't focus on EV, then we're all going to be sitting there saying, oh, they're going to get crushed when this happens. So they have to start to build that out, and I think they're doing a good job. We've had some announcements of battery build-outs here in Toronto and so on and so well in Ontario. It's in Oakville. But as we continue to go, I like Ford down here. I think you're protected by that 5% dividend. But again, down here near 11 seems to be safer buy than even 1150. So I don't know. I'm hands off. I'm already into Ford, and we're in it much lower than this, man. $6, $7, $8 is where this was back on pandemic, and I don't feel like we're going back to that level. But it could be a rough couple of days. You've already talked about GM. They haven't really hit on anything either. So I don't know, man. It seems like a lot of the love just goes back into Tesla all the time. And we see NIO at 52-week lows. Uber, right now you're having a little bit of a mixed board. There's Ford with a little small buy. So like on earnings, 91,000. I mean, I'm surprised it's not a lot higher than this. Shout out to Momo in the chat who's always talking about Ford. We'll wait to see today where it goes. dip buy opportunities there. We want to be ready in case that does go. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, what's up, Mike? That is delisted, and FRC is back today on the pink sheet. So a couple little bit of actionable events right there happening on the OTC markets.
All right, let's go on to Starbucks here. I just saw Starbucks actually breaking 109 to the downside. So a couple things to note here. They maintained their Q3 forecast, which included this phrase. They expect Q3 EPS growth to be meaningfully lower than annual forecast range of 15 to 20%. So not good here for Starbucks downside.
Yeah, they had a good quarter based on China. The reopening there really buoyed their revenue. So it was a good quarter for them. But like you said, the guidance a little sticky. I just wanted to make a quick correction. Ford confirmed it expects to lose $3 billion in its Model E division. The Model E division is the electric division in 2023. Not that it's lost. The loss widened from 380 to 722. Just wanted to make that correction.
Yeah, we'll see how Ford plays out here. Again, not really doing a heck of a lot, guys, but 5% here downside so far today for Starbucks.
About this for Starbucks, and we got a question about it in the afternoon show. That was sort of my concern, was that even if you had a pretty strong quarter and beats across the board, it's like it was going to have to be perfect. Like you can't have any kind of concern whatsoever. And if it's not completely spotless when you're making a run, 95 up till like 115 or 116, whatever it was breaking out the other day. And just to get this one out of the way, you're going to see me in and out of Ruth. It is a 21.50 cash buyout. I expect no more than a 10 to 15 cent range, and that would be a big range on the stock. So I'll be in and out at the same price, in and out for spread all day long. So we'll just pop in and out of my blotter quite frequently, potentially, guys. I'll show the chart if it gets interesting for you guys. But I know we don't care about it a lot of times as retail for retail traders. So I think it would be too much for this to be testing the 50 period today, but that sort of stands out. 106 was previous support on Starbucks. You're actually close enough to get there that ye old stink bid it would be in play. So 106 is a stink bid. I don't generally like having it out on a stock that does such light volume, but you're at 108.50 at the open. If we're really testing down into that 106, let me go to the 15 minutes so you can actually see it there a little bit better. So if we're actually testing back down into support from late April, you have that 50 period underneath you. You're probably not dead wrong till 104. So understand that if you're trading Starbucks. You know, if you're taking a 106 long, I don't know that you want to have, unless you're taking multiple swings, you probably don't want to have a 50 cent stop or something like that on the stock, or just don't trade it because you're looking for a bounce. If it bounces 106, you're looking for it to play back into 108 and then maybe get back into 110. So I'll be looking for that at the open. I was expecting there to be some profit taking off the top regardless of the quarter. You know, some Chinese concerns there as well. And oh my goodness.
Yes, so I have whoa. I don't know, I want to show, I don't know if I put any names up there, but so we had a delivery from Jenny. So it's a viewer here. And Neil, let's open this up. Thank you so much. It's from Tim Hortons. So we're going to open this bad boy up right now and see what's in there. Thank you so much, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Jenny.
On that.
I don't even have to, oh my
Neil,
goodness.
You can have a look at what's in there and then have another look at what's in here. They look like 50 packs of Timbits. So I do want to thank, show everybody in the crowd there. We'll
good
give,
mix, solid mix.
There it is, solid
birthday cake.
Like the birthday cake one in there, of course, is very, very popular. It's $9.28. I want to thank Jenny. Thank you so much, Jenny. You know, we're always.
Thank you so much. You have no idea. Like
you have 50. That's a hundy in here. So again, just a big thank you there. And thanks to the guys in the back. They're like, hey, who's this delivery for? But thank you so much. If you guys want to send anything to us at any time, we would love to share.
I'm not playing around, man.
On the show. So thank you so much as we're going to get ready to rock and roll. And here, Katrine.
You're my hero.
Go put this to all the traders there. Give it to somebody. Give it to Brankles and everybody. And then everybody on the production side as Neil. Don't take all the good ones, man.
I'm just,
and then
the
we'll
opens
share.
In 90 seconds. I'm just getting some for myself, and then these guys can have more. Rob, you take these to these guys?
So what, I don't get any?
My bad.
What is going on here? Okay, so let's go back to the desk. I'm going to take one or two from here.
Wow. I will live vicariously. Shout out to Jenny. Thanks so much. Let's talk big tech here just to wrap things up, guys. A couple minutes to go. Really no significant news in this group today, but an important day, obviously, not only for the NASDAQ, but big tech stocks, specifically with the Fed.
Yeah, very interest rate sensitive is this group. I'll definitely be keeping an eye to see how they respond. You know, you got to assume at this point, 25 basis points baked in.
And oh yeah, Apple is coming tomorrow after the close as well.
Apple.
Okay.
Never heard of it. But,
Never heard of Apple.
What's been famous is apple fritters, right there from Tim Hortons.
With
but
the
again,
coffee too.
Thank you to Jenny one more time. As I don't know, I wish we had a last name, but the Uber
heaven.
delivery driver said Jenny.
Heaven.
So thank you so much for that. The NASDAQ is falling down. We only have 30 seconds to go. We are going to watch Apple. I don't have it on the sticky note today. The name that I'm looking to go short on would be Amazon. Sorry, long is Amazon. Amazon had a nice little bump yesterday, so we're going to watch out for that. We have a 103 long coming for Amazon, so we're going to watch out for that level as the market is now open in 15 seconds. And we should have Rob. It looks like Katrine. No. The people want Rob or Katrine.
The ever observant.
How about both? How about both? Get over there. Someone get ready.
In
As we're only 6, 5, 4, 3,
2.
2. Like, all right. I mean, we could do a combo. I mean, next time we have this
combo breaker.
Yeah, next time we got to break those combos off on that one. But thank you so much again for all the support, and we're going to continue to rock and roll.
Right up the second I get
right now. Yeah, your mood has definitely changed.
Honestly, like I don't know. I'm obviously addicted to sugar. Coinbase here. I forgot to mention Coinbase. That's the name I want to look at. Obviously, you had that high 52 from yesterday. If there is a pop at the open, I will look to fade some Coinbase. Going to be a little bit patient here. We talked about AMD, and I almost said AMC for a potential pop and fade at 84. 86 to 87 is that bigger zone as well. Pack W, not a ton of movement off the open, so we can be patient with that. No press into 7. Just yet. I think if it tests 7 even, we do like that for a fade. But AMD on watch here at that 84. If it tests that high, I'll look for a quick little 83 and a half. We're not at 84 just yet. Not yet.
Yeah, 83.50. Okay. A couple names that we had on board was Amazon. We wanted to look at Uber and look at Ford right now. Ford just rips up now, going positive. Now up 1%, trying to take out 12 right now for Ford. So whether or not 12's been any good or not in the past, I mean, not really. Yesterday we hit Ford and went down to the downside there off the open, hit to 12 and then came back in. So if you didn't like the quarter, this is a great opportunity to short it. I'm going to stay away from Ford. Like I said, let things settle down here. I'm going to go to a day 2 play. And so here it is right now. Uber has taken out yesterday's high already. So this means we need to get Uber long. Not Uber long, but we need to get long right now into this number. So let's try to punch a little bit there. We got some 83s, I think. What price did I just get there? I tried to punch in there. Yeah, we got 84s actually. So here we go. Long into Uber, yesterday's top here. And again, not a huge position right now. We just took out yesterday's top. Let's see if it can continue to work. We're going to wait to see if we get back down to 36 for Uber before we buy any more. But right now, Uber off to the races a little bit here with a beginning trade. Just something a little small. Let's see if Uber wants to go. We're going to get a piece out at 37, and then we'll go from there.
So AMD took out that 84. I don't want to move away from NCLH. You just reminded me about something. But AMD, not AMZ. AMD took it at 84. I was in the short, got stopped out above. Now I'm waiting for a couple of dollars higher. I want to play that fade, but a little bit higher up. There's a day 2 play I like as well. We kind of got off track and didn't mention some of these things, but one of them, of course, NCLH. $14, good price. $14.20, the higher low from yesterday. I do like that as well. Actually going to get my bids out there as we speak, as that comes back in. And here comes Pack W. Apologies, FRC is now gone and on the OTC markets.
I'm watching it. It's not doing anything.
Pack W starting to head up to that $7 level. So this is what I'm looking for. It's halting to the upside right now. Not really playing the halts. I just want it up to that 7 to look for the fade. So it's about to go into a volatility halt. In fact, it just halted as we speak. Should open up in probably 5 minutes, and then I'll look for that 7 to 7.20 fade out on Pack W.
By the way, Apple taking out 170 right now. Wow, it's really surprising. Excuse me, some of the moves that's happened here already today in this market from 160, like straight up $1 on Apple, like what? So that continues to go to the high side. We did get a piece out on Uber. We got out 97s there as it's falling back down a little bit, but not much right there. So out some, we talked about it getting out at 37, so we take the 97 or 98 fill there off of an 80 long. So let's see if that can continue to print upside as well. Apple right there at 170. We've seen the size in this situation doesn't matter because we've already seen it take these levels out numerous times. So nothing on that right now. Google.
Huge move on Ford.
Yeah. Oh, is Ford still extending it? We talked about Ford going to $12 there. If it's still extending that, we'll have a look. But right now, Google, wow, nice upside move and then back in. So up to 105.60, down to 105 again. We just bounced again off 105.10. This name's looking a little strange to me. You know, too many solid moves up and down, but two big candles. Let's wait before we do anything on Google here. Uber's fading out again, but again, it's a small position. We're waiting for lower on that one.
Oh, guess what just faded 280? Wow. So
These
the break,
features
NVIDIA broke that 280 in the, right in the aftermarket, obviously on the AMD news. It was support. Now it's breaking down. It was a huge long breaking out 280. Looks like I got to play off that level. I don't think AMD is getting to 86. So maybe, you know, it just got to 85 as a high. Maybe I can work that, but 280 on NVIDIA is essentially the same sort of setup in terms of a key level, but much weaker start to the day on NVIDIA here. As I said, it's halted on PACW. It's going to open up in a couple of minutes, but Coinbase, I was going to be patient, waiting for it to give a bit of a pop. It's already starting to slide, down 3% on Coin. It's got a double bottom at 48. The short to me would have been initially off that 52, but if you can't even hold 50, I'm willing to work that area as well. As we were saying, Ford, big strong move to the upside through 12 even. If it starts holding a bit, it's probably gonzo. And then watch out for Google. It's trying to make a break, 106. Did you already say 106 break on Google?
Well, we talked about Google,
Okay.
but we didn't really talk about too much of a break right there. I mean, the name that I'm looking at here is we had a long at 103, and Amazon only goes down to 103.60, but still, there it goes, man, up to 104 and change for Amazon, as that name is really starting to blast up to the upside right now. So yeah, some nice moves happening right now in Amazon up to 104.35, taking off some of that bottom right there of 103.60. So that name's starting to go as well. But yeah, just looking for some more opportunities here. Meta taking out the day's high, it looks like as well, of 240.50. So yeah, wow, the NASDAQ, again, big move, not big move, but a move down to 13.2, then a hit up, and now we're just chilling out again at the 50 period, looking to, again, we hit sort of these pre-market bottoms and kind of held. Now we'll see if we can get back up here and hold. So that's kind of the trade that it's been lately, waiting for some good opportunities to go back and forth. We did buy a little bit more on the dip here of Uber, just like right now at 50. But again, we're waiting for a little bit of a lower take here on Uber. And then just for Amazon, we're going to be patient. We know we're right about the direction, at least seems like it right now, up 0.8. I'm going to try to get some some Amazon if we come back a little sub 104 and then play off that bottom. We might have had a range here of 60, so we'll play off this bottom and get out if we break through 50s or so. But right now, Amazon looking to buy some, but it's it ain't dipping right now, that's for sure. So Amazon on our mind, and Ford just breaking through 12 again.
Yeah, no break there for Alphabet or Google, doesn't really matter. I tried to get to 106 a couple of times here. This is why you want to see it carry through. Not quite through it just yet. It is flat to the market, at least for now, but it looks like it wants to make a push. It's looking at least relatively strong if it can get to the upside. Yeah, I see these small caps. I know IMGN is sort of coming back in there, and then you have, I'm kind of killing myself here. When it's APM is halted. It was APM that halted to the upside, actually opened back up and pressing even higher. Got to $9 here. If this stock, and this is another ramp job from yesterday, if this stock is going to hold 6, it's got 10 potential upside. I'm looking at this 8 level right now because the halt bottom is $7. So you risk, if you're risking $1, you've got room to 10 from 8. This one looks a little stronger than the rest, at least initially.
Guys, look exactly what we're doing right now. Let's hit the siren alert because look at Uber, man. You want to talk about a reload. Okay, 36.50, we just talked about that. So right now we're long Uber in the 70s, but it's a nice move back up. And by the way, we also got our boy AMD in the building right now. It just shot up into the 70s, giving us a winner, but we did not take it as here comes AMD again, just crashing down. So nice winner to the upside. Now it's coming back in. We're going to get out if this takes 84, which it looks like it wants to do. AMD position in trouble. What's up, Brendo?
It's okay. Top guys flying to the high side. 53 start, 73.84 top guys. Up and to the right, it's elevatoring up 38%. No news.
Top just going absolutely nuts.
AMD
APM doesn't hold on to it there. It just dumps in there. I had the long off like 750 just now, trying to get that dip by. It takes out 7 even. At the same time, by the way, AMD's just flushing.
Yeah, AMD's
I didn't get back
hard there.
I didn't get back into that short, but here comes that $7 level on PACW as well. So we're looking at that 7. It's about to make the break. Any second now, okay, maybe it's not going to break. Okay, I'm going to wet my beak under 7. 725, that level was the big one that we were waiting around for. 725, 730-ish is where we got to. Don't want to get trapped in a halt. Always going to have a stop on any of these names. Just like I did a second ago on that APM, I want to make sure we have a stop on PACW top side at that 730. But AMD, just an absolute flush stop. Intel, I'm still looking for that 30 dip buy area. We like that one for a long today with its relative strength.
Yeah, we got a little bit back into AMD here, but it is pretty much flushing, to say the least. We're going to watch out for this 84.50 level, as I'm sure all of us are, man. You're only down 7%. We were down more than that in the pre-market, so that's why I'm not trying. I mean, we are trying to pick a bottom now, but before, I thought we were trying to go there. I thought we were trying to go, so we got long at 84.30s or so was our average price, and then got it out once it broke 84 immediately. And we're going to do the same thing here if it does break below 83.50, which is that recent bottom right there. We just made it. So here it comes in. Looks like we're going to break it again. Again, these are just small sort of shots at the dark here on AMD. If we do ever build a base, that's when we'll be going longer on this name. But for right now, let's just wait to see if we do get a little. There it goes. I was going to say if we do get a little bit of a move to the upside, then we'll be there for it. But for right now, doesn't seem to be any love at all for AMD. Just trying to catch the bottom. Oops, I was looking at Square. Just waiting to see where AMD eventually settles down. But Square right now, again, another positive name today, up 0.5%. Square, and again,
you said 5%. I was.
Yeah, sorry, up 0.5%. Right there, Square's near this bottom on the daily, so I do want to see what it does here as we break above the 200 period and try to get going here on the 1 minute chart. So it's a nice move up here now for Square, but AMD, man, still falling. I want to get involved. Amazon's 105, man, that name really took off as well.
So, I mean, Apple above 170. Google's still battling at the 106 level. It's getting pretty tempting to just fade the 106. Now I got a dirty wick on Google. There we go. So it just kind of ticked above, and it was basically like dark pools and junk at that 106. That's usually a short setup. Okay, I'm still open to the idea of the long here, but I was just looking for some carry above 106, and it wicked the top and immediately started rejecting it. And every time I see that, all I can think about is, okay, fade back into VWAP if it's a little bit later on. But I'm putting up 15 to 20 points of risk, or cents of risk, I should say, to try to get it back into the 70s and 60s. That makes some sense. And when the market bounced, like it's trying to carry through, it hasn't really broken a heck of a lot there, so I can give it to like 10 with a reasonable stop order. And then maybe you look for that reversal when it eventually happens. So I am into PACW as well. I haven't really added above 7 just yet, but I want to be pretty cautious with working it into that 730 area. So I'm not adding until I get a much better price.
Ooh, man, AMD, it's trying to tell me it wants to bounce off 83, but I don't really think it does, man. It's straight to the downside right now for AMD. 8270, 8280 maybe on this name, that's the very bottom. So we're getting ready to hit that right now, possibly taking out 8275 as the bottom there for AMD. And then maybe you can use 83 as your stop.
It's a good thing I got these Timbits.
At that point right now, yeah, it is a good thing that we got the Timbits. Thank you to Jenny for that one again. Definitely. Good work on that, getting us jacked up a little bit right now. 306. Again, Microsoft straight to the downside. We've already seen 307 today. Let's see if we can get back up there. I'd like to short this name more near 306. It's a good thing that we have Uber on board. Let's get another piece out right now if we can at 86. But Uber's been a nice winner for us today, sort of helping us with that loss there on AMD. I'm looking to maybe trade this Microsoft off 306. So let's average into it if we get it. But 306.40 right into there, sort of into this area is where I think we want to worry about it, but maybe taking out that day's high. I don't know. It's really strange to get involved with anything right now because the NASDAQ already made that move there, then we made that high, and now you're just basically in the middle, and it looks like it wants to go up from here. So, maybe this is a time to get into something a little more aggressive on the long side because we are trying to bounce off 13.2. So maybe, but again,
Apple
this is
feels
the day.
like the one.
This is the day. The Fed is here.
It is Fed, and I know a lot of times you want to respect an inside range. That's why until 106 gets taken out, I'm fading Google here, but Tesla up 1.2%. So I just said a second ago Apple's really strong, but Amazon's up 1.2, Apple's up, and Tesla's just churning, bouncing exactly off of 160 because of course it bounces off 160. Watch out 165. That's an auto fade zone for me. PACW still can't seem to hold much above 7 to give me any fills in the 10 range. which I wanted to get. So I can only add beneath 7 because that's all it's giving me. So that's what I'm going to make the play on just now. I just added beneath 7 because I didn't have you're not getting any better prices up there. So I'm looking 165 for Tesla. Be patient. If we dip back in, maybe you can trade off the 161 area. But let's work with the two that we have. Now Amazon is above 105. I keep looking up, and that's made a bit of a breakout. So Amazon through 105. Is this just the go zone?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't generally like these breakouts, but you're 15 minutes in, and you can carry this back a little bit. It's got room on the 15-minute. Like this is my 15-minute. This has like 105.5 and then lower highs here at 106.5. So you got some pretty decent target areas. Oh, someone just jumped on the offer at 105.10 because obviously the second it breaks out at 105, someone's already trying to take some profit. We'll see. I got the long on Amazon here on the break, and I usually like to see it go to the quarter right away. And that just hasn't happened. Shoot through this order that's at 10. Of course, now it gets through. I'm going to put an offer out in front of the teens just to try to capture some of that liquidity. Anyone that stopped out at 10 is going to pick me up there. Google isn't going up with this, so that's at least good. I'm going to go 105.40 for the next out, see if we can get to that 105.50 level. So I'm long on Amazon here as the market is holding to the upside, but it's kind of pick your poison. Like, not everything is jamming at once. Tesla was going, Amazon strong, pick your poison. Apple was pretty good. Maybe even a little bit stronger is Apple as we speak.
Yeah, that's why we had Amazon written down here as the long, so that's really nice. We're into a new position right now, and that's going to be Microsoft the other way. We're going to go short on Microsoft, but the problem, we've already taken a little bit of profit here. We're short at 85. We just took a 60 fill right there, so it's only 25 cents. Very similar, I guess. I don't know, where are you long on Amazon? Yeah, so you're taking a little bit less than that on Amazon, but again, it's a $300 name, so we are hoping that this can come back in a little bit here. But if the market wants to go, then yeah, we're not going to sit in front of Microsoft, that's for sure. But let's just wait to see where it goes for now. For now, it's all good, man. We're in the money, but it could start to go, especially with this NASDAQ. So we're going to be out of this on a break here of VWAP, which is 306.25. So we're getting ready to hit that back out if there is any issues. But we will average Tesla, into this one more time. Mike, this little dump down there, man. I mean, let's just see. If this market wants to hit highs now, let's let it do that. We're not too much out of the money here on Microsoft. Just tried to take 306 and then faded out again. We did get another fill here on Uber, which has been fantastic. Some nice outs right there. But let's watch out to see if this market, again, wants to go back to highs. I said this. We were down there. I said, now we're going to go test here. So that gave us the opportunity to short Microsoft, and now we're in the money nicely on this name. And we just got a 50 fill. So let's go. Bring this down on Microsoft, right down into the downside right now. So we're not ringing registers yet, but we are taking out pieces. We're at only 10%, as there it goes. A nice little flush here. Let's go, man. Ring that money in for Microsoft as we pull back down on this name, man. My next bid's 305. Couple good outs here on Softy. What up?
EVs as a group, guys, they're all green, whether it's EVs and clean energy. Bloom Energy, Rivian, Plug, Lucid, Fisker, Polestar, F-Cell, and Nikola, they're all green on the day. The biggest leader among them, Nikola, guys. Let's look at the chart here, up 6.44%. Rivian trying to stay green. Lucid up over 2% too, guys.
Oh, wow. I even said, like, maybe I should be looking at something like a Lucid today on the EVs, and I didn't really go to it not aggressively enough. I just took another leg out there. So a couple of things. Over under, like another wick top on Google at 106. So I see it. It's like another wick top. I'm adding to the short position. It just started to work back into the downside. But when I saw that happen, I quickly went over to Amazon and took another leg out there on that breakout trade, just so that we're only holding on to a smaller piece because it's not really accelerating through. I need to be able to give it back to like the 104.60 at least. If that's the case, got to trim some. Got to take some profits so I can try to buy the dip if it's going to trend. But Alphabet just couldn't seem to hold above that 106. So we jumped in, and now it's starting to flush into the downside. But really, it's not a huge flush. It's a nice trade for the scalp trade, but it's also respecting the fact that the NASDAQ, oh, yeah, look at that. We're just wicking the afternoon high and rejecting it. Inside days mean respect the levels, right? Until I see it break, you got to have some shorts on board at these key prices. At PAC-W, okay. Like, it's not, like, should this not be going into a break of yesterday's high or at least coming back in and testing the low? Like, do something. Like, stop out the top so we can make another trade here at a different level, or just start to flush. But it's starting to go now that I complain about it. Let's go to Shuri for an update.
Guys, we don't usually talk politics, but we got to keep our eye on energy and the market. Russian parliament speaker, there will be no more negotiations with Zelensky in response to what was reported this morning.
All right, yeah, we talked about that. I didn't know there was ever negotiations, so that's nice. But there it is right now. Let's just ring the money again and ring the register as we go, because there's Microsoft. We're now, look, I'm not messing with Amazon. I know Neil's scalping it back and forth, and I think that's great. That's the long name for sure from what I could see. You mentioned Apple was also pretty strong as well. As I didn't mean to catch you there, mowing down your great Timbit there. A big thank you to all of our audience for all of that as well. But there goes Softy, and we are bang, because that was okay. As it continues to make a move down here, Softy continuing its move, and we took on shares here, so we're pretty happy with this play here for Microsoft as it continues to make a move. But then you're going to say, Sean, well, where's your out? Yeah, I don't know. I like to talk to myself, obviously. But right there, 305, 304.50 possible area there as well. Some of these wicks go down to 303. I mean, because they had earnings, you know, the move could either be muted right now because it was great earnings, or we could try to fill some gaps. And if we were trying to do that, then that next sort of gap brings me right into here, man, 300. So we can hold on to this and see if we do get that move down. So we're now out of half. We're only out of half of Microsoft, but the move is down. We also did say about AMD, man, what happens when it breaks that bottom? This is what happens. It goes into the gates of hell for AMD today.
NVIDIA is dying.
Yeah, exactly. This is what happens, man. Like, you get in, and then you just get the out when you are wrong, and that saved me a hell of a lot of money right there, because you know we're trying to put on more shares, and that's exactly what we're doing, but you get run over when you're wrong. So make sure that you have a target. I've been tweeting out all kind of stuff about that, man. The more, you know, the more we risk up and everything like that, the more you have to realize that this is a game of patience, and you just want to be right more often than you're wrong. But take your shots and be smart about it.
Yeah, I mean, always try to remember risk to reward too, right? Like, there are strategies, we can get to it when things slow down. There are strategies where you don't have to win 50% of the time to work. They're usually on parabolic movers, where you hit 3 out of 10, but you're winning so much that it's okay. But those are not really scalping strategies. Scalping strategies need to have a higher win rate because you're taking out shares a little bit earlier. So relative strength in Intel is actually holding up. 3% to the upside and holding, believe it or not. So as all the other names, I'm talking to you, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA. Let me just cancel 280 short. Because when it's at 275, the 280 short, you know, might not come back in. Call that a long shot guess, but I think that's going to be correct about that. So 275, if it bounces, I just want to join trend here. It always happens where you establish a trend in the first 15, 20 minutes. If you miss it, I'm just looking for a decent place to join it. Amazon, it keeps on touching the high and pulling back a little bit. I'm now only holding 40% of it, as it's been a scalp zone inside of the range. It's starting to extend away. So Amazon definitely working on that 105 break. Alphabet still challenging that 106. I might try to get another leg out in front of, it's making higher lows here. Eventually, at some point, if the market takes out the highs, I mean, is Alphabet not going to break out as well? So I'll get another leg out on that one, as it is ramping up for another challenge at the top. Coinbase is getting pretty darn close to 52. So it's making a bit of a move upside.
Wow,
I will double check to see what's happening over in crypto land, but Coinbase 52 was that first level I wanted to play to the short side. Give it some room above, but I don't like even dollar stops on coin or most names. But yeah, market ramping to the upside. Amazon's definitely going to be working. Well, ring registers, that just got to the 105.50 finally. But if coin gets to 52, that is a level I do want to fade if we can catch it. And man, Intel, I haven't taken a breakout trade on Intel in a long time. But with the chips dipping the way they are, the fact I can't get a dip buy in Intel, man, it's really telling me I should just be almost sitting in it long, which I have not sat inside range long forever on this stock. I really want that dip into 30. I guess we're not going to get it.
You might get it later on today.
Well, okay, fine.
So,
Yeah, maybe in the afternoon.
Watch out for that. But You know, we're just going to go awesome on Uber, man. I mean, it's the #1 name here today. We talked about buying dips. It's clearly, we talked about that in the pre-show, and that's exactly what we did. We took it early. I told you we're just putting on a small position, then it came right in and filled us, and we were more than happy to take that long against 50, against 40, and there it is. We got another 37 out. So we are getting lighter and lighter on this position, so it's a good one so far there today. And then, of course, Microsoft. We took a fill once it broke through 305, but, you know, hopefully this can come back in, and then we'll be able to hit the short even more on this. But we are now into 40%, out of 60% still have 40% of Microsoft, and want to get more, to be honest with you. I want to get more. If we can get anything near this 306, we'll take that up until about 306.25 or so as a possible out. So again, look at the risk we're taking. We're just taking a couple times out here for $1, well, 85 cents, and then this is $1.10 with only a risk. We're short at 85 of about 40 to 50 cents. So I like that. Let's see if it can continue to work. But the market has taken off, and it's upside. So no surprise rate there for that market. All right, I don't know, what else? I mean, XOM, we could watch out for some oil names coming through here. If there's anything, 109 right now as oil just continues its descent down a little bit. Let me see if I can move this over there. Continues its descent down, now taking out 69, and there goes oil, downside move, and it's still breaking lower right now. Just took down 69, oil looking at 4% in the downside.
Yeah, like I said, we got some out of Google, went to get more, but it just bounced away from our bid just a tiny bit. You're going to miss it by a little bit. So 106, it's been getting over the price without breaking the pre-market high. So the short's been at 06 into that top. If we break it out, I'm just getting out of this. I feel like it's a decent reversal. Maybe the 15 minutes not as messed up. Yeah, it's pretty bad with that wick. If we break out from here on Alphabet, you've got a decent gap into Monday's close at 107. So I am looking at a reversal here on Alphabet. We're going to go from short to long. Amazon's now cleared out, heading toward 106. Maybe Google can join it. Tesla's just on one right now, heading to 165. So, you know, like this was the other name. Apple, Tesla, Amazon, all making pretty clean breakouts at the open. 165 is still a fade zone for me. So we're now in the pocket, like $1 away from looking for a short. As a matter of fact, whenever I don't put an order out there on Tesla, I regret it, because the first time is always the first time on Tesla at a key price level for the short is generally when you want it. The second time, it's about to run you over.
I'm going to take a shot now on Google, only because I'm thinking that once the buyers exhaust themselves, the seller will come back in. And I mean, Google right now up 0.76. We could be completely off base on this, so we're only going to give this up to 106.20. Looking at the one. Man, oh man, the frustrations mount sometimes on this. Okay, so, you know, it's hard to look at where we were yesterday on this chart, but maybe I can pull down something again here on Google. But there it is from yesterday. So, you know, there's 106.25, 106.40 maybe is an area of concern there. Maybe we'll stop out at 106.40. I'm actually going to go change my stop. We don't have too many shares, so we can maybe average in at that 25 spot where we were thinking. So right now, Google, nice upside move, and we're not in it. So we're not in the upside. We're on the downside right now. Here it comes. We'll take an average price if we can get it. I just tried to get some 19s. Maybe we don't get those. Let's just punch through at 16 there. So we take out some 16s. You see that push a little bit down. We'll average in. If we can get that 19, great. But I'm going to give it to that high yesterday. We just talked about that. It's not the high yesterday. The high was the open. I'm not going to give it all the way back there. But let's just see about this spot. We rejected 106.40 yesterday. The market's screaming long. I mean, it's not... You know, Microsoft's getting back into the 306 as well. So I'm just trying to play it off what we know is coming later on today. I feel like the buyers might be stepping in right now. I don't know why, but they are. So let's try to fade some names that have gone really to the upside here, and one of those is going to be Google. And then a name that's been good for us, man. It's a really positive stock. It's the #1 net name here on the show. I have the #1 loser in AMD and Microsoft back in. So we're going to wait for 306. We're going to try to be a little more patient on this one. Give this to 306. If that comes in, then that's when we'll average back into that name. And Google working temporarily, but we're only short here at 12. So we need this name to get at least back to the 50 period before we start taking some profits.
I'm going to kick myself over this one. But, you know, sometimes you want to have a resting stink bid in there. Other times you don't. I elected to not put the stink bid at 106 on Starbucks. Starbucks proceeds to bounce off of 106.04.
And Park.
Yeah, sometimes it gets look at previous resist or support on Starbucks here on the daily chart. If we can come to my chart for a quick second. Yeah, 106. I mean, this is exactly where support was. It bounced pretty much exactly off that level. Now, I'm going to get in there the second time. If it gets there, you probably have to give it some room. But that's what I was looking for. I was just obviously in other places. Like, remember, I decided to be in Pack W and take the L, shorting it at the same price that worked yesterday. So I got into the short where I wanted. I stopped out where I wanted. It's actually maybe setting up for the same short, but I'll let that one set up for itself. Instead of putting the stink bid. So that's the opportunity cost there. Alphabet's putting me under pressure as well. Amazon at this point is just flying. So this one continues to head to 106 as well. I guess that's going to be a popular price, 106. But if you go back a couple of days, or last week, Friday, this 107, the lower high that got put in, I think that's where we could check up on Amazon. Just going back to NVIDIA, still waiting for a little more aggressive pop. It's now bounced up a couple of dollars. I'll slide from the 15-minute and just give you guys what it looks like on the 3. I got to zoom in because that wick. Back up to VWAP here. So this is at 77, $2 bounce here on NVIDIA. This is with the market breaking out. NVIDIA is only getting back into VWAP. So I'm going to engage, as Mr. Picard would say, and go for the short on a rollover. Just looking to short the pop. Waited for it to get to a key price area, check up a little bit, and then take the trade. When you're looking for that kind of like little tiny mean reversion, I'm willing to stop out up here, and then if it goes to the next high at 80, I just like that level even more. So yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, because we have 20 seconds, and I hope Sharif is ready to go for here. Yeah, come over to my screen right now. We have ISM non-manufacturing. You can follow me at tradertv, Sean. They're all coming out. There's a bunch of them coming through at 10, so we'll get it ready to rock and roll and see where we go on that. People asking why I'm shorting. Exhaustion play. Let's see if it works. Google right now, nicely down into the money right now. We'll take a piece out here. We don't know what's going to come. Let's go to Sharif.
3 seconds, 2 and 1. It's 0.1 above, 51.9. Let's go to the screen mod. 51.9. Where'd it go? 51.9 instead of 51.8. So above it by just a very fractional margin, guys. All right, let's go into Masterworks. Brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks reunited over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022, which is fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12Xs to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below there, guys. All right, let's see how the markets are faring at the moment. We have the S&P up a tad, Dow Jones as well up 0.14, the Russell doing better than usual. The NASDAQ, though, up 0.42, leading there with big tech looking real good. Toronto also green on the day. Let's see what's moving, guys. Amazon, you see Neil in this at the moment. It's up again, continuing its upward trend from yesterday. There is no new catalyst. Here's a chart on Amazon looking to break through that 106 level, 105.88 top. Microsoft showing relative weakness after the big move up on the back of solid earnings last week. You saw Sean take this one short, still trying to hold on to break even, but 305.40, that's yesterday's close. And then last but not least, topping the list of small caps, guys, as we continue the latest small cap cycle. 93.94 top. That looks like an ugly reversal candle.
Ooh, yeah. Look, I
mean, people are questioning my Google short.
Be careful with those.
I mean, the market absorbed that number pretty good. And Google's really just stopping at 106. I mean, again, we're taking it 1-to-1. I mean, we got some 19 fills here, and we also have some sub 106 fills right now. And they took that number really well. So it was only 51.9 versus 51.2. So it's not like we were way offside one way or the other. So that would make sense as to why this is filling out fine. But I still have that 106.40 target. So we're out of like 30%. I mean, we could still get bloodbath on this name. And especially if we don't even come close to this 50 period, we hang out up here, I am expecting Google to fall down, especially since this market tried to retrace a little bit on that number, but then we held. So yeah, man, I mean, this is the best part about this job is you can really change up your mind if you did want to. And on that number, we did get another piece out of Google, of Microsoft. And again, 305.90, we just took a piece out at 34. So, you know, it's a 60-cent winner, but we've had more than that, man. We had $1.20 at one point on this name. So we're trying to hold a little bit of these into what I think is an exhausted period here in the market. So let's just see if this does pull back down in one more time on the NASDAQ. So we're short Microsoft and we're short Google. And to be quite frank, they're both working. So no problems there. We are almost... Google. Uber's bouncing, but if it does take this bottom, then we're going to get out. Still a good name for us today for sure, as we've taken a lot out on the top, but you are trying to bounce a little bit here on Uber. So I'm going to take one more long and just see where that goes. I don't want to be short, basically short the market and trying to see what Uber wants to do long. So we'll take another price here around 50. We're at 48 if we get that fill, and then we're going to dump this out if it breaks that 35 bottom there.
Yeah, I've been still playing that like over and over again, that alphabet. And it really is, it's trending to the upside. So I don't know if I want to reload it again. It couldn't even break 106, but I got to go to, speaking of 106, the first time was great on Starbucks. You guys all saw that, but I wasn't stink bidding it the first time. Now it's just breaking down that support level. So it looks like it's going the other way. The first bounce is usually the better one, to be sure, but I got to move away from that because Amazon's starting to pull back in here. So that 105, looks like we might get our opportunity to play up that 105 again. As it starts to go down and the market reverses off the top, I want to be a bit more patient where we pick up that bid. I like that 105 level. Just want to see if the breakout can hold itself through that previous resistance, which I think can turn into support. A couple of things here. One, Tesla now consolidating up here, 163-ish. Still a couple of dollars to go until it gets to 165. And Intel, yeah, it's now starting to break down. So, you know, I didn't go long.
Uber,
that 30 level could come into play here definitely at some point. I don't have my bid out. I did have it before. If we do end up trending to the downside, I'll probably throw a bid out there and start it at 30 even. I think we have a chance to be able to get there. I don't know if I'm jumping in the long this early, though. I feel like that's too early to start the long position on that name. And yeah, there's some small caps going all over the place. But this is the one that I really like in terms of next play. Coinbase is now 51.50. It's done a pretty good job of waiting for it. It's now starting to press up into that 52. I could be short of 51. I could be short of 51.20, but it's now above 51.50. So this is where it gets into the go zone for me on Coinbase once you start getting into the top end of that range. I'm expecting a bit of a turn along with the market.
Okay, so I don't know what else to say except for bang on this one because shout out to everybody who's in this Uber trade with me. We tried to buy more, and as soon as I put the bid in, it literally shot up. It had nothing to do with me. It's just the bid just really ripped there on Uber. Like I was just talking this thing about 36.40 getting out down here. So now we only have 10% left because it just went right to VWAP. We were sitting right there and we took it out, man, as soon as we saw that. So nice move up there for Uber. If it now falls down, then we're going to get long down here, which would be a dream because then the risk to reward is perfect for us if it does come down in. So that's printing. What's gone right back down to the bottom in the depths of hell right now is the money dance name today for me and for the show is Microsoft finally coming in. Great play on Amazon. Great play, hopefully, on Microsoft as that's bouncing off 305 again. What's up with that? Just stopped at 80. I'm going to put a bid there. We're already short Google, and that's really printing for us as well. So let's put something a little bit lower, and let's get something out on Google. And there it is. Holy shat. It's been a good one right now. So we'll slap some fails on here. And I told you we'd be riding the bull today on that NASDAQ move upside. And I'm not trying to, there's people in the chat, why are you short, why are you short? And it's just like, I felt the NASDAQ, again, extended itself. We've seen it hit the bottom. We saw it hit the top, started to run a little bit there. It comes right back to the 50 period. And it's not like we're crushing these names. It's just like, this is a good short, no, on Google right there? Like, let it rip up. And then short the living you-know-what out of it. And we did it 3 times right there. So that's that trade. And then the same thing here with our friend Softy. As it's kind of come down, I think this is the #1 name for me, lifetime. Here it comes. Bring it back into Softy here. We're waiting at 90, but you know what? Now that I see this, like honestly, I don't really care about the price specifically now because it's making its move down. There it is. We'll take an a 10 fill there on Softy. But again, ringing the register on some of these plays. And here comes Google. Yes, sir. We're pretty happy with that one, man. Alert, alert, alert as the market's coming back down as promised.
Yeah, market's coming back down. What happens, man? Like, people always, I know that question, like you start a trend to the upside, but we were talking about this, especially on a Fed day. You had that previous resistance level, just to maybe add to your point with some more explanation, because I was looking at the same kind of thing, with the exception of Amazon, obviously. 13.2, you break up. We've said this before. Key price levels in the futures. I'm not an expert, but smarter people than me have said you've got to give them room around that price level, so you haven't really broken out. If resistance sets up on a name that you like to the short side, you haven't broken out yet on the future. So give it a chance to be able to go. I did jump in a coin. To me, it's not a full position unless it got to 52, but once it crossed 51.50, I'll get some out at that 51 even range from 51.5 as this continues to come back into the downside. You just mentioned Alphabet there. And it's still bouncing off this little bit of a trend line. I'm not going to bother drawing it. It's way too early to be drawing a trend line, but it's holding VWAP, which doesn't matter this early, but you can see a gentle uptrend on Alphabet here. So it is, while it's giving you a winning trade, I'm just willing to acknowledge the fact that it is an upward trend every single time I go over there and look at it. Speaking of upward trends, Amazon now back at that 105 and trying to dip into it. I'll probably wet the beak with a reload somewhere in the 10 range if we can catch that, and then see how far this can go. NVIDIA, I was in, I was out. I said the plan of action, I'll short the first curl, I'll stop out at that previous consolidation level, and if it gets to 280, I'll go again and I'll like it more. And that's the thing. I'm always going to take my hit every single time. It goes to my stop. I'm just going to get out, reestablish at the next level up. The next level up is going to be that 280, and we're about $1.50, well, less than $1.50 away now. So Amazon just reloaded it. Google just took another leg out there because I feel you want to pay yourself if that continues higher lows on that short. And coin, maybe we don't get any more shares close to 52. That'd be fine by me, although I'd prefer to have more on. That just means it's working right away.
All right, we have a new position alert right now. Meta, we're going to take the short through 239 right now, breaking lower here on Meta. We're already like clocking this market right here to the short side. Shout out to you, Carly, there in the chat. But yeah, so far, we'll see. This is a starter position. I do want to get some more if we do come back up. And the problem with these starter positions for me is like they're just running so good in the money that it's a good thing that we got Google. We obviously have a lot of shares there as we got 3 fills at the top there for Google. I don't know if Meta breaks or not, but that wick right there. But there it is, breaking that 239. So that's been the bottom right there. So we're going to see about that. If it breaks it, fine. We did have yesterday's close in and around 239. So we'll see if this support wants to hold it, right? Meta can just go red, which it's doing right now, not holding yesterday's bid. So, you know, green to red on Meta with the market fading out. So yeah, man, that's what we're going to do. It's a nice move to the downside right there. So let's go Meta. Let's go Softy. Softy really starting to print now. As look at this freaking move for Softy. You want to talk about doing a money dance? That's it right there. Softy coming down, Google coming down, Meta coming down. We good, baby, as this market continues to fall down. So yeah, man, shout out to everybody there in the chat. I hope you're on some of these moves, man. It's been a nice one to the downside, as there's Microsoft right now, 304.50 coming in. So boom, we may take another piece out. I mean, this is a big move down for Softy. Let's do that. There it is. We'll take a 44 and just punch that banger out right there. So yeah, let's go, man. We're getting excited today. We're short everything, and we be printing here today. Big net. We'll see if we can get going. What's up to Greg Moore there in the chat? You like Netflix for the short? We'll look at that in a min.
I haven't looked. Okay. Back is getting excited there. I hear, it's mostly Prad, to be honest with you. I want to get to hoodie, whatever, it doesn't really matter. 4 million in float is the only thing that matters for these stocks, but it's important because it's at yesterday's high, so $6 is a pretty decent breakout price. If it holds above, maybe goes into some kind of a halt, it's got room to like $8 or $9. But moving from there, the shorts are obviously printing at this particular point, so I'm not going to, you already just talked about them, Sean, so I mean, the shorts are definitely printing. Amazon, I just got a reload on this. It's the one long that was working, and now it wants to test back into the previous support at 104.60. That's almost like a bit of a line in the sand there. Even Tesla, which is so strong, that's pulling back into VWAP. I'm going to leave my 106, so my 165 order just on the off chance that we do get there. And NVIDIA still holding, not really churning, but that's starting to make a bit of a turn as well. So the shorts, the market, anything that was strong has definitely reversed. I have not got an NVIDIA short because it's not at my price level just yet. but a lot can change in just a couple of minutes here. If it is able to make one last ditch push to the upside, I'm going to go for it. But I'm going to hold on to these shorts. The only issue with Google is just it seems to be this, like, you call it VWAP. It is VWAP on the 3-minute, but it's just holding the line here. It just bounced again off 105.75. It's a series of higher lows. I keep harping on it because a lot of times that can be a bit of a bullish move to the upside. So it is holding this short, but man, it's just making higher lows over and over again. If this market catches a bid off the low of the day and you're still pulling higher lows, Google does turn into a long for me at some point. But that's some ifs out there. If the market breaks the lows, none of that matters.
Yeah, exactly. And, ooh, man, yeah, it's just like that Amazon trade. Like, you don't want to turn, winning trades like that Google trade or Microsoft or Meta or anything into an L based on what the market's doing. You got to have your outs. And I think that's, thanks for all that talk there in the chat. All right, so right now, 239. We just got a piece out at 238.50. Well, we got 60s, actually. We were sitting there. We were targeting 50. It bounced off 50. We got a 60 right there on the market. But you could see Meta now coming back up. So, yeah, well worth it for me. We're still short. This is the same. We just took 40-cent profit. Now it's 40 cents against us as the market has retraced back up to the upside right there, right? And again, this is kind of what we thought might happen. Move to the downside, now retracing back up for the NASDAQ. So we'll continue to watch it there at the 50 period and see if we can make any sense off of what's happening. I do want to get more short into Meta, man. If we can get, we're right there at the 50 period now. I was actually waiting a little bit higher into the 70s for this because, again, with the share size that I'm using, I have to be pretty specific with some of the prices that we're looking for. So that's what we're doing right there. We did also talk a little bit about Microsoft going to the downside, and look at that, Phil. We have the bottom of the day right there, so that was pretty aggressive, getting a piece out there. We didn't really want to do it, but we did it because it went right back into that 304.50 area, which we talked about. And again, yeah, these wicks are not going to make it worthwhile for me, unfortunately.
Uncle Carl Icon's probably not having a good day right now.
No, he had that short seller report yesterday.
Yeah. So this is down 19%.
Again, yeah.
Again. So look, I'm not here to comment on short seller reports, good, bad, whatever. But typically the play I look for is if it can hold the previous day support level, then maybe look for a recovery long as shorts cover. Well, it blew through that price without stopping. Do not stop it, go. None of that nonsense. It is just cratering. Now down 19%, as I just said, down to 32. I don't even know what you think. You don't try to predict the bottom here for these. You allow it to make a bottom. I'm not going to bottom pick. I'm not going to go for like a 30 long or anything. Just want to make sure we're pointing this one out that it's going absolutely you know what. Huddy was making a strong move. I've heard a lot of people say Ponzi and all that, Ponzi scheme, and I'm not here to comment on that. It's just, I don't know what's inside there either, so that's not our job. Another bounce. Man, how many times is Alphabet going to do this? I don't want to get caught in a position where I've taken everything out as it holds these higher lows. So I've been holding on to it. I almost feel like I've been too aggressive getting out 106 to 105.80. But that's what happens over and over again. So maybe I should just continue to respect it. I'm leaving it and not bidding till it breaks down at VWAP. And maybe I'll throw a bid at 105.50 as we go to Sharif.
Yeah, guys, TikTok losing a key official as it struggles to win the U.S. vote of trust. Interesting possible development here for Meta and for Google. Looks like Eric Hahn, who was in charge of TikTok US's trust and safety operations, has left. He was one of the most prominent figures and officials in TikTok in their all-out effort to persuade lawmakers to not ban it. So possible development here for Meta, Google, and maybe even Snap.
Yeah, I'm all right, so the one position that's not going for us here would be that. And we are seeing a move to the upside right now for Meta. So we just averaged into it. We took a small piece there thinking like, okay, we're at the 50 period. We're still waiting for that 70, Phil. And of course it goes to 60. Did we get it? No, we did not. It just went to almost 70 flat there. So we'll wait. Maybe I'm going to bump this a little bit higher here on Meta. Microsoft is collapsing, so that's good. Let's take a small piece here if we can. And then we'll wait a little bit higher on this because our play right now under question, under review right now for this because Meta is, with that news there about TikTok, that's kind of what a lot of bulls have been waiting for on this name. So
Yeah, Google's not doing much.
Wouldn't be surprised if this, okay, here we go. So we're getting close to getting stopped out on Meta. Our Meta out is just above 240, so that's okay, here it goes. Yeah, so the market's trying to go back up, but you can see Meta definitely, thanks for that news update right there, because it's gonna get me out at least right here. We always had this target, but it allowed us to take a little bit, good, that's fine. It's not fine, we don't wanna lose, but that allowed us to take a little bit less shares there as Meta definitely bounces upside like crazy right there, up to 240.50 and trying to go as Neil gets reloaded over here on the suite. So let's go, man. Google's still making that move down. And there's Meta. No, I'm good. Let's just wait to see what happens here. I'm going to take another short into Meta just against 240.50. Again, we were in it a bit early on that news. It doesn't seem to want to go too much further here, so we'll take another short into Meta and attempt to make this all back if it gets back down into 239. But yeah, Meta definitely, huge move up there. It's already 10:20. I didn't even really realize the time there. That's 240.50 right there.
First of all, I saw that, Mahad. I know you caught me on camera when I thought Sean was talking and I could eat another Timbit. That's fine. No, that's fine. You're definitely learning from the best. It's fine. I'm really hungry. I was up a little bit earlier this morning. I don't have to justify it. I like Timbits.
Dude, you need those Timbits if you're full.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It's so true. It's not the metabolism, man. I do actually work out every now and then just to make sure I don't, But anyways, back to Amazon, because let's talk the markets for a brief second here. Back above 105. They got a nice little consolidation in the previous zone, so I did take it off that 05. I hate it when I get in early. It's just, that's the curl zone in here, but I still always take some above a 5 because it's a round number. Back above to the quarters, take some out. If it gets to 105.50, yada, yada, do rinse and repeat, same thing. You guys know the drill. Coin looks like it was about to... Okay. I thought coin was about to break the high and I get shorts into 52, and it goes right back up to that 51.50. So maybe if I'm going to get a reload here, I don't like being more aggressive the second or third time at a level. So generally speaking, if it's grinding higher, here's Alphabet, right? As it's grinding higher, you're shorting it higher off that top because it's showing you lower highs. So when the same thing's happening on coin, I'm like, why would I want to short it again at 51.60 or 51.50 when I think I should be getting a better short off that price area? That way, if you take it the third or fourth time through and it runs you over, at least you've got a tighter stop and a better price and you lose less because you've been going against the trend. So I don't mind playing mean reversion against the trend, but to me, I'd be forcing it in here, giving it too much of a stop. It's been good. I don't want to give it away as we go to... Sharif for the small cap recap. That super chat just threw me off.
What was it?
Yes, sir. Small cap recap in the midst of this amazing small cap cycle that we have. Let's look at top. Top has been a wild mover. 53.32 low, 93.94 high. Oh my goodness. Nice little bounce there off VWAP at around 75. Still bullish though, guys, but very spready, very dangerous to trade with size, so be careful. Take your pick as to which one we can talk about next. You got GDC here that's halted, multiple halter on the day. It's up 97.65%. You have Huddy. Neil was talking about this one. This is a bit more stable, multiple day runner, a 463 low and a 625 high. A liquidity a little suspect on it this morning. But IMGN, this one has been all the rave. It's up 140 points on the day. There's that move early on at 640, kind of consolidates right into that volume, comes in around 9 o'clock, and it's been very bullish with several VWAP holds. What a time it is to be alive for these small caps.
I forgot to ask Rob for another top up there. He offered, and he said I should say yes. But I want to get to this super chat.
Yes.
And the reason you saw me stumble to that throw.
Permanent yes.
Rob, I don't know if he can't hear us right now, but we're a permanent yes for the more coffee. Habitual traveler. That is a good thing to be because traveling is great. Bed Bath & Beyond up 75%. Let's go. Yes, it is on the OTC markets. Apologies, because for a second there I was like, yeah, we know FRC went to the OTC, Bed Bath & Beyond as well, acknowledging BBBYQ on the OTC markets. And it opens, and it went higher. So it actually opened at 5 cents and is already up to 7.5. This one, oh my goodness, that's actually a pretty good price. Oh my God, Tesla. Tesla's here. Tesla is here, load. By here, I mean 165. So I got partial there at, how do I get a partial fill at a price like 164.78? That doesn't even make any sense. If you get a partial fill at 165 even, or 90 or 80, that makes sense. But anyways, I got a partial fill at 78. I code it as this, whether it's a partial fill or a full fill. Maybe we can change that for when it's only full fills, but then you don't see every single fill, and I don't like that. I want you guys to see every single fill. The first time at 65 is now, so I'm playing the fade back into 164. This is definitely counter trend, so it'll be a relatively tight stop here, and if it goes back into 164, I'll be pretty happy about it, but I didn't get a full fill anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Just about playing off that key price level. I'll show you it here on the 3-minute, just going over. It did break yesterday. So to me, if it breaks it 2 days in a row and gets through the high, Tesla could easily fly and have one of its like patented 5% type days. Even on a Fed day, that's possible for it. So I'm into that one to the short side as Amazon kind of continues bouncing off that same level. It's back up to the 105.50. So we'll hit the Kincaid spike once again. Or you know what? We'll hit the Dalton Schultz spike. Because, well, Sean won't say this himself, but let's just say he made a pretty good fantasy deal where
I didn't get Dalton Schultz.
No, I know, but the guy we're talking about, he traded for 5 dudes on Sean's team who all are worse than Dalton Schultz, who's like his 12th keeper, but he still traded for them anyways, which I have no idea why he did it. Some people just like to go in a pocket and see pocket lint there, and they're excited to get pocket lint.
He got the number 2 overall pick. I mean, that's what you're not telling me.
He traded Justin Herbert.
Right, for the number 2. He wants Anthony Richardson, and then he took a bunch of other guys. And he took Jared Goff. So, you know, because he was looking at that Goff last year beat Herbert, by the way. So that's
not happening again. No disrespect to Jared Goff, but disrespect to Jared Goff.
But okay, so yeah, no, look, fantasy football, man, all the rage right now after the NFL draft, of course. So we're excited to get into that as we talk about that. What's up to Andrew Harris and Ponzi Fonzie there for a couple of shoutouts? You want one? You got one, as long as I can see there in the chat. But we're gonna go awesome for some of these trades because we're just sitting in Google, man, and we just took another fill at VWAP again. I mean, look at these shorts. Like, this is one trade. Like, sure, there's multiple fills here. This fill happened on that release, that number release. But, you know, we took the one fill short here. One fill short. Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
At 106.15, 106.16. Then we got a 20 fill because we were sitting there. And now we're just trying to get it out at VWAP and then plus, hopefully, a lot lower than that. Uber's not, well, Uber broke above 37. So, I mean, if you're going to talk about a big winner right now, check out what we're talking about here on the sticky note. Uber longs, and we are Uber in the money right now on that one. And it's a reload long as well as we're taking out new highs there on Uber. We did just take out a fill on Meta. We did get back into this thing. We got hit on that first report there, mentioned about TikTok and all that kind of jazz that Sharif talked about with us. But, you know, it blasted above 240. We had to get out of that one. We didn't see it continuation, and now we're going to be short Meta until we take down 241. You're below all these lines. I really think that, you know, the market could come back in. VWAP's right here at 240. 240 has been a pretty key number for Meta. Again, our wicks are just brutal, so it's going to be hard for me to show much more than what I'm doing right now. But in the pre-market, that high was 240.70. So I'm going to go short again if we can get somewhere around there. And then yesterday, you know, we still have those 241s, and we never really broke it. So, you know, we'll wait to see what happens with Meta moving forward. But for now, it's all good on the short until it's not. So watch out here. The market could stay still for the next little while. But hey, we're short everything, hoping that the market does the completely opposite of that and comes back in. So Google's the one name here. If you come to the chart, it looks like it wants to break. So this is the one where I'm really thinking we could get a downside push. I do have a bid at 60, but then after that, let's see if Google does want to flush to the downside. We're short Google, Meta, Microsoft, long Uber. So let's go, man. I should just be short the market if I'm short all this, but so far so good on all three of these names.
Exactly. We both 3 short, 1 long. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that exactly the same? It's not usually that
Uber.
way.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, you got Coinbase and Tesla and all
No,
that.
it's not the same short. Google is the same one, but I mean it's 3 short, 1 long. Like, what's bucking trend? Make sure you're long that.
No, that
What's
Boyle is
holding
52-week lows, by the way, Nat
Oh,
Gas,
no.
as we see what happens with oil.
When Nat Gas wants to trend in one direction,
And that's a 3 times.
it head fakes the living crap out of you when you think it's about to make a bounce, and then it just slaps your face
Yep.
and continues that trend.
You ain't
It's done
wrong
it like
on that.
3 times on the way down, and you keep thinking Nat Gas is going to bottom out.
Maybe
There's going to
maybe
be
we'll
a
look at it.
There's going to be
we
a
have
God
oil
mode. There will be a God
in
mode
3
long
minutes.
eventually. Oh, yeah. So anyways, I got that Tesla full fill. I just got some out there scalping, but 2 minutes, we're about to get oil numbers. So here's Tesla just very quickly. That's Tesla. Amazon's starting to come back in because the shorts are starting to print. So we got more out there at 105.5. Now I need to get it like 104.70-ish is probably the more reasonable reload zone. Alphabet's breaking down. Coinbase is also making its push into VWAP. I got to think 50 even for coin here. That makes a little bit of sense to me. If we get to 50, I'm probably going to get out of this. It is kind of trending up, but we got the top on Coinbase. Yeah, we're continuing to the downside. In terms of what symbol is natural gas, Boyle's the ETF, is the triple levered ETF. The actual
it's NG. I mean, for us, it's NG.
Yeah, the actual the actual contract is just NG, which is down 4% here. If you're looking at the nat gas futures, which I can pull up, that's just NG. But what I was getting at was, you think you're making a bottom, and it like oh yeah, you're gonna break the trend. Like it did it before. Like look at that, it's breaking the trend. We're going up, and that's the exact worst moment to have gone long. And then again, it's sort of bouncing off that too low, 215, about to make a 250 break potentially, and back to the low of the day because the trend is your friend. When it comes to commodities, it's just different. So that's why I stay away from them, because quite frankly, if I was swinging something like that, I would have probably swung long twice based on that chart and lost twice. So I stay far and clear away from that. You're finally beneath VWAP on Google. Let's see if we can get like 105.5, then low of the day, yada, yada, yada. Shorts be printing. Market is down. Someone said, why are you guys mostly net short with a bull behind you? That's a fair point. Typically, it's because the market hasn't turned red yet. I know we're kind of working to the downside almost everywhere, but yeah, the NASDAQ's technically still up 0.1. Maybe it's not a good enough explanation, but generally that's how we do.
Yeah, I mean, here we go, man. I mean, there's Google. We talked about that cracking lower. There it is. We talked about Meta. Unfortunately, we got stopped out of Meta there, but then we got right back in because it exhausted itself. And I've been looking short. You guys know this literally this whole day. The only long that we had was AMD, and that was the widowmaker for me early because we were long there. Someone just said Nat Gas is the widowmaker. So
it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's boiled down 8% now, but still continuing to make that move down was AMD, and we're lucky enough to get out of it. And AMD just made its move all the way back to 83.50. I was debating the short here, but we stayed away from it. On earnings, we talked about we don't really want to be in too many names as earnings are here, because very difficult to figure out which way it's going to go. That's why we take a day two play here with Uber. I was going to get out of Uber if we break down through 37 again, but we have 36.90 right there. So let's put that order in right now for Uber to get out if we do take down that 36.90. I mean, I'll re-look at, we did have that bottom fill coming here. It's too bad because we were sitting there after we realized it and it was just too late. But we missed that long. That would have been crazy to get that long. But we're going to wait. 36.90 break, and we're going to get out of that one as we just watch all these names come crashing in. But we did get a great, the only fill that we got at the bottom, we got a Meta, and then we did get a Google down there at 60. So that was 65. Got to have the orders out to get the fill. But yeah, wow, 10:30 already for oil. Let's go over to Sharif.
Yeah, we'll have a look at oil in just one sec, but let's have a look and see what crypto is up to. It is down, BTC 1.5%, waiting for that Fed print that we're going to get later today at 2. Likewise with Ethereum down 0.9%. Yeah, it's been kind of range bound a little bit for these two the last couple of days, but this one's what's standing out. Riot Blockchain reporting today, April 2023 production and operation numbers. Looks like as if they mined 639 Bitcoin, a 26% year-over-year increase from last year, but the market not liking that. It's down 8.10% and at lows, guys, 1076 for Riot. Let's see what oil is up to. Yeah, that's the daily chart on oil, and that's where we're headed, guys. 65 bottom here that we made back in mid-March, but we're below 70. The 15 doesn't show much of a better picture. We close at lows, guys. Oil down and to the right.
Yeah, not good. I suspect I'll look at XOM and maybe see an opportunity that we missed out on, but the trend continues to the downside there. I got to reload and quickly scalped out. Didn't like what we took there, so kind of got out of a bit of it just to relieve some pressure. It's just sometimes it's the way you get filled, And you can see we crashed through 5 into that support zone. And I just really didn't like having that position on the way we got it. Like if I'm going to be adding to this, and Amazon I'm talking about here, you can see in the chart, if I'm going to be adding to this, it needs to show me the hold of the level and consolidate, because it's a rejection of 06, it's back beneath 05. At the market, if it bounces here, fine, we're going to hold on to a piece, so we still have the long, but I don't want to be too greedy fighting it. Tesla is also making a bit of a bounce here. So I didn't quite get anywhere near VWAP, it's right back up to 165. Now remember what I said about 65? The first time you get it could generally be the best. Well, the market is bouncing. The NASDAQ, I shouldn't always just say the market, the NASDAQ is bouncing off the opening range bottom, which quite frankly, you're still in a 40-point range on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
40-point range. As that's happening, Tesla is making higher lows the whole way through. So what that tells me is don't be too eager to reload the 165, because the first time is good, the second time not always. If it puts in a lower high, I'll still look to get out maybe the 163 to 163.50, but I don't know if I like the reload there anymore on Tesla to that sell side. Coin, different story. Look, coin, different weakness, obviously with crypto markets heading to the downside. Coin down 1.6, bigger reversal of the trend, so I want to hold on to that. Google's just basically, it's showing you it doesn't want to go past VWAP, and it's still upward trending. I was at 55 there. I'll probably have to move that back underneath VWAP. This does not seem to want to flush with the rest of the market as we got back to those lows. Higher lows means a little bit of strength there. And yeah, we got some small cappers moving, no question. Small clappers and other names moving. SMCI up 23%. I saw someone say ON is having another big day. There's a lot that is really super strong here, making some big breakouts. So I want to acknowledge it because I know a few people have talked about this, making a breakout. There's 120 on the break. ON, which had a monster day the other day on its earnings. If it wants to load, there you go. There's your monster day. Bit of a dip yesterday. It is still showing some strength, relative strength on ON. Kind of struggled with that 80 level, but a couple of days worth of strength. It's consolidating off 78 even. So there's pockets that if we break out highs, I like some of these names out there, but until the shorts are dead wrong, I'm sticking with them.
There's so many things setting up. We're still short everything. We've changed our Uber out, just in case you guys are wondering. We're gonna give it out to 37. This is coming up to 97. So, good trade there. And again, this is looking like it wants to break lower, right? Because you have these wick highs right there on Uber. But we're still long. We're 70 cents in the money on that one. We're $1 in the money on Microsoft as that's trying to make a move back up. And I don't really want to reload because I already have Meta, and we just reloaded Meta actually right here at O's. So let's see if that continues to work. We're waiting for a lot higher. Our next reload on Meta is up here at 50. So 240.50. This name has just been crazy, as a lot of you have noticed. Google, again, the same thing. We're still talking about the same name. So I do want to look for something else a little bit right now. Yeah, Microsoft might have caught support. And I just saw what's up to John in the chat. They're saying chop, chop. Yeah, not a salad here. This, of course, is the market. And it's pretty choppy right now. And, of course, that's to be expected as we get ready for Fed. We're going to get an announcement in 3-4 hours right now. That's going to be that quarter point, it looks like. We had 25% of quarter point was 88% chance of coming through today. So that looks like it is what it's going to do. Wow, look at SoFi again today. It's down. It's not down that much, but it's down. SoFi down 2% right now, 485. Maybe the bid is right there at 475, but on the daily, SoFi really getting cracked lower here. Support 450. So if that comes in, maybe that's a play later on in the afternoon. If the banks start to run a little bit there or get rugged, I guess, as they like to say. But there we go, nice little reload on Meta, and now it's starting to come back down. All I did was reload the short. There's no way I'm getting out of anything. I see Amazon pulling back, and I just want to give people a target for me where to get long on Amazon. I've just been super patient. It is the number one name here. Our number one name is Uber on here, so we'll face slap that one because that's going to be a good trade on the sticky note. But then right after that is the Amazon long. Good thing Neil found his way into that. We did not, as Amazon making that move one more time back in. I'm going to take another piece out. We'll punch out a 68 right now on Google because we just touched down at 54. And what? I
just keystroked my Google.
I was going to say, I don't have a bid down there. Let's put a bid at 57.
Yeah, I'm out of Alphabet. As a matter of fact, I was temporarily long. Essentially, all that happened is I overbid to take my next out in front of 105.50. Overbid. I was long. I didn't mean to be long, so I just punched out. I'll be pretty patient with it. It hasn't been trending down as much as the others. I do want to rejoin, but I kind of feel like it was probably right, at least in the short term, maybe to get out of it right away. Oh, we got the new one in there. There it is.
Is it the same?
Hold on. I thought it was.
Not quite.
Let's see what the other one looks like.
Is it not?
Ah.
Oh, that's what's different.
So Neil has the black one, I have the white one. Is that what's happening right now? All right. What do you want to do? You think bull, bear? What do you think? So let's have one of each right now until we decide, right? Until the Fed comes through. Thanks, Randy.
Thank you, Randy. But one of each? That's pretty indecisive.
Now we just got to slap a Trader TV Live on like the back.
A T-shirt or something.
Yeah, we're gonna work on that. Okay. See, Randy, I told you, man. This guy, networking
That's
architect,
what he does.
everything.
That's what he does.
Now the.
I just feel like now it's
purveyor of
confusing.
Toys right there, but that's awesome, man. I want to get one of those for sure. From a house, my kids love trading, and they're only.
This one's definitely
11 and 8
cuddly,
years
more
old,
cuddly.
All right, Meta comes back in right now. We're bidding 57s, but oops, that's Google, sorry. My bad. We're bidding 58s on Meta. This just came in pretty good. Let's just put a bid in here, 64. We'll take that and we'll go, yes, sir, man, because that's worth a bang again. And then where's that new cash register that we have right there? Cash register, what's up? We had an individual yesterday that we're talking to about building us some more graphics, and that one with Sharif yesterday was pretty hot fire. So we'll watch out for that. But there's Meta. We'll take another spot. I mean, Meta, another one back in right there. 45 cents again on Meta as that came in. And then our Google fill, I just canceled my 58 by accident. So let's put a 58 back in for Google as it's coming back in.
Yeah, we're now down to 50. Look, the ES is breaking or at the bottom. ES is at 41.40. That is the low. We had one wick underneath it earlier. The NASDAQ's on that low. If we break it, could be lookout below. So I'm going to get my bids on, I talked about that 50 level, obviously, on coin. I'm going to get out there and then rinse and repeat if we get any kind of a bounce to the upside. If something's still strong, I mean, Tesla definitely fits that category. Yes, it's working, but yes, it's putting in a higher low. If we take out the bottom and start trending, I'm probably going to pull my bid and let this get a little bit deeper. But Tesla showing some signs of active strength there, and some small ones. Small caps are definitely moving still, but I don't want to focus on them when there's still some plays out. So I keep missing any push into 280 on NVIDIA because it's not getting there. It's getting to like 279 change without giving any fills above really 279.50 as the market's on the lows. So like this is a decision point anyway. So I always like wet the beak at the consolidation and give it some room here. If the market busts through the lows, NVIDIA should get to VWAP and take it. If it holds the lows, it's taking 280 anyways. But I just wet the beak in here as we go to Sharif for Sector Watch.
I think Pradley's trading KRBP because it's halted and the tap is going crazy and he's getting real excited over there. All right, let's look and see what is moving. Generac really lifting up industrials on the back of a really good report. Up was over 15%, now down into 13. The travel names, Expedia, Love, they're all up on the day as travel continues to be a focus for consumers. Regionals, they're also up. Zion, KeyBank, they're up 3% and 2% respectively. But you have weakness here in the chips on the back of AMD's report, obviously beating on some fronts, but the forecast, they're a little suspect. Counter to that, though, is Intel up 2 3/4 points on the day. While AMD taking it on the chin. So there you have it. Estee Lauder as well, decidedly red. Pulling down consumer staples, 18.5% on a really bad earnings, guys. It's mostly green, but there are pockets of red.
Yeah, it's the way you say Intel that I love it. Intel. It just makes it sound like so much, like it's just a better company right there. Like that should be worth.
Yeah, it sounds
at
more
least,
fancy.
Yeah, just give them a couple of extra points on valuation there, right? Like give them 5% more valuation for calling it Intel.
Yes,
Intel,
it's
relatively
more
strong.
intelligent.
I think so, and it is strong. I waited for 30
the market's
even.
blasting now.
I know, but it's never been red. This has never been red. Like closed at 30. I like the 30 long. I'm not getting it. Bounced at 30.25. That was not within my risk sort of parameter for a long because I thought the zone was beneath 70 even where you had to stop it out. So if I'm stopping it, 30 even. So if I had to stop it out at like 29.75, then I'm not getting in at 30.25. 50 cents of risk on Intel is just way too much. NVIDIA, I can't zoom out too far with NVIDIA, Neil. NVIDIA, I wet the beak, and then instantly it's like, oh yeah, trap you in there for a little bit, and then I get more when it actually tests 280. So if I wait for 280, my price would be 279.90. Instead, my price is 279.64. As you can see here, I mean, 65, 64 doesn't really matter. It's 64.5. If it comes back in, I probably want to trim some at 79. The market, ES is beneath the lows, but the NASDAQ isn't yet. So yes, we are breaking down, but not everything is breaking down. I need the NASDAQ to break the low of the day for something like NVIDIA to buck the trend. It's down on the day, but it is an upward trend since it bounced off 275. If that's going to reverse, it probably needs some little bit of help with the market. The bounce upside does mean my lonely long is back at VWAP. I did trim this when it looked bad, but I'm going to get some out when it gets back into VWAP. You've seen lower highs on this pullback. So if I were to draw a dirty trend line here, something like that, get out some in front of it, missed one exit point there. I hate when I do that. That's what happens when you trade sometimes. Now you're going to miss out on some obvious take profit areas, but that was a miss. If we break out the top, I think I can hold this a little tighter to 106 even. So Amazon's been a good long so far, but lower highs have been put through since it rejected 106.
Yeah, the only thing that's really holding well now, of course, I would say on the short is Google, because Microsoft's coming back up to that 306 level. We'll try it again up to 306.25. And then we just got more shares right now in Meta against Meta's been good. We got stopped out that one time. I mean, it hasn't been great because of that stop out right there. But these were good fills because we went short again and then got out, re-shorted. That was nothing. That was just what we took there. And now we're into a much bigger position as we hold this against the highs here, 240. I mean, we're at the highs right now, it's 80s, but we're going to go up to 241. And just to give this one a little bit more room here on Fed Day. But hey, we're coming back at 2 o'clock. This show doesn't stop at 11 either. It's going to be Neil, Sharif, followed by Max, followed by myself. We're going to take you all the way in.
I think we're early back today, aren't we?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm on anyways at
that
time.
It doesn't matter.
So,
that's true.
we're going to be back 2 o'clock for that Fed announcement. Make sure you catch it live. Brendan's going to be at the big desk talking all about Fed. We're going to release that number right away when it comes through, and then talk about what Powell's saying at the podium and how it all is figuring itself out. So join us back at 2 p.m. And you got to make sure you hit the like button, because then you're going to, and subscribe. Hit the subscribe so you get that bell, so it notifies you every time we come back. And please hit the subscribe button as well as we approach 400,000 subscribers. So that's going to be a big little number for us, because it's big for us, but it's little in our grand scheme of things as we're trying to get to a milli. So hopefully we can do that sooner rather than later. But my bank account's not going to get to $1 million anytime soon with this Meta short, because right now we're 30 cents out of the, I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about this, 30 cents out of the money right now on Meta. So if this can come back anywhere into 240 flat, that'd be nice. So we could put a 1-to-1 ratio on that. But for right now, 241 is the stopping spot here for Meta. As we talked about this earlier, man, you want to talk about chop? This ain't chop suey. Maybe we should be having that instead, because the market right now is just at the 50 period. Not only is it at the 50 period, we're just a couple handles higher than where we opened. So we made the move to the upside, we made the move to the downside, and now we're stuck in the middle one more time. So hopefully Meta can fall down a little bit. We'll take some pressure off, but then, anything back into here, into 240 is really where we want to start to take some profit on it. So Meta, hopefully we can fall back in, and the rest of them will work itself out, including Google right back into 70s again. I'm going to take this price on Google, 66. We'll take that. We'll cancel our 60 fill, see if we can get it. There it is. We'll ring the register again as the money fills on Google are really starting to come in right now. So hopefully this market will pull back to the bottom. As Neil, you mentioned, I'd love to see a NASDAQ LOD again.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is what's holding it. Like the ES is churning, but you guys know it's, when energy is doing its thing to the downside, you can definitely see a bit of a reverse in terms of what leads the market. And right now, whoops, we just elbowed the bull.
Yeah, well, maybe that was
I'm not
undercover.
Okay, so hold on a second. Like, come to my chart for a split second, because I was on the bid trying to get some Tesla out.
See ya. Watch out, Katrine.
I got filled on the bid of my short the second you knocked the bull out. So
Me too. I got Meta
I like that.
Yeah.
So we have the bull and the bear up. Like, if you just abuse the direction that you
Yep.
want to go to. Just
That's
use the other
what
side.
I got to fill on Meta.
Yeah, and the short
So
works.
like
So
you
all of
did.
a
This is
sudden,
good.
NVIDIA starts working there. Tesla, it's trying to pull back off 165. It's not doing it just yet. Yeah, but the short's really starting to come in here. Coin is pretty much at the low. Like look at the reversal on the elbow that Sean just gave. Coin was busting this consolidation up.
That's right.
It wicked the top. Trying to elbow the bull. It's stuffed. They can handle the drop to the ground.
Either on
And now we're
purpose or
headed
not.
back into 50s. I actually want to pull this bid. Forget. Let's shoot low. Let's shoot the actual low of the day here on Coin, just because it's going this far. I can always trail it if I need to. So Coin working, NVIDIA working. It's probably Tesla that I got to worry about a little bit. I mean, NVIDIA to a certain extent, but I was just able to get a bit of a reversal the second time. I'm actually on the offer for 280s again. But Tesla, which I should have just taken it the second time. I said I probably wouldn't reload it unless it showed me weakness. That maybe was enough to have tried to get some 75s. I still like VWAP for that one. Hold them if you got them. Shorts are paying. Here comes PETA, says Big Boom 2077. Fair enough. The shorts are printing enough. We can maybe just
PETA. Oh, for that.
Pay them off or something. I don't know. They probably don't take bribes. That's not how they roll. But just one last thing. I know some people have been asking about and talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. So just very quickly, if you are tuning in for the first time, they got delisted. They are now in the OTC markets. It's done 11 million shares, BBBYQ, trading at 8 cents right now and still up. We won't be trading it. We can't trade OTC under $1. So even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be trading this one. But yeah, good luck to you if you're in it. And it gave you an opportunity to get out. I can't show you the chart from yesterday, unfortunately, but it was holding 7 yesterday, so really you've got a pretty decent bounce after gapping down.
I mean, we're long now $1 in the 80, 90 cents, depending on where this goes, in the money right now for Uber. But the one thing that we're noticing also, and we talked about this today, we actually talked about it on the sticky note, that we're running into some sort of support or resistance in this situation up near $38 again. So as this continues to run up, I don't know, man. I mean, this was a great, we just bought this early. This was one name, second day play. Uber continues to go back up to the upside right now. What just happened? Oh, we got Microsoft. Oh, by the way, now the market's ripping. So we hit that bull down, and then the bull just gets right back up like it always seems to do these days. But there it is. We got some 240. That's what gave me the idea to hit the bull down. We actually got a 240 fill there. So downside, and then there goes Microsoft. Ooh, Microsoft could take out the top right now. So what was a good name for us? We'll give back about a third of our day here on Microsoft, taking out this 306.25 level. But here we are, short again on Softy. Okay, the market again takes the 50 period. We're waiting to get out of this, 306.25. But look what happened, man. We just went to that bottom again. We talked about NASDAQ going to LOD. It basically went there, and I'm not talking about the Legion of Doom either there, Sharif. But there it is, a nice move back up to the upside for Microsoft, and we will get out now. But we're still up. We're still up. That's how you keep, secure some profits. You only take a 26-cent hit on that last piece, but we just ran into the 200 period there as well. But we're short Google. We're short Meta. And we'll just get out of Microsoft, probably get back in if we do see something developing. But all right, it's Money Talks over there with Sharif.
The Legion of Doom were awesome, Sean. Would look those big spikes on their shoulder pads, those fitted football shoulder pads. All right, guys, I just wanted to let you know real quick, NVIDIA, the #1 losing equity short for investors so far in 2023. That comes to us by S3 Partners. No surprise there, the way it's been moving. All right, let's see how currency is doing, guys. The Dixie's down 0.5 percentage point. It's not doing well, neither against the euro or the GBP or the Japanese yen. It's down 0.5 point against the euro and the pound, 1% against the yen. The ruble also strong against the dollar today, up 0.5 point. We see BTC and Ether, they've been taking the day off, down 1% and 2/3. In anticipation of the Fed rate decision today, guys. Let's see what's on deck for earnings. One that stands out to me real quick today is Qualcomm. Be looking for the information coming from them with respect to chip sales. Solar Edge and Sunrun, some solar names on there as well, guys. And Zillow, always a staple in the real estate brand. How about tomorrow? We get some more interesting names.
Race. What a great ticker that is for Ferrari.
Yes, sir.
Look, tomorrow morning, don't sleep on Peloton because, sometimes you get a big movement on that stock. Probably the only time we really talk about it. Qualcomm should be a mover, just given what we've seen in the entire space. Like, what are the chances that you don't get some real movement on Qualcomm? Zillow, I know they just had some AI talk the other day as well. So sometimes you get some AI talk and it's interesting. However, I just want to point something out. I did get a reload on Tesla and it bounced off 165. But I just want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to Sharif for doing a fantastic job. But literally the exact moment that you said the words NVIDIA has been the #1 losing short, blah, 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 it ran, I'm not making this up. You could probably check my fill timestamp it with when you said that. It ran the top, stopped me out, and looks like a wick high. So I'm going to do that thing where I jump back into it because it's not, whenever I get wicked out of a stock like this on a key level, which has been a good one, I'll generally jump right back into it. So yes, Tesla 165, but that 280 level still looks pretty valid on NVIDIA. The timing was hilarious because you said it and I was stopped instantly. But obviously it's a coincidence, guys. I find it oddly amusing. I'll be joining Sharif in about 7 minutes over there, so we can have a little bit more fun with that. And then, of course, we are back for the Fed. So I'm back into NVIDIA. Let's see if it works off this level again. Tesla is giving you the rinse and repeat off 165. Going to make sure I continue to ring the register, but it's higher lows, baby. This one wants 165. We didn't come all this way not to break the level, although I'd be nice if it didn't break the level because I'm short in front of it.
All right, so we added some more to Google here because, the only name you just talked about getting stopped out of, we got stopped out of both Meta and Microsoft. But the one name that we didn't get, we back into Microsoft, but the one name that we didn't get stopped out of course, was Google. So to me, that's means everything. And when the market does that, stops you out, you get hit a little bit, you just go back over to the name that you think is relatively weak. And I mean, look at this move up for Meta right there. Now it's going to look bad because it's all, well, not really. We got out at 248.1. Now it's coming back in a little bit. Make sure all my bids are canceled. So there's the move up. Like, look how aggressive that is. Not the same thing at all. Look at Microsoft as well. Huge. I mean, now we're well in the money on this Microsoft trade, so I got to get the heck out of this one. But it's a nice move now back down as we, oh, yes, sir. That was a good trade. Wow. Okay, was not expecting that. Wow. Okay. I got to get more out. We're making more now. And look at the difference here. I just want to let everybody know something. There's a short right there at 306.10. Okay. The out is 306.27. So 17 cents worth of a hit. We just took on that trade, again, another short there at, where are we short? 10s? Yeah, 9s. We just took some out in the 60s, 50s, so 50 cents. So again, really making that money on Microsoft. You might be like, oh, wow, we just got stopped out there. We did, but it just ran into that. My stop was from before. We should have obviously identified that, but like Neil said, sometimes we will miss those trades. But look at this. Here goes Google right now. Let's punch them out. Talk about these things after, man, and then just trade them when you're in them. So right there, we're going to put a bid at 59, then a bid at 54. Bring down the pain right now. Wow, we were just in a world of hurt, and all of a sudden, we right now because everything just came right back for us. Again, wowie wooey. Thank you, Mr. Rob, on that one with the coffee reload. Thank you, my friend, on that as that's coming back in for us. Microsoft back to the downside right now. And I always like what Cup Rob brings. Now it is live in the meow. So I really do like that one. Thank you so much. Shout out to my black cat, William, as he's living his best life every freaking day in my place. So shout out to all the cat lovers out there as well.
Your hands are full. Don't worry about it.
You're talking to Rob?
No, I was about to say, he's even cleaning up the old cups, which I'm like, you don't have to do that, brother. But thank you very much, Rob.
What a team, what a team.
Yeah, what a guy, what a team. It's been a fun one. Like I said, in 4 minutes, I got to go. So I'm going to wrap up here, just give you a quick little update before I got to move over. But I did, like I said, I got the reload. If I get wicked out, remember, when you have a wick high, that is, you're running stops at an obvious level through 280. So a bunch of people shorting in front of it like myself are going to get stopped out and cover their positions. However, when you have that wick and immediately slam back below, that means no buyers above it. So the buying above that was really just mostly shorts covering, getting triggered in. Maybe some longs triggered on a break of that 80 level, and that's trapping them. So you get back into the short, and it comes right back into 79 almost instantly. So that works to the downside. We're going to hold on, see how far we can go. Tesla, very similar. Although Tesla still grinding, technically speaking, it's got a nice upward trend. I'm shooting VWAP for this one down to 163.5. Like dollar change will be pretty good. if I can catch it. This one hasn't really broken the trend, I mean, at all. Not, I wouldn't say even NVIDIA has either, but yeah, the shorts have been working and paying out, so we're going to stick with them until proven otherwise. That'll leave Amazon here, which I don't think, like this well, it could be running dry soon. At least that's my feeling. I have not reloaded off of this 104.5 area a second time, or third time actually, because I was long up here just in front of it. I haven't done it yet, and I'm not sure I want to. I need to see the market show some more strength here, because if this breaks down, I mean, we're right back thinking $1 lower is support on Amazon. I don't need to rush back into this. I'll just hold on to what I have, see if it can get back above that 105 level. It's the last long I got. I never got NCLH. I know I liked it. I'm just going to double check because I know I'm still, whatever. I'm just going to cancel my bid in there. Probably not going to get NCLH this morning, as that one is holding the highs and still holding some strength. I just really thought we'd get a chance at 14.25 or the 14 dip. This might just end up being a breakout through the earnings high, 14.65. Like that trade could be on. If the market holds a bid, this is a solid little breakout play for later on in the session. Like, look at that one. Pretty gorgeous. Room to the upside on the daily. 14.65 break. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to put the order in now.
All right. So, yeah, man, I mean, thank you for joining us again today. I'm still, like, completely shocked about what Uber's doing right now. We had this written down there, again, on the sticky note as the #1 position for us here off of a long on a day 2 move. So I'm going to keep these day 2 plays rolling, man, as we go. So we're going to continue to watch out for that as Uber just really taking names and going to the upside. That stop right there could be 38. Let's see if we do get a crazy breakout now on Uber, trying to break out through $38. So I feel like this has been a nice move to the upside right now, and I'm actually going to take profit. So just so you guys are well aware of what we're doing here on Uber, just trying to find a spot right now on where we may want to take out some profits. So this is a 1-minute chart. We're well above everything. 60s, maybe a 60 break. I mean, I don't want to give too much back. Let's just do that. I'm going to cancel my stop right now because we've just kept raising up our stops. I don't use trailing stops because sometimes, you know, you get trailed out at price that you're like, oh man, I would have never done that. But there are some uses for that. But let's just go on that. Like if I put in a 15-cent trailing stop now at 37.75, then if we do hit that 60, sure, I'm going to get out. But what if we go up to 38? And then come back to 37.85. I'm still going to get stopped out, but I don't want to get out at that point, right? So I like to put my orders pretty specific in there and then see where we go. So that's what's good right now on my side of things. Microsoft, hopefully that can come back into 305, but you know, we're getting ready to lock. Sharif looks like he's getting locked and loaded right now, but this market is not locked and loaded at all. If you come over here to the screen, it's up, down, it's sideways. It's like, it keeps on hitting these bottoms and rejecting. So I'm going to hold the short. We're below the 50 period. Let's see if this short wants to continue to work, man. We're short Google, and actually I'm going to get short more Google right now at 74 if we can. There it is. And then we're just going to hold this against 106. If we break back up through this 106 number, then we'll get out of Google. But for right now, we're going to try to hold this short. We're below, we like it. There's Uber. We are now out of Uber. So that happened pretty quickly. That's pretty good diamond hands right there to be able to hold for that long. So far, so good here, man. We reloaded Google. We've got Microsoft 50 cents in the money, and we're going to hold on to this short. So pay attention. I'm going to put some updates there in the chat when we start to get out. But there it is, man. Microsoft coming down into the 50s, hitting this 50 period again right now. I do have a problem talking too much. There's no doubt about that. Let's just get some out at 55. Then we'll ring that register. And don't worry, the bull is intact behind us. It'll be there. Maybe it'll make an appearance. And there it is right there. Spin the money one last time for that fill on Microsoft. So Microsoft, again, the number one name is Google on the show for me, a period on the show. And then Microsoft, number 2 name. And then we're going to go over right now to the big desk with the big man. It's Sharif.
It's the same size desk. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. Let's have a look and see what is moving. I, again, haven't traded anything today, so we'll be looking for some names, but I know what's relatively strong and I know what's relatively weak, and I'll be focusing on that. But right offhand, you know, we're flirting with that break-even point, whether it's on the NQ or the ES. 13,148. That's where we're yesterday's close on the NQ. We're right back there at 13,192. 41.36. That's yesterday's close on the ES. We're at 41.34. So more inside we could not be. To be expected, though, Neil, fair enough to say, because you know, we're expecting that big Fed rate decision, even though, you know, for the most part, we are a little priced in. That quarter point rate hike, you know, pretty much baked in fully at this point. That doesn't discount, you know, a curveball or a slider. Here, hey, one finger, baby. Let's roll it. We're baseball season, right? We got to throw the baseball references.
You can. I like them.
I know you love baseball, so you're going to be okay with it.
I'll be okay with that. So as you said that, like what? It was what, 12%? You might have looked at it more recently than I did. So it was 87% that we get a quarter.
Yeah, it was
and
like
12% that they don't do that we don't do anything just yet.
Yes.
So like it's a little bit like usually we expect that to just move toward 100%.
Yeah.
The fact that it's not above 90 was a little surprising.
It's telling.
Yeah. It's kind
and
of
what's changing, Neil, is the date when they're pricing in cuts this year. That keeps changing, and the percentage keeps changing per date. So, and what we mean is like what the odds are in July that there may be a 25 basis point hike. That was like low before and goes up and fluctuates. Anyway, won't bore you guys with that. You got anything you want to talk about?
I'm just gonna set my layout up.
So
it is worth mentioning. I had my stop get run to the downside. I mean, Amazon was the only long I had left, so I didn't reload it that fourth time or whatever number it was. I think it was actually it would have been a fourth time at the same level. It would have been a fifth time I was long the stock, but yeah, I gave it up. I had to get stopped out. I'm just gonna set my layout up so I can show you.
All right, we'll talk about.
It's all the shorts right now. They're all obviously working.
Yeah, small caps. You know, they're in play today. The floor's been trading this. I heard the guys. I was at the big desk, but I heard the floor. They were all over KRBP. This one, you know, I think it legitimately had a tap. It was halted at 8 1/4, and it had a tap of 50. And I know people on the floor yelled it, and I saw it on my platform at the big desk. So there was some confluence there. Anyway, just opened up, popped above 7. Now quadunking back below 6 1/4, looking to test 6. Where is the support on this? I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe the halt level here, a little bit below 5 3/4, 563 was the first halt up. That's the level there. I mean, we'll see. 5.5 maybe. I'm not going to participate in this, obviously, but yeah, it's been very volatile, providing you opportunities on the north and south side is KRBP. GDC, this has been a halter as well. This is the 5-minute chart. Looks a little distorted. Gets a little clearer when we look at the 1. You see that we hold above VWAP, and for the most part here, most dips around 6 3/4, 6.5 were bought up. As well as earlier on around 10:15, we got down to 550 near VWAP and bought up as well. Multiple halter, both to the high side and the downside. GDC, I'll tell you real quick here what the float is on this bad boy. I know I probably mentioned it before, but we've gone through so many of these, I forget. I've got a sub 1 million float, 965,305 share float. Micro, to say the least. Top was also going. I mentioned this one earlier on and on the small cap recap. Look at that ugly chart. Are we going to have a V-shaped retracement here where we essentially come all the way back down into 55? I mean, that provides such a good opportunity both to the high side and the south side, but this one is spready to say the least. I've seen the spread here at $2 at times. Usually it's $1.25, $1.50. Way too rich for my blood. Will stay away from this, but looking for support. Maybe some whole dollar levels here, like the 70 level. We're not too far away from that. So keeping my eye on that. I'll report on it for you guys, but I'm not going to partake in it, obviously. But those are the small caps that are moving. There are others as well. I believe HUDI was one. IMGN. We'll talk about those. Yeah, Heidi ho, baby. We'll talk about those as the show goes on. But, you know, the big cappers, they look a little south side at the moment, unless your name is Meta. Meta seems to have a bit of a hold above the break-even point. It's hanging out at that 240.5. Let's pull up the Meta chart here.
I confess I haven't looked at Meta today.
It's been uneventful.
Yeah, you know what? Like we always talk about, like, you know, stick to what makes sense for you, or what you actually pay attention to, like key levels or whatnot. And Meta usually is in that bucket for me, but Tesla 165 came in. I knew, like, Coinbase was something that I was definitely going to be honed in on. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I thought for a second that's my order. I thought my lines would stay in there. I guess that doesn't happen. Let me just quickly I drew this. I had a tweet. I could have just maybe gone with that tweet. But anyways, 52, previous support in Coinbase turned into resistance. I wanted to give it a chance to get there. It got there. Didn't even get all the way to 52 even, got 51.60s, actually 51.57, close enough to 51.60s for a fill. It's now breaking the bottom. So once it breaks the low, like the 51 would have been that place where this could reverse. On the 15-minute, there hasn't been any reason for this to bounce, and now it's at the low of the day.
Yeah.
So if it bounces off the low, I can respect and maybe get out with a trail in like 50 quarters or something like that. But if it breaks the bottom, it's just let it fall. If anything, I'm looking for a place to either reload it, which to me would be if it bounced off the low, I can get out, try to get it back at like 50, 60. Then I'd be going back to my 3 minutes saying that's a little bit around in front of VWAP there. And I can reload based on a lower time frame chart at a key level, but holding the trend on the 15-minute means hold the stock. Tesla is a very different story, man. Tesla is trending, has been trending to the upside and still is. Like it just pulled this wick as I was shifting over. I was on the bid out in front of VWAP. It got like 15 cents away and is now bouncing higher. So it has been a 165 short, but really the stock is just still trending to the upside. This could set up for a bit of a break. You want to have long and short ideas when 2 o'clock or 2:30 hits. Well, I know the shorts made off the 165, but Tesla is setting up to be one of those. Yeah. It's strong today, so if we get a bit of a run, maybe we want to play it. That one the other direction.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. Up 2 1/3. And when you look at the majority of these big cappers, look how, and this is Amazon stock here. Look at, you get a big move up, test 106, reject, come back into 104.5. You give up the majority of the move. When you compare that to Tesla, you get the big move up. You don't give up the majority of the move. You're holding towards the highs, right? And that's what shows relative strength. You get Apple here giving back the majority of the move as well on that retracement, coming back in below 169. 169 and 2/3 it looks like there. Meta, I'm undecided on this one, and the reason I'm undecided on this one is it's holding above the I want to say the break-even point. That yesterday's close 240 1/3, bouncing off that level now. Earlier, that was a level of resistance around 9:30 to about, say 10:30. An hour, that was yesterday's close was a level of resistance. Now it's acting as support. Do we stay above here for a market bounce? But my eye simultaneously is on the NQ, and we're at another very important. Are we? Is this an updated trend line? Yes, we are at a very important point on the NQ. 13,184. That's yesterday's close. So do we bounce off these levels? Concurrently with that bounce, do we get a move up in Meta? What?
I just looked at your screen, man.
Oh, sorry, dude. I pause it so it doesn't run in the background.
Can you just show
let me bring it on. Sorry, guys.
Like, really?
It's it's just a random. It could have been Sean. It could have been anybody, man. It could have been the screen.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly the sure thing.
But legitimately, Neil, I am
could be
looking.
making a dumber face though. Like that would. It's
I don't
always
think
possible.
you look that bad. Usually,
Sometimes
I'm like,
you get a derp face.
What?
Like a derp face. When every time a video pauses when somebody's talking, it's like you make one of those like.
Derp.
Like,
yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's the old derp. So
no, you're proper here.
Little shine going on there.
Yeah, everybody, man. I get it too, bro. I'm a human heat pump. Like with my metabolism and the working out, like you end up like you emit heat.
I'm a human heat pump.
You emit heat, yeah, man.
They make us put makeup on so that you guys aren't blinded by the lights.
Yeah, and it still doesn't work on
me. Obviously, my dome has a little less hair on it than other people on the show, so it gets a little blinding at times. Let's see what happens there.
Blinded.
Look, I know the small caps are making some power moves in there. I'm in. I talked about Tesla already. Nvidia's back at VWAP. That's continuing to work to the downside. It is overall a market that is testing those lows. What's going on with my ES chart? Let me just pull this. The ES is red now. What is with these? There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. The ES is now turned red, but if you look at yesterday, like you really still, you got some room to that 4,100 on the ES. So if you're looking at energy names or any of those, we've got some room to the downside. The NASDAQ's trying to take out these bottoms as we speak. Just going to pull my black chart over. This one's doing the same thing. There you go. The NASDAQ's trying to take out the low. To me, it hasn't really broken through that support. It's got a few handles to go. I want to hold shorts through the lows of the break. Find things that are relatively strong. You just mentioned that Meta is, so.
Yeah, I'm going there.
Are you long in it?
I'm going.
I mean,
I'm going here, and my out
I like the long, man.
My out is the break of yesterday's close. If we come back to those levels, I'll be looking to give it to 240 and a quarter. The idea here being to not allow it to make newer lows. So here's 240 and a quarter. This is going to be the out right over here. I will be looking to add into a retracement into yesterday's close, which is at 240 and a third. So if we touch back at that level, that's the level of support that I've earmarked. So if we get that level again, I'll get in there, but my ultimate out will be just below that $quarter level. So that's going to be my play on that one. Positioning here, key guys. This is a breakout for me anyway. On an inside day. Don't take too much size because we're clearly not trending here, right? I mean, we're definitely on a retracement on the NQ, no doubt about that. But psychologically, we're all waiting for that Fed rate decision. So most likely, my prediction is to be inside as a result. Because it's an inside day, size you should reflect that size. Now, while I say that, I'm keeping my eye on the NQ, which is still holding above yesterday's close. But what I'm not seeing is I'm seeing capitulation on the ES. We're making newer lows. So I'm not really sure what that's as a result of. Is it banking? Is it energy? I'm going to have to look at that in a second. But the ES definitely weaker than the NQ at the moment. Just not sure what that's as a result of. But, ideally, you want to see them move together. You get better strength. But we've seen these two move independently completely. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we get a nice bullish run on some of these tech names and either the ES retraces or stagnates. But nice move here. We're getting nice move in Meta. Okay, nice very good. Let's see if we can continue to hold these levels on the NQ. The NQ now back above 13.2. Let's see if we can get continuation now.
So I'm looking for something that's doing what you're like. You see that Meta? Put his chart, put Sharif's chart back up there. See the long he's got. It's trending to the upside, higher lows all the way through. Thank you, Steve G, in the chat for pointing me in the direction of something doing something similar, but has not broken the top, and that's going to be Alibaba, only up 0.28%. But hey, man, in a down market, you want to look for things bucking that trend. I'll give you something else that it's doing. Double bottom, it's been on a tear to the downside, by the way, but double bottom off this 80-60 area, wipe out bottom as well, so maybe even trapping some shorts in here, and then stair-stepping to the upside, breaking out of yesterday's resistance, right at 81.65. Well, what did it do? Yesterday's resistance, wicked it early, broke it late, now consolidating above it. Consolidating it above, what that tells me is I have opportunity to get some like 75s in there, okay, never mind. Get some 76s potentially in there, and then see if we can't get the long. Okay, well, I'm not going to chase it to 77. That's ridiculous. Oh, come on, daily chart. Okay, this happens I apologize, guys. Every time I slide over, my daily charts are sometimes loading, sometimes not. But suffice to say, I can go to the 15 to give you an idea what Alibaba's been doing recently, and that's been sliding to said downside. Rather aggressively. It has been a short since it broke that 90 level. But as I mentioned, close enough to 80 even. You're making a bottom. I don't know what's up there. They never got down to that price. 80 bottom, now breaking out of this channel, 81.65. So you're getting a channel break. You're consolidating above it. That lets me sit inside with a relatively tight stop. And I like doing that. I can give it to, I can give it to VWAP if I want, but I really just want to give it like to 50 or something, like 25 cents worth of risk for it to continue to stair step to the upside. So new position on for me, it is a long. It's been a while since I had one, not that long. I mean, it's really only been about 10 minutes because I did have Amazon until it finally stopped me out. That's this one here. Maybe it's back holding. Yeah, it's holding, but look at these lower highs. I'm not in a rush to rejoin the Amazon long. Because you've been getting lower highs all the way through and trending back down.
Just putting in my dip trade here for Meta at 240 and a third. I'm probably going to sit at, I want to front run it, right? So I'm going to sit at 37s, just a little bit there as we retrace in. I just want to make sure I have my dip trade ready because this is a planned dip trade with an ultimate out through the break of the bottom of this candle here, which happens to be 240.18. So that will be a new low, and that will be my exit from this trade as we continue to dance here near lows. I don't want to be the weak hand, especially if we continue to hold these levels on the NQ. If we hold yesterday's levels, it's a nice area. Maybe I'm front running this a bit. Arun would say, see how it trades around here. to know if we're gonna continue north. But we got a super chat, Neil. We got to get to this one. Sam Troy, $20 Canadian. Shout out Canada, baby. High quality gents, consistent, great ideas, and very helpful. Also entertaining. Much love from the Sunshine Coast. Thank you very much, Troy. Appreciate you. I'm an ignorant dude here. I gotta apologize. I don't know where the Sunshine Coast is, especially it's $20 Canadian.
Sunshine Coast in Canada?
I don't know. Like, I'm confused. Well, we'll have to do some research there, or maybe you can tag me. Let me know what's up there.
Either.
Yeah, well, we got two. We got the East Coast and the West Coast. I would say
I mean, most coast. No, you gotta be West Coast.
Sean says West.
Let's just say this: like the only place in Canada where you'd consider any coast possibly sunshine and nice. Like I love the East Coast, and I have family and my brother's actually on the East Coast, but you got to be in West Coast there. So yeah, he's talking about Sunshine Coast is Florida though. They're saying in the chat, but BC makes sense to me. But I want to hear it from Sam himself.
Also, I want to say something about what Dan said. Dan said yesterday's 100-point ES range just to make everyone think today's an inside day. Okay, well, yeah. Well, who knows, Dan? Bamboozlement is everywhere.
There's still time.
Yeah.
We got time.
Absolutely.
We got time.
Absolutely. Sam is in BC.
There it is. So it's BC, West Coast. West Coast is the best coast. Oh, I mean.
Well, yeah.
Two each. I don't want to ignite any.
What would you consider Toronto to be? East or Central?
I don't. It's not even close enough to any that I would care. You can't call it
Central.
Anything. Sure, if you want to put a label on it.
I feel like
I just
we could call
put a
ourselves North usually.
No, Toronto is just.
But we're not on a coast.
We're not on a coast.
We're inland. We're super inland. Okay.
Because
well, Sean says we're East
because
Coast.
we're close to New York.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they're on the water. They're on the Atlantic, and that's why I figured it was the
Personally,
coast.
I don't consider us anything in Toronto. Like,
East
if you're not
Coast.
on a coast, I don't know why you're calling yourself a coast.
Right.
That to me, that's just fronting. Right? Like it's the like, hey man, I'm East Coast because I'm closer to the east than I am to the west.
So much semantics here. All right. Look at Sean chirping us in the chat. Who are these guys? Sean coming in hot there. Shout out. All right, guys.
He can try because he thinks it's East Coast. I'm like, I'm not a fronter. I'm not
Toronto
a fronter.
Raptors in the. Dan, you got to finish your sentence.
What's he saying?
I don't know. Incomplete.
I know we're on Eastern Standard Time. Oh, by the way, so a couple of things here. I just saw someone said, "What do we think of Bitcoin?" And it reminded me to mention something that's happening right now, and that is a bounce in Coinbase. So it bounces off the low. I decided I want to see it hold back. If it can hold that low of the day, I wanted to see this maybe break the trend. Because if you look at, forget about the longer term trend. Forget about that chart. But since it broke down beneath 51, just check it after VWAP. Like if this gets above VWAP, then I get out of it and respect the fact it wants to bounce to the upside. But I'm trying to give it a bigger of a break. I have not reloaded. It can always reject this top here, and then I'm working back into the shorts. But if you look at yesterday, it made the crazy high, and then once the bottom was in, it eventually broke back out. So if it does that again, I want to get out, not necessarily go long, but I want to make sure I'm getting out. It's an inside day, obviously, on Coinbase, so capturing the ranges makes some sense. I wanted to give it room to be able to break that low, but that trend is a bit broken. If you look at the 15-minute, which I like to look at, see what I mean? Like it's made that nice little wick underneath 50, a couple of green bars in a row. It looks a little bit stronger than it did a second ago. So it's giving me some reasons to be able to get out of this one. I might just go ahead and park it at that 50 level and get when the getting is good, or get out when the getting is good.
There you go.
Yeah, how about them Lakers? The Lakers are great.
Dan says that we're East Coast because we're in all the Eastern conferences in the sports divisions. So that's how it goes, baby.
Yeah, like if you've seen like conferences and divisions in sports and see how nonsensical they are.
Oh yeah.
Like it's loosely based.
Yeah.
On time zones.
And then Buffalo and Miami. I mean, sure, they're neighbors. They're whatever. It ends up becoming a rivalry because of.
No, I like rivalries. I got no issues with it.
Exactly. All right, we're getting super chats fast and furious here, Neil. $4.99 super chat from Ian Respeto. Thank you very much, Ian. Good friend of the shows. Can you guys look at Netflix? You think it can hold these levels? I'm along 315. We'll have a look in a sec. Weaver Welder, $10 super chat. No attached message though. Maybe message Bears
Appreciate
versus Bulls.
you.
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate you.
Always. Thank you very much, Weaver.
Love
Mard DCat, $1.99 super chat. CJJD, possible next 100% plus runner. Good buy. That one was running earlier. We'll have a look at that, too.
That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was
So
yesterday,
our friend Netflix, what's our friend Netflix doing here? Let's have a look at what our friend Netflix is doing.
Actually, bounced off 315 today.
It was
so
a bad
yeah,
look.
it double bottoms if you look at yesterday's low.
Yeah.
There's your double one. Good support down here in the teens, I suppose. But overall, like, so trending down with support in the teens is the best way to think about it. Like, that is definitely a downward trending stock. The last 3 days, you'll want to respect that. Daily doing the exact same thing as before. Yeah, I don't argue with the notion that you buy the dip when you see this happen, but you just got to wait for it to get down into that 16, 17 range, and that's been good the last couple of sessions. But yeah, you got a downward sloping name. It's very unlike what you have over there with Meta, where it's trending back to the upside.
Yeah, having a look at CJJD, trying to load up the data here. It's taking a minute. Look, the good news about this one is that the move hasn't been given back. Okay, let's go here, computer. The move has not been given back. I mean, you make the, geez, how many times is it going to do this? Okay, let's load it on something else. Let's use trade ideas. Okay, so CJJD, and then duplicate free floating window. There we go. And then let's load in the half-an-hour time slot here so we can get a better look. So you get the big move up to $1.20, and you hold 100. I mean, sorry, you hold $1. You're back above $1 today. You know, with these ones, you're in the clear. I don't want to say you're in the clear. That's the wrong statement. You're better off if you don't give up the majority of the move. And a lot of these ones give up the entire move and go red on that previous level that they had been holding. In this case, you're getting some sort of continuation. Obviously, you're looking for a newer high. You want to see something above $1.25, right? That's what you want to see. You're getting that higher low print here. Great, but you want to see that higher high print. I mean, look, with these small cappers, unless you're going to really delve into the technicals or into the fundamentals of the company, to me, it's a hit it and quit it type thing. It's an intraday. I don't hold these overnight. It looks like maybe you're looking to swing this. I'm not exactly sure. But intraday, I mean, it's down 6.4 on the day. Yesterday was obviously a big, starting its day sub $1 and making its way to about $1.25 there. But yeah, for a swing, just not exactly sure. But look at that. You're seeing a bit of, on the half an hour at least, you're getting a nice V-shaped retracement here. Let's look at what the daily looks like on this bad boy. All right, let's see the daily. Yeah, all sorts of nonsense here. Lots of shenanigan moves. I mean, I knew this name from somewhere. Just so many come our way, Neil, that it's impossible to remember all their names. But yeah, lots. It's a former runner. Goes without saying. Huge intraday moves all along the line, starting from January onwards. But yeah. You know, not going to make any recommendations, obviously, on this.
China JoJo drugstores. It's got a few million on the float.
Oh, baby.
Candidly, when I was looking up the name of that company, I kind of perused, and I didn't see how many locations they have.
Okay.
But I mean, you look that one up. It's actually like it's an actual business, right?
Okay.
So like it seems legitimate. I don't know anything about it.
They probably have nothing to do with the pump,
name,
too.
Googling it a little bit there.
Yeah.
But what you care about is that flow. I see anywhere from 3 to 16 million. That doesn't really matter when it's that tiny. You just got to respect it. Weaver Welder, thank you for the super chat. Wanted analysis on end phase there. Yeah. It's been, I don't know.
Did badly last week.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Miss.
It's been tough. Like yes, you had the earnings miss. You've had a lot of the clean energy names be under pressure. Come on, you know what's going to happen. I know my daily trade's going to fail me on this one. But we can definitely show you what happened.
I'll load up mine. Here, come to mine.
Yeah, show the daily chart. But the 15 minutes telling you a bit of a story, because I always approach like a Hua Dunk on earnings, or maybe it's a short seller report, the same way. Like when it settles down, like day 2 and day 3, has it made a bottom?
Yeah.
And is there now a tradable range off of it? Well, it's still making lower lows.
Yeah, it is.
So the answer to that is not yet. And you look back and it's like, okay, well, you can anticipate the low 120s or something like that, or you can wait for it in the shorter term to just put in some kind of a lower low. Right now, the low of the day here is 152. Yeah. Yesterday, today's is 152. So it's entirely possible this is trying to make a bottom.
Yeah.
And if that's going to be the case, then I think this is like it's 150, could end up being that low, but you've had essentially only now where you're making double bottom. It tried to do this before and didn't hold. just looking at yesterday. So you're looking for this one to calm down still after the earnings miss and Hua-Dunk to the downside. I think there could be a bounce play in here, but I wouldn't be forcing the hand just yet.
From a technical perspective, Neil, it's been completely counter trend to the market. So this is January. Sorry, this is mid-December, and this is January right here. And the market, when you look at it, if we do a market comparator, the market's going to be going this way, and it's going the opposite way. When you look here at levels, it's a bit blurry because you've got so many troughs here to work with. The first trough, you have to work with the most recent, going back to May 2022. You're at that 130 level. And then sadly, you have another trough with which to contend. February 2022, you're looking at the 116-ish level. And then another one back in January around 112, 110. So you got a general area there where you could say that this is going to be a support area, I would say, probably from that buck, from that 125 to maybe that 110, that $15 range. You may have a nice trade in and around there, assuming it makes its way down there. But look, it's been counter trend. I know this company specializes in some connector between the solar panel and I believe the battery charging unit. I mean, I'm giving obviously a very rudimentary analysis here, but
still good.
Yeah, basically the idea was it's some sort of intermediary interplay for the solar game. It's an energy name nonetheless. Been beat up this year though, guys. But value players probably looking at this one. Anyway,
yeah, I definitely think there might be some value in it. Just be patient with it. I mean, the market today, it's going down, down, baby. Your street in a Range Rover. The street sweeper is out. Cock's ready to let it go. And let it go did Tesla through VWAP there. I took VWAP. I still think this one can consolidate, but it's probably not happening. We got double tapped 165 to keep the references going. This market is giving it up. Even the strong names are coming back in. Yep. Thank you for the wick on that NVIDIA as usual. That just broke through VWAP. We shorted several times up there at 280. Now it's breaking down. I'm thinking 75. Why not? Like, if you're going to go top to bottom in this market on a Fed day, why don't you legitimately go all the way up from top to bottom? I'm going to get a bit out there. I want to rejoin here if we can get to 79 for sure. I do still have BABA. Yeah. And again, you know, it's still holding the range. So the market just did this on the NASDAQ. I mean, it got red and it broke the low, wicked the bottom, continues to test lower. The ES weak as well. Alibaba is still channeling at the top. I don't know that I want to add here. Maybe not the right time to do it, but the market can catch any kind of a bid. I'm adding to Alibaba. It's holding the channel. I like it. The shorts have paid. I'm happy with it. But I like the fact that this hasn't broken down. That's a good thing if you're going to be working along, right? Like, don't be fighting the market. Just hang with something that's good. So thank you very much, Steve G, for pointing this one out. Was looking for something upward trending, holding some tops. At least we got that there to be sure.
Yeah, interesting. Because I was looking today. You know how Brendo has that news blotter up there, the Twitter thing?
I love that thing.
It's so effective.
It's Tweetin, isn't it?
Yeah,
the one
it's very good.
It's
and
like
he has one column that consolidates all the accounts into one, and that's the one I focus on so you don't look at individual accounts. But here's the thing. Democrats in the Senate looking to propose a bill, an anti-China competition bill. And so you always shudder for these Chinese ADRs when you hear stuff like that. Because, Neil, let's face it.
You know Alibaba's going to stop me up because you said that?
Just because I talked about the NVIDIA thing today?
No. Don't say just because you talked about the... Pull my chart up for a second. Because before he tries to gloss this one over, this is exactly the moment. See this one tiny wick right here? That's the exact moment that you said, NVIDIA is the #1 losing short for blah, blah, blah. And then I got stopped out. And I got back into it, but I still had to take the hit first. And thank you very much for that, Sharif. But,
sorry about that.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously, that all jokes aside, that doesn't... I would hope that, you know what, maybe one day we're reading news and it actually moves the market. But yeah, it doesn't matter. The point is true. That they are under a lot of pressure. You have to be headline driven. Yes. We're always, as day traders, you're trading with a stop anyways, but anything that's going to be headline based, you want to make sure that you have an obvious out so you don't get Hua-Dunked on some kind of a headline release and massive slippage. So I like to have a stop out there in almost every circumstance when I can.
Awesome. All right. In this meta trade, and what I like about this meta trade is that the retracement, the candle distortions here will be fixed in a minute. Once we make a new candle, I'll be able to fix this one. What I like here is that we made a new low not a new low, but we retraced into the support level at 13,184 on the NQ. And Meta only retraced down like 10 pennies while we moved down like almost like 25 points. So I liked how this one held up. Not to say it didn't retrace, but it held up okay. Again, we're right back at those levels at 13,184. Do we hold? We'll see. My trade does not change. My dip, I maintain my dip at 240 in a third, and my out is below that 240.18. So
you got that wick. That's what
yeah. I'm gonna change it in a second. 1 second here. I'm gonna have that done. So we have a low of 240.69. So all we do is just go into this bad boy here, and then we find the culprit 240.69, and then we fix it. And there it is, just like that. Nice and quick. All right, D-Loaf, Sharif. A trade only as good as your best out, right? Natty G flushing. Still holding half my size short. My price now 60% better than my previous out, but I'm here thinking it may still trend. Any opinion on that, Natty G? Natty G flushing.
Didn't we just talk? So we talked about nat gas there, and one thing I find is important, which I really try to do, is I try to stay in my lane. Nat gas gets called the widowmaker for a reason. Commodities they're a different ball game from equity. The nature in which they trade and trend is just totally different. So when you got to read on that and you're just taking it, the shorts have been just printing on that for so long that I'm down with it. I have so much respect for that, obviously, but it's just I haven't stepped into that game. I don't know that I've ever really been focused more than trading earnings or a key level on an equity name on energy, and even then it's probably not natural gas. I have on my personal account, I have taken a couple of shots at Tellurian for little swing plays because I keep thinking it'll eventually make a bit of a bounce. I'm actually holding on to a piece of it still. I mean that stock, maybe it goes somewhere, but anyway, that's just a different beast. I don't know if that's anything that you're asking about there, but yeah, good look for it. When it trends, it really trends.
It
we
doesn't
talk about
end.
that all the time.
It's not ending, and when I read sometimes in the materials, it always emphasizes the fact that commodities trend longer than equities, and they tend to have more sustained trend. And this could not be a better example. Let's go into the continuous contract here. This is just a small picture because this is the continuous contract. I mean, I could show you UNG, the nat gas. I could show you Boyle. This is the actual fuel. Okay, there we go. Now it loaded. Beauty. No, well, that's definitely not accurate. What is this thing showing me? Oh, my goodness. What is this craziness over here? All right, let's go to UNG. There we go. So you can see that we are at all-time lows, and we have been for some time. And remember this pump fake? Remember I was talking with Luca about this, and we were like, oh, wow, nat gas is going to retrace into the 50, and then we'll take the short off the 50. That was the play because it had done that here and here and here and had done that multiple times. There had been head fakes, like Neil called it. Here you didn't actually get up into the 50. So weak was the downtrend. So, yeah, I mean, this one you're going to really look for something concrete to show that it's broken out. A golden cross, I don't know. I'll need something concrete because the head fakes are real. You'll also need probably something really geopolitical, right? Where something's going to really get it going there. Whether it's because all of a sudden Europe has half of it freeze over or they have an unusually cold winter. Whatever the reason is, it's going to have to be some sort of catalyst.
Well, because this required something pretty crazy, right? So you had the explosion in inflation and energy costs going up in the first place. And then on top of that, you had all the concerns of supply from Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. The war in Europe was all worried. And then out of nowhere, they end up getting the warmest winter of all time. So you were set up to be as scared as possible with prices running as hot as they could possibly be. And then, oh no, and it's the warmest winter ever. And that's what's causing this big downturn. So what you're saying is you just need something, the equivalent of that, or at least close to it.
Something to turn the trend here.
I like that logic. Trust me when I tell you, that's not enough. That's not enough for me to jump into trading it, but I like that logic. If it required that to cause this mess and downward spiral, then you want to see something equivalent before you dig into the long. Not just technical, because I mean, I was showing early. It looked like it was breaking up twice. And if I was swinging, I probably would have taken two swings and missed.
Right? There was
I'd
obvious
be one strike away from striking out if I was trying to swing long on that gas. So I'm glad I'm not doing it. Oh, just a couple of things. I want to get to Amazon here because I'm out of Amazon longs. I was working off the 105, then slightly lower. This feels like it's breaking trend back in. Like if we end up, I guess, breaking to the lows, that feels like a bit of a trend break off the 105 level. So you're seeing it start to reject VWAP. It's still holding some kind of support, but if it flat bottom breaks, this is one I want to reverse on. I did get out of Alibaba. I'm not fighting anything today. Well, okay, I shouldn't say anything because I had Google all morning. And that was fighting it, to be sure. But I don't want to fight the long now that we're testing these bottoms. If this is going to still work, it's going to have to show me VWAP support. It already broke the consolidation that I was willing to play. Had it broken upside, I'd be adding to the long on BABA, but it didn't. It broke down. I'm not just going to hold it till wherever, average into oblivion. Not my style. NVIDIA just keeps turning to the downside. You can use trailing stops here. I'm not really thinking trail. It's the only position I'm in. If I had 3 or 4, I'm in this Ruth. It's a buyout. Who cares? You guys don't care about that. It's probably not going to have too big of a range. But NVIDIA, I could trail, like I said, but I have only one stock that I'm in. I can trade it manually. I'm looking for a re-entry point. It might be at that 79 spot. I know I want to get out at the bottom as the market goes to the downside.
Yeah.
Risky scalps, Quadunk, which is, I think it's spelled KW or KHW, is how we started because Sharif made it up. That's just any big move to the downside. Look it up on Urban Dictionary if you can find it.
I can't believe you put it on there.
If you throw the spelling in there. So I can't say the other thing that this trading floor has on Urban Dictionary because I don't want to, whatever. Maybe at some point
you got to tell me off camera because I don't even know. Yeah, okay,
but
cool.
It's a little bit iffy. But yeah, Quadunk is just any big move to the downside.
Yeah.
Usually we refer to like a small cap or like, is anything rugged today?
Yeah, we got a couple. We got GDC rug in progress. Here's a visual example.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you got a big boy move up. Look at that, breaking through that top at about $8, $8.50, making 1064, and there you go, big retracement down. This is a Huadun.
Oh, I know, I got one.
There, that's another
Icon, IEP.
Oh, wow, yeah.
This is a Quadunk. Whether it's yesterday
baby.
Or it's today after the Hindenburg report. Like you're talking if there are stops to be run, it just ran them all. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody, if people were holding the long in a level, none of them have it anymore. No. That's a Huadun. Yeah. Because if anybody withstood a move like that to the downside that was long, then to me it didn't fall far enough. Like a Huadun is it runs everybody's stop and everybody's out of the money and stopped out there. That's what we're talking about with a Huadun.
Yep. All right, guys. In this meta trade, it's dancing around my dip trade, and every time it gets down there, it looks like it missed me by a few pennies. Now it's pumping back up. One eye on the equity, the other eye on the future. And we are right back the futures contract. In this case, I'm looking for the NQ because I am trading a tech name, and I see more correlation between the NQ and these tech names than I do with the ES, and that's my position, and I'm sticking to it. So I get that dip trade. I miss it by a few pennies. I try to front run my level like I've been trying to do lately because I've been getting missed. I got missed again, I think by 3 or 4 pennies. The aqua line there, that's my dip trade, which didn't get filled, and there you go. Looks like we got to 40s. I was sitting at 37s, and now we're back up, closing in on the whole dollar as we hold, again, these levels, 13,184, trying to curl back into 13,200. But what we have seen, to be fair, you know, despite the fact that we've been holding these levels on the NQ, what we have been seeing is a series of lower highs consecutively and also lower lows. We haven't really stabilized in the lows that we've made. So I'll be looking to see if we can have a bit of a higher low trend here and maybe create some newer higher highs on these 5 minutes, try to get some sort of trend change in motion. Otherwise, you know, we're still consolidating at these bottoms.
Can I do something here for a second?
Of course.
You were talking about you were talking this morning how it was a big day for you. And May is a big month.
Yeah,
you don't
big
mind.
month. Yes. I just don't want to tell anybody the day.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's your
my birthday this month. Yes.
So when it comes, happy birthday.
Thank
Today
you.
is also, shout out to Bears and Bulls, this 1-year anniversary with Trader TV Live. So we'll hit a few banks for that. So make sure you appreciate our moderator in the chat doing a fantastic job, but also Z in the chat. Happy birthday. It's your birthday today, so you get a birthday shout out. And you're damn right we're going to answer your question if you ask it. I have none of my cannabis or pot stocks, weed stocks. I have none of the graphics on my board that I can hit, unfortunately for you. Otherwise, I would when we talk about Tilray here. So yes, slowly moving up since the Safe Bank proposal. That's been big. Wow. It's up 5%, running into maybe resistance today. I know this is going to happen. My daily chart doing. Oh my goodness, my daily chart's working now.
It's random.
It is a Z birthday miracle after I've only been on for 40 minutes, and now I move from one to another, and just something happens when I log out over there and log in over here where my daily charts don't work. But now, thankfully, when I want to talk about this, it's perfectly fine. Go. So you're making a bottom, but like when you say running up, like just remember, this is an unbroken trend with every single pop has been more and more shallow, right? So you look at this, and this has been going back for some time.
Brutal.
I would say back to like March of last year, you've essentially had like these weaker pops. So when you zoom back in, this is a pure spec, right? Like it's when you're going along here and you're out as zero and you're waiting for something bigger to happen. Yes, that's the Safe Bank proposal is a decent start. We can say this over and over again, but obviously federal legalization across the board is what you need to have happen. When that happens, that's your end game here. So you take these little pot shots, and maybe this is something where you can be working into positions anytime you get good news, but no trend break just yet. It needs to not just take out 250 on like a 15-minute. You might say, hey man, we get above 250, we're going. I think more importantly, like you've got to really start holding bids above 270, above 280. Like hold that bid, then break up and start stair-stepping to the upside. Because what's been happening on the stock has been every time you've really got a big move, it's just reversed it. Sometimes you've been getting the stair-step, which is what I'd like to see, but then that's set up for a 350 long, it goes to 5, and that was your out. It's never really sustained. So if it sets up for that again, I think you're taking 20, 30%. If it makes a consolidation break of like 3 to 320, it gets to 4, take some out, and then hold the rest for the moon. That would be a technical play in there.
How about a short off that 200? Is that blue the 200?
Yeah, the blue's the 200. Okay. That's the other side of it.
Yeah.
You know what the hedge funds are doing.
Oh yeah.
Like I mean, it's been an easy short the whole way, and when something's like that, an easy short, they don't stop doing it.
No.
It's just you keep doing it over and over and hammer, and that's how they make so much money. That's why,
that's why they get blamed for being predatory.
That's why GameStop happened.
Yep.
Because
and people were happy because they're like, you're so predatory, and when the tables were turned,
can't lean on it forever, can you? Eventually, you can get burned. Again, I couldn't tell you how big positions are. I had no idea. But when it works that well, trust me, it's like they're still hanging on to shorts. They're still shorting every single pop because when it works, you just keep doing it over and over. That is what they do. Sometimes it goes overboard. That was 08. That was the meme crisis. It's just you're way too aggressive with those shorts. But yeah, they're definitely on with these names. I haven't looked at the interest just yet, but that's certainly true. You can. I don't know that you call it illegally manipulating. The ethics part of it, it's not. That's not for me to judge. It's a
required function of the market to keep the market honest. When someone sees dishonesty, you should be able to short them. How do you regulate when a short position is justified and not? In this case, I mean, was it really fair for GameStop to be really hammered like that?
If it's big enough, it should be disclosed, right?
Yeah, yes. If more transparency, I completely agree with.
Because if you have to disclose,
transparency out there.
You can't sit there and own a significant portion of a company and not have to disclose it.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So why is it that you can stay net short something and short every single pop and be short like godly amounts of the flow?
There should be more transparency.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I don't want to get into. We can talk about synthetics or whatever another time because it gets pretty long-winded. How is it 11:45 already?
I know, bro. Like when you and I are on, it's pretty quick. And me and Sean too. All right, guys. I'm quite annoyed. I'm gonna tell you the truth because this would have fundamentally changed this trade for me. Come to the screen, Mahad, if you're able to for 1 sec. This is the dip trade that I'm going to complain about the rest of the day. That would have given me a fundamentally different cost basis because that's at 40. That takes me up 60 pennies from the breakout point where I got in, which is 240.98. I mean, just quite frustrating, especially it's holding that level quite well, and that level is predictable, which is yesterday's close. I always have that earmarked We're holding these levels on the NQ for now. It's not a guaranteed trade, but it's looking good. It's looking good for now. But frustrated with the lack of ability to get that dip trade. And I was trying to front run my level. I really did. Maybe not by enough. All right, small cappers in focus. ACGN. Oh, baby. It's halted to the upside. Let's get to this one. That's the daily. We'll flip to the 1 minute. All right, small cap gapper de jour starting up here at 10:30. No volume, Neil, before 10:30. Wakes up at around 10:30. We get that halt eventually 11:05. It's a long halt. I'm not going to count how many minutes that is. It looks like it to be 15 or 20. Then you have a period of consolidation, and by consolidation I mean like a dollar range per wick. Needless to say, you know, just look at how wicky it is and know what your risk parameters have to be. Okay, you have to take the average range of the wick here to know, okay, I've got to have at least this much range in my risk. All right, it's back open, Neil. So it was only a 5-minute halt this time. Dips back into 430 and makes a new high. Here's $5. Just went up to 5, rejected off 5. So 5 the high. Then you get the Huadung below that 4 3/4. That was the halt level at 470. We're doing a little bit of a dance there. Lots of volatility in this name, and the volume's coming in fast and furious now. It's done 6.2 million shares, but the 5-minute volume, a lot. 500,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. There goes 537 now, the high of day. Oh, baby, it's small cap season, and we're just a little part of it.
Yeah, it's crazy how many of these there are, man. It's amazing to watch because, as you keep saying over and over again, these are the ones. Why, when I call this one up, I can't even get it on Float Checker?
You want me to have a look?
Yeah, can you have a look?
Absolutely.
I just tried finding it on Float Checker to see how big the flow was on ACGN, and for whatever reason, it's not even.
I have 8.3 million.
That's the float.
That's the
right?
float.
It's exactly the same thing. So they're soaking the entire float. It's already done 6.5 million shares. It's obviously going to do way more than that. Let's get that out of the way. You know that's going to be true. So there's not a lot of available shares. Expect a gigantic, ridiculous range. And I like play the halt levels. I mean, the first halt usually better. So if you can catch like the first big parabolic halt level is generally speaking the best one. That's what you want to go for. I'm just going to go back over to show you guys what's going on in the overall market, because you're catching a little bit of a bounce here. Let me just do this so I don't have to flip over. NASDAQ bouncing back in the green, so it holds the overnight low. Ho-hum. We said it could be an inside day, meaning ranges don't get broken on the broad market. That feels like it wants to be true. I got out of my Tesla short, maybe early. I anticipated a bounce here. Didn't quite. So it broke 163. Didn't really carry down into that dip support to give it a good test. But I feel like I was being a little too patient. And maybe this should have been where the long was on Tesla, like 163 even, instead of looking for some of the fills under. But it's starting to come back in. That could come into play very quickly. Coin continues downside. NVIDIA. Oh, yeah, that wick. Let me zoom in for you. There you go. Still consolidating with no breakdown. So the market bouncing, and you're consolidating under VWAP. That's not giving me any reason not to hold on to this short. As a matter of fact, it just makes me like it more. Market bounces. This doesn't bounce. I think it's headed to the lows. I came into today wanting to be long 30 on Intel. Okay, got wicks there as well. Long 30 on Intel. And it just has to do with you had that big bottom. The 50, so the 200 period on the daily, if that'll work here. That's that 29 level. The 50 period, sorry, 50 periods at 29 change. It's 30 where the 200 period is, and you've been having those grind towards each other. But the breakout the other day was more or less off that higher level, that 30 level, and the gap to the upside. Then you hold pretty much just underneath 30. So it keeps trying to break 30, resists 30, cannot break 29.75. To me, when I see that, that just means there's not enough sellers underneath that 200 period moving average, even though it's pushing back into the trend down. So it can bounce off that level. Today, I wanted the long off that level. You just never got it. You just never got it. So you're still, as the market breaks lower, Intel refuses to get back to 30. This one is setting up for one of the long plays I like. It doesn't seem like it. If you were to only look at maybe the 15-minute over the last 3 days, you'd say it's rejecting 32. I'm seeing it gap up, the sellers couldn't take control beneath 30, and suddenly we're right back above that level. So, I'm kind of thinking that long, if we dip any further, I want to go for the long. It seems counterintuitive here.
No, I like that. Go back to the daily for 1
Yeah,
second,
and
Neil.
go back to
the
the daily.
fantastic hold there on the 200. You see the quick dip
This
below.
is a bad wick, yeah.
And no, but not even that. The quick dip below for those couple of days, and then the quick reclaim. I want to see if it holds the 200 because, like I've been telling you, I've been looking for the new trade, and you're looking for these names that are going to be good in the next few years, and I'm eyeing Intel as well.
And so the story with Intel, if you are looking longer term, we've talked about this before, it's more of a foundry play. Everyone always compares Intel to AMD. And to a certain extent, that's true, right? AMD's been the one that's been taking market share from their core business. But now, Intel's trying to do what happened to them to TSM, right? Like, they're getting into the foundry play. This is what they're spending all their money on. That's where the cash burn is going to. And it's made a triple bottom at $25. That's the bullish sentiment. And I've been the first person to tell you that I've come in probably 80% of the last 100 trading sessions thinking about where can I short the stock. Because it has
not been, it's not done well.
Well,
yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself.
It was trending down, and then it was just giving you resistance levels out the wazoo that
At
you
least
just
you got a consolidation area,
you constant consolidation shorts. But it's finally showing some signs of breaking, like more confirmed signs of breaking out. So I like it.
And
candidly,
one thing too,
I'm long the stock.
I'm considering going long.
I had some called away in the last breakout, but I'm still net long the stock.
I want to make a point too about this, is that this name is one of the only vertically integrated names, meaning that they design and manufacture the chips. AMD, NVIDIA, they don't manufacture their own chips, right? They're designers like Apple and the other.
And that's their upside.
Yeah.
Because the day they land NVIDIA or Apple as a client. That said, I generally don't like talking my own book, but remember, that's a high-risk shot play. They are burning cash. Okay?
They have to, though. How do you make foundries without burning cash? It's a necessity in this case.
I know, but I also, the last 2 quarters, I know after earnings, I went on 1-minute rants talking. I'm pretty sure 2 quarters ago, I was like, this is the worst quarter possible.
Right.
It is ugly. Everything about it was bad. Gensler is doing a horrible job. I said all that stuff. So, I want to be honest about all that. And so we are bouncing back into the upside here. So I want to acknowledge that for a quick second. I want to go, we're just talking about NVIDIA. So we go quickly back over there, zoom in so you guys don't have to stomach that wick. You're now above VWAP. So the question becomes, can it turn at that 79 level? I know I like 80s. Do I want to be able to join more at 79 even? Archon is saying Uber and Lyft are flying. Why? Because Sean's long. No. Uber's earnings, they were better. Obviously, they beat on earnings. They didn't make money, but adjusted, they made money. However, in a similar story, it's almost as if, you look at what happened in Intel I was just talking about there. Like, you've been down for so long, this was already bouncing. Like, what we're talking about could happen to Intel, where it's just made a bottom, the selling's exhausted. That turn happened, probably sometime early in the year on Uber. So it was turning at that 30 level, and that's when you had the trend change, and then what did it just do? It just bounced off 30 before earnings came out. So that when it beat, it was kind of poised to continue the move. So what you have is consolidation after the earnings gap, and then consolidation breakout. So it's pretty technical, but this is because of the earnings gap to the upside and the fact that the stock had already made a turn back here at the $30 level. So shout out to Lyft. It's printing me. I'm not long in. Sean Brown is desk. He's probably grabbing lunch because it's 12 o'clock. Hopefully the salad's good today.
And Neil, another upgrade coming for Uber from Deutsche Bank. We knew Susquehanna, I think it's pronounced. They upgraded them from neutral to positive this morning, and then Deutsche Bank coming intraday and throwing that upgrade with a price target upgrade as well to $46 from 44. So the intraday move there could be justified or could be explained, by maybe this Deutsche Bank upgrade. We know a stock gaps up, it gaps open higher on the back of a pre-market upgrade from a big name. Well,
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know because I know you make the upgrade down the grade list. Was there any action on Lyft today?
There was not that I saw.
Because Lyft is up. So Lyft is up more. However, so it's probably sympathy to Uber, but it's not nearly as strong as Uber. Lyft has been the bigger dog of the two. for obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to tell you that like the chart sort of speaks for itself. Not nearly as big of a break, but it's still a consolidation break off this $10 level. So yes, when a stock is in that kind of it's a bear market for the stock, regardless of what you think the market is overall. When it's in that kind of a trend, for it to go 5%, it takes less for it to move 5% than Uber. So
and
on a technical sense, you're right to say that, okay, well, Lyft is up 5, Uber, hit enter like a million times, is up 4.5.
More bullish.
However, like what's really made the stronger move today? To me, Uber's made the stronger move sort of relative to any normal historical prices. Like it's moved, really, if you're talking about the intraday move here, you've got a $2 move to the upside when $2 has meant something this entire time. Lyft is up technically a higher percentage, and maybe it's starting something. I hate the fact that one is on New York and one is on the NASDAQ.
I want to say something here,
why
Neil,
can they not just have the same, just make it simple for traders, as day traders specifically, just do it for me. And I know the market doesn't care what, you don't give rat's ass what I think. But yeah, this is what I mean. Like it doesn't take much for it to go 5%.
Yeah.
This breaks 12 and ish gets spicy on Lucid, because then all of a sudden you get that big gap fill coming in.
And I want to say one thing, that from a fundamentals perspective, Uber is so much more diversified than Lyft. Look, last year, the Uber Eats really carried all the profits and the revenue because people were still at home. They were ordering Uber Eats where the ride sharing wasn't so much. This year, completely switched. Lyft doesn't have that opportunity. And then you also have Uber Freight, which they're trying to bamboozle into the freight industry by putting that into auction. So Uber, I love it a lot more of a stock fundamentally. That's not obviously financial advice. That's just my opinion. But like, it just goes without saying.
It's just pointing out facts.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're here to point out facts. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And when we get them, sometimes you're like, hey, let's just sit back and you drop that science. Is AMD along at 82? I'm not sure. Well, yeah, that's a good, sorry. Before we move off that first,
we're printing here,
someone
Neil.
just said Uber is still below its IPO. That is absolutely
that's
correct.
Correct, and
but
they're
the
still not
market's
making
now
money.
printing upside.
And they're still not making money. It should be noted, Neil brought this up, but I'll give you the facts. It was last year they turned in the quarter, the Q1 2022, they lost $5.8 billion. This year, that same quarter, they lost $175 million.
Yeah.
The fundamental change. We'll see what they bring, but it's looked good for them the past couple of quarters. All right, guys, on this meta trade, I had to wet my beak when it came to some profits here, baby, because we got up into the 50s. So taking a couple of small scalps, but definitely still looking for that continued move. Now, it's kind of one of those days where you kind of dread taking the equity rather than the future, because the level on the NQ was quite, it was straightforward. It was yesterday's close. We were looking for a hold off there. On a range-bound day, we were looking for a bounce off the bottom end of the range. I should have, in hindsight, taken the futures trade rather than dabbling in the equity and having to deal with all the nuances that are intertwined with this particular equity rather than just taking the market in general. That's a boo-boo on me. But anyway, 25 pennies or so in the money on our friend Meta, but it's nothing really to cheer about. It's not a great trade, I got to tell you the truth. We'll see what it does. I mean, we're up 25 pennies. If we get continuation here on the futures, that'd be great, but I would be surprised because really, what's the catalyst? All right.
Am I permitted to ask, can I ask a stupid question?
Yeah.
So my stupid question is, oh no, darn it, my chart just crashed. Can we leave your meta chart up?
Sure.
What makes it a stupid trade if it's winning?
It's not a stupid trade. It's just I would rather have taken the equity, the futures, rather than having to trade the equity the futures by proxy through the equity. I didn't need to do that. I was looking for the NQ bottom, which was a very clearly defined level. We have an NQ 13184. That was yesterday's close. We held that low all morning. Take the bounce off there. Forget about the equity, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I was only asking that, and again, it's just, when you hear a trader talk about a winning trade. So you identified a stock that was relatively strong. Yeah. You went long the stock, and it's still holding the trend to the upside, even with that last dip. And so when you were saying, well, that's a stupid trade, it's more about that you felt something else was better. And you didn't pull the trigger on it. And, I just want to be honest about it right there. So it's 12 o'clock. Time flies. Thank you, guys.
Blows by, bro.
Yeah, it really does. We have a lot of fun doing this, and I'm glad to be here. We'll be back, obviously. I'll be back. The show's not going anywhere.
You guys are coming on early today,
we're coming.
right?
I think we're coming on a little bit early just to make sure. I think 1:45 in front of 2 o'clock when we had the announcement. But I'm going to get out of here, log out, so you guys can get my mug out of here, and Mad Max can take the reins.
Thanks for coming on, Neil. There we go. All right, guys, let's go back to this minute trade as it retraces back into that whole dollar area, 241. Until this point, 241 had been a bit of a top. We had been rejecting off it for a little bit. Let's see if it acts as an area of support now as we get a decent curl in a lot of these equity names, these big tech names. Meta curl, like we were just talking about. Microsoft as well, finding a bit of a curl. The bottom there on Microsoft got made around 10:30 or so, and we kind of consolidated a little there for a bit. Oops, what is going on here? I just want to take off these trend lines. Okay, so Microsoft's previous day's close was 305.40. Let's say 305.5. We find a bit of resistance around there when we were below it, and then surprise, surprise, acts as an area of support, and now we're trending up, looking possibly to take out the day's highs around that 307 area. 306.97 was Microsoft. You had a bit of a curl too here, especially off these levels, even on Apple. Apple looking like the weak name, even though it's up 0.75 percentage point. Look at that big retracement off that 171 touch. Not quite up to 171, 170.92. And then all the way back down into the 200 here on the 5 at 169.25. Bit of an inside day. We were talking about Tesla as maybe the relatively strong one of the bunch. This one holds 163 on its way down. It had a bit of a dance with it earlier. Look at that 163 consolidation, move back up, take that 163 and run it maybe for a buck into 164. But definitely higher lows going on here. We haven't seen higher highs. Don't really expect this market to really skyrocket or anything in anticipation of the Fed. So it's going to be kind of a range trade day. And I suspect that it may continue to be after, because we really are pricing in a 1/4 of a point rate hike. A lot of it will come, I think a lot of the volatility will come at 2:30 when we get Papa Powell on the mic and he is probed by journalists with respect to how they see certain things, whether it's talking about future inflation or jobs or GDP growth, what have you, all the different metrics that they have to consider, and what they say on those issues. So it's going to be super interesting to see, and we may get some volatility from that. Typically we do. More recently, though, it should be said that these events are becoming less volatile because more is known ahead of time as to the positions and the expectations. So I've been seeing less volatility from these lately. So we'll see. We'll see what that brings. All right, let's talk a little small cap here as we get a retracement into Meta back into the whole dollar at 241. We take some profits, but now we're back to break even. Let's look at these small cappers though, because they've been moving all. We'll get Max. Max is setting up here. We'll get Max's take on some of these small cappers today too. There's been a bunch. We are in small cap season. All right, ACGN. We were talking about this one earlier. It had that big top at 537. It's been a big boy retracement though since making that high. We're knocking on the door of 350 here, maybe a bit of a consolidation area at that 350, that level holding. The halt level had been 3.25, so we're holding a little bit above that last halt level. And after that halt, we kind of opened down a little bit, and we got down to about that 340 area. So looks like we're holding that 340 area on ACGN from around 1140 or so. So decent area here, whether you get a flat bottom break or maybe a retracement in a VWAP into 410 or so. Who knows with these ones? It just really... You just kind of guess and you mitigate risk, Mac. I don't know how else to put. You can kind of guess levels. You try to use a little TA, but at the end of the day,
you just have to structure trades that make sense.
Mad Max here with us, baby.
You can't do stupid stuff on the small. Well, I guess you can, honestly.
You
can
do
whatever you want,
and you'll pay for it, maybe.
You will eventually, very likely, pay for it unless you have the fastest fingers in the game. But even those sometimes can't keep up with these algos.
Truer words have never been spoken. Well, probably they have. But
They probably have, but sounded pretty good when it came out of the mouth.
how's the day?
You know, it's okay.
Okay.
I had a pretty sweet long on AMD.
Yeah.
I had a great short on it too, but I didn't believe in it. Load up,
Let's talk
load
about
up.
it, baby.
So it fails 85 here.
Okay.
And
That's a beauty short.
right? Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Absolute money, but I see it like hold 80. It won't even get to 84. And I know that 84 is a level on the daily chart, and I did have an idea to potentially go long if 84 held for a while off the open. So didn't believe in it, bail out, gave me a chance to reload, didn't do it, and yeah, that would have gone $2, but then try the 82 hold once, stops me out, instantly get back in.
Beauty.
Out,
Revenge
accidentally
was
punch
served.
in. This accidental long, when I was trying to punch into something else, was actually sweet, but yeah, and then I missed this 84 fade, which is what I kind of wanted. But now we're chilling at 82 again. So if we hit the 80s again, I'll probably try to punch long and take that back to VWAP. We'll be watching AMD doing, honestly, surprisingly not as much volume as I would have thought. I thought we'd be over 100 mil by now on earnings day for a name that used to do like, you know, 80, 90 mil on a normal average day. But yeah, AMD pretty good. I traded Uber again.
Which, by the
tried to
way,
get some,
let's just mention this real quick. From a TA perspective, when you have a big sell-off on lesser volume, that's more bullish. Because then you're having lesser volume on the actual move. And then, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. People not wanting to make decisions until...
there you go.
Yeah, and where does the volume come in? Does it come in more to the downside again? Yeah, it comes in later, pushes it down further, most likely.
What else you got on board?
I got some Uber on board. Well, not on board at the moment, but tried a short on Uber. Gave me a great short off this 37. Failed it a couple times, and yeah, it gets down into the whatever this is 70s, and it was giving me the vibe that it was giving yesterday, where it would just go down and stop. And I was like, you know what? Not today. So I just got out for the 25 cents. Obviously, could have gotten more, but then. Keeps going. So Uber remains strong. I have no idea why. I don't like the stock.
It got a midday upgrade. Oh, I didn't tell you.
Is that what it was?
So no, hold on. I'll tell you in 1 second. Just had it a second ago. So it got upgraded this morning by Susquehanna. And then it got upgraded midday by Deutsche Bank. So usually they bring that in the pre-market. Today, whatever reason, they dropped it midday, and it got a little bit of a boost. So.
I didn't think that people cared about upgrades, but all right.
They do. Are you kidding? In the morning when I do the upgrades and downgrades, almost always, they'll be gapping up on that upgrade or down, especially
and then
on the bigger
fade the
names.
gap. They fade the gap every time.
Yeah, true.
Well,
Look at this guy, contrarian 101,
I know. I always
baby.
think it's like exit liquidity when you're...
Which is true. A lot of people say that the upgrades and downgrades are get in and get out. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Like, I hate being cynical, but, you know, in the market, you kind of have to be.
Yeah.
All right, we're still doing that dance around 241. 15, 20 pennies in the money here on Meta. Nothing to write home about as we hold that 13,200 on the NQ. It's been an okay retracement off that 13,184. We really haven't broken through and made decided newer highs. You want that 13,225 break for that newer high. That goes back to that pre-10 o'clock level. We'll see what goes on there. Uber, like you were talking about, days highs. We'll keep an eye on that. Top, though, I don't know if you dabbled in top. It was only a cool $2 spread today on top.
Yeah, I heard you guys yelling about it, or somebody yelling about it, but
well, I know Proudly was all over that other one, K something or another.
Yeah, that KRPB. I tried
top
to
is flying here, dude. Sorry, I interrupted. Look at as I talk about it. Look at this pump, bro.
It's still
from
in the
77 max to 83 in seconds. It is disastrous. Shades of HKD.
Yeah.
Because the spread is just mad sauce. 93, 94, the high.
That's crazy. Won't be touching that today. That's pretty nuts.
Hands off.
Yeah, for real. But I did try to take the 7 break on the KPRB or KRPB or whatever that Prad had.
Yep.
Just too slow to get the order in, and yeah, that went to like what, $9 or something. That would have been a nice trade. That would have been probably best trade of the week for me, but is what it is. you miss them sometimes. Can't
That
have
one
them
had
all.
trouble
I feel like
staying
I said the same thing yesterday about some other one. I was trading this, what's it called? IMGN.
Yeah, that was on there too.
This one's gross.
It was stable pre-market a little bit, and then it got
the tape on it it's crazy. Like things are just, it just bounces around like crazy. Just right now, I was trading it and like it did these crazy wicks, like 40 or 60, 70 cents, and then does it again. But it did this before, and it came all the way back up. So I'm wondering, like, if this breaks 12 again, is that the next move up finally? I don't know. I haven't been able to get a good trade on this name yet, but I'm thinking this is going to squeeze over 13, 14 by the end of the day. I don't know. This one's nuts. This one just, you think that you can get in safe, but you can't get in safe on this.
I'm trying to look at different time frames to see if there's anything you can kind of discern, but you know, maybe you can get a couple of wicks off the 50, but how much do you give it? You got one touch here on VWAP. Well, this is probably the wrong VWAP. Give me 1 sec to have a look at this. IMGN, let's look at this over here. IMGN, there we go. Hold this bad boy up. IMGN. All right, where are we here on the 5-minute chart? Yeah, no, that was the wrong VWAP. So you're getting, you got a couple of touches here off the 50 period, but that's as the range is tightening up. It wasn't at the open. You had VWAP dips on the open though, Max. I mean, like, look at this. For the most part, it held VWAP the majority of the day. So if you got in near the VWAP area, especially looking at
I was trying to get in there around 1050, but I just couldn't hold it. I couldn't take like a 25-cent loss on this name. And it wasn't, like there was no size anywhere. It was just going crazy.
What's the spread like today?
The spread itself is not bad, but it was just nuts. Like it would just slam around 20 cents at a time. Now it seems to be chilling out, but you look at these crazy 1-minute candles and like, what is that, $12 to $10.50 in 1 minute? Like, I don't know. I can't
there's a pretty nutty range, especially looking at it on the 1 minute time frame. It's very bamboozling. On the 5, I feel like it's a little bit easier. So I don't know. I'd probably try to trade it off the 5. That's not to say that the range on this one is really big, especially for what you could say was a bit of a consolidation range. You really have to give it super wide because of these wicks. Without the wicks, obviously, it's reasonable, but that's not how you trade, right? You don't know it's going to be a wick. You just see it move down there and you panic. No, you don't panic, of course, because you have to have outs. But all right, we'll keep an eye on IMGN. It's a decent name, and we'll see how it trades for the rest of the day. Keeping an eye on some of these other small cappers as well. KRBP, that's what I was talking about, and GDC. GDC back at VWAP. Interesting look. Meta still at that 241. We're like a couple of pennies in the money. As we hold that whole dollar level, it doesn't look good right now on the NQ. We're not really printing newer highs. In fact, we're kind of retracing back into 13,200. To be expected, didn't anticipate, we'd have a rocket ship of a day by any means, but we're trying to play these ranges the best we can and extract whatever we can out of this market. But Tesla, it's looking good, man.
I was just looking at Tesla. That 165 level is kind of juicy. 166 is the post-earnings high. So 166 is the important level for me on Tesla. But that 165 break could be something. I mean, do you expect a crazy move before FOMC? Probably not. If we can consolidate below here and then FOMC comes out and then we break 165, that could be the trade that takes you to like 170.
Easy.
Something like that.
Especially with this name.
Yeah. But, watching AMD right now get those bids off that, like, 08, 09 kind of level, it's, I mean, people are not letting this one get down to 82, so maybe you got to pay up if you want that 82 long on AMD. I'm not really willing to do that because I've seen, what it can do, and I would like to see that exact same move, like the fail break of 82, trap some shorts, which will... like that gives you that buy pressure so that you don't have to, you don't have to worry about the stop. The stop is just the stop of the buying. But let's see where that goes. Right now, kind of 35 cents off of that 82
I think we missed a super chat. probably get to it.
Uh-oh.
Super chat from Arkin. He says, H. Bebby, CEO of Microsoft and Alphabet, called to AI meeting at White House. Is the government waking up? Question mark. I mean, we know that Kamala Harris now has kind of taken this portfolio, or that's what the media was reporting, that she was going to be meeting with some of these names to talk about the importance of really making sure that the product doesn't cause harm and there are safeguards in place. We'll see what developments come out there, but you've seen the likes of Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak and a number of other big players come out and kind of, I don't know, raise concern with respect to to AI in general.
Yeah. No concerns here, right?
Yeah. No. We're good with the AI.
Yeah.
That's just Elon.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah,
Elon.
you guys,
around here, we love the AI.
Yeah. So anyway, the whole point is, we anticipate getting some regulation here. You got to assume probably something's going to be down the.
You would expect,
pipeline,
right? Like
for this kind of stuff. So we shall see what happens. But I think it is a burgeoning. Are you subscribed to ChatGPT 4? Are you paying? No. I'm thinking about paying.
Yeah, you
because
might as
people
well.
are talking this thing up like crazy. Like I know Spence and Bradley.
Yeah, and Jacob back there.
Jacob
they all got
Jacob's super nerd, with like in a good way. Okay, in a nerd in a good way. He programs. Like I wish I could program.
But yeah, all those guys using that GPT-4. Apparently it's crazy. Like you can get it. A lot of my friends are using it to help them with work.
Yeah.
And this like.
I know you definitely gotta go on that. Well, so we'll
one
see.
of them actually got ChatGPT to interview him for his to practice for his job.
Well,
interviews.
I told you that you can ask the thing to ask you questions, so it can give you a better response. It's madness.
It's crazy.
Madness.
But there's still like quirks in it. I think I hear it lies a lot.
It lies.
Yeah, like it knows the answers.
I thought that
wrong.
was the Google one.
I'm hearing like different things on depending really who you talk to. I haven't read thorough articles about this. It's kind of been just like quick tidbits of information.
Fair enough.
Well, we shall see. Bard lies, says Darwin. ChatGPT 4 gave me a starter code for an AI trader bot. I know nothing about code, but it spit it out, says James D. Yeah, man. Well, that's what it is. So we shall see. All right, on these futures, 13,200 no longer on the NQ. We retraced a little bit below that, but we're still above that 13,184, which was yesterday's close, the level that I've been using kind of to base my trades off of. It is 12:18 and a half. We are about an hour and 40 minutes away from the Fed rate decision. That will be released right at 2 o'clock, and then followed by the Fed news conference with Papa Powell on the mic at 2:30, taking questions from reporters. And usually that is the market moving event, unless we really get like a no hike surprise at 2 o'clock. But most people baking in a 25 basis point hike at this point.
The only case for that no hike that I would think is like
banking.
Yeah, given that FRC just failed and people are putting pressure on the PACW and WAL and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
maybe they decide to not hike, but
he came out on the weekend and started saying that a lot of these banks have exposure to the commercial real estate, and that's a day of reckoning to come.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
got
got
a
big
buddy.
funds like Brookfield just canceling. What did they do? They just decided to walk away from a building because of the mortgage.
So they're going to have to deal with the lawsuit, obviously, which is going to ensue from that. Obviously, they're probably pricing that all in, right, in their analysis.
Yeah, they might deal with a lawsuit, but apparently, like the way that those mortgages work, you just hand over the asset and walk away from the mortgage.
Oh.
Yeah.
What does the
or
bank
whatever
holder
it is.
do? Okay.
The bank, because
the bank
because
is
the
like the
banks are
ultimate
like,
bank
this stuff is stable. They don't care.
They're
like,
not,
we'll
though,
take
because
the assets.
they can't find any tenants.
Yeah.
Okay,
now
so I was going to tell you a
now
story.
it's
I got a buddy who's got one of these. He's not a restaurant. It's like a fast food, Greek food place in a food court that's connected to PATH. PATH, by the way, in case you guys don't know, it's like this huge underground tunnel system that connects the majority of downtown Toronto. The purpose being because we have cold winters, so you can theoretically navigate underground between like all these buildings in the downtown core. It's really comprehensive. Anyway, he has a restaurant there, and his business is just has not recovered because of the financial district in Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you have any buddies that work down on Bay Street. We're on Bay Street, but like down.
Yeah, people are not
they,
totally in the office yet, but I mean, I think it's coming back, right?
A little bit.
But people are using their offices as like flex space and stuff now.
Yeah.
It's like there's not necessarily everybody gets their own desk kind of thing. So
No,
the
remember
requirements
Google?
are much
Google
less.
made like the people share the desks. These guys were like getting their laundry done, and they had like, I don't know, unlimited lattes, and now they're sharing desks, baby. The world is cyclical, Max, as are these small cappers.
Indeed.
Let's talk about some of these small cappers, because they're not doing anything at the moment. Let's see what's going on here. Top, GDC, yeah, they're all on a breather, or they're retracing to the downside. Nothing really catching my attention. GNS is back.
GNS.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
I took the
GNS
$4 break on GNS once, and I think I sold it at like
Come
$7.
to my chart. There we go. Look at this. GNS starts its day sub $1 around that 90 penny range. Yeah, that was in the pre-market technically. The low day is 92. 125 we get up to. GNS has been a big runner in the small cap world going back a while. Look at the daily. Look how many times we wick up going back to April of last year. I remember this one was a small capper, huge small capper. Look at those wicks. I know my head's blocking the way, but you guys see the top of those wicks. And then multiple days subsequent to that.
Yeah, that was a fun one for sure.
Yeah, it's back. Well, for now, it's above a buck for now.
For now.
Yeah.
I prefer the ones with like, fresh news that.
For sure. A
or
lot
like
of these ones haven't had
recently
fresh news, though.
IPO'd. Something like that, where like you don't have all these bag holders from the last time it pumped, but still fun. Yeah. Still some opportunity on GNS. Lots of people talking about Starbucks in the chat. It does indeed look like it has bottomed, so I'm going to try to catch a little dip trade on this one if we can get it. Might be a little bit optimistic sitting at 104.30s. I do see size at 104.01, which was at 104 for a brief moment. So somebody really trying to get a fill ahead of 104. I'm going to try and front run them and see if we can get a dip trade on Starbucks, potentially back up to this VWAP area. Got totally crushed on earnings. What were we trading at pre-earnings? Like 115 before earnings. Now we're down at 104. So yeah, Starbucks smoked today, but trying to catch a bid above this 104. I'm not sure if these wicks are indeed real. They do show up on my other platform too, down to 104. So I'm gonna say yes, that one of these wicks is real, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this can hold 104, make a move back up. I might have to pay up into like the 50s to actually get this trade instead of waiting for the 30s. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about dollars on the way out instead of pennies, so don't necessarily mind paying up an extra 20 cents as long as I see something there. But looking like it may not even give it to me. AMD also will not give me the trade that I want on it. Keeps bouncing off this 82.10 level, so buyers paying up in front of 82 for the dip trade, possibly looking for this move back into the 83, 84 area. Do I think that AMD is above 84 by the end of the day? Probably not, unless the market rips on Powell's speech today, but you never know. I didn't think that the earnings report was all that bad, but I am just a trader. I am no analyst. So yeah, they are selling off the AMD today, down 8.5%. I got to get that title fixed too. Everything kind of messed up on these charts right now. But yeah, where's my Starbucks at? That's not, hasn't come in. I might have to just pay for Starbucks, Sharif. Did you ever have a look at that one? No. Just pay up the current price instead of waiting for a dip.
Out here, 8. Yeah, the market didn't like what they had to say with respect to guidance. They made money because of China. Seems like their China sales were like through the roof.
What's wrong with that? Nobody else is making money in China right now.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Like,
it just makes their business model more susceptible to like these sanctions.
Oh, political risk and all that. Yeah. Fair enough. Got to change the models on it.
That's
on
the
its
thing.
valuation.
We have like
That's okay.
this friend shoring, near shoring.
Have you looked at Atlas Lithium today?
ATLX.
That just halted down.
Oh baby.
Was at $35, went to $25.65. What just happened?
Oh wow. Okay, let's find out here. Seeing a 10 o'clock print, but nothing really coming out. Wow, bro. Holy cow. So the 9:30 move, and then you get a 10 o'clock. Okay, so here is.
I see nothing on that.
Atlas expectations for Atlas Lithium future with the last quarter. Okay. What is this? There's nothing here. Oh, this is no. Okay. This ain't it.
Have you used the news tool on P-Pro 8? It actually works very well. I think it's connected to Refinitiv.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's super fast, and there's nothing since 9:40 a.m. on this.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing anything on my platform either. So, what a move down. On volume though? What's the volume on this bad boy? What do we got here? 604,000 max.
This is crazy.
This is like there's no volume on this, right?
Oh, this is like a really small cap. I didn't notice the float on that. 5% or 5 million float.
Oh, I didn't even notice that either.
Maybe they did an offering.
It's not coming up.
What's the date today? The 4th?
I'm getting the circuit breaker halt alert, but nothing again with respect to the fundamentals. What a big move down though. Huge move. 38%. Ooh. Wowzers.
Ouch.
Yeah. All right. Just going to report here on the current trade that we're in. Now, the position board doesn't show it, but I'll take a fill shortly once we get above 241. Meta, we're still doing that dance around the whole dollar area. I'm long 240.98, so break even at this point. Took some out when we popped up into the 50s. What we've been seeing here is a series of higher lows, which is good, but we want to see higher highs here. And we're not seeing a big move in the market. Now, we've got both the ES and the NQ. They're both positive right now. We've been kind of dancing with 13,200 on the NQ. We held that 41.36 area on the ES, and maybe we'll retrace into that 41.50, maybe before the Fed. 41.54, that's the high. We made that right at 10 o'clock. So still very much an inside day. These trades are not great. Keeping an eye out for anything here making a secular move. I'm seeing a nice pump up in Microsoft, holding that 305.40, now touching that 306 area, looking to touch 306 and a quarter. We've got a nice move up on the market on both the ES and the NQ, and a pump here on Meta as the buying accumulates. The NQ starting to look more bearish. Sorry, the ES starting to look more bullish than the NQ. It had been the other way around earlier. But yeah, the ES looking good right now, man. Looking to retrace into that 41.5. What are you analyzing over there?
I did just get into Starbucks, 104.80, not showing on the position board for some reason, but looking for 105 to break and then get back towards that VWAP area around 105.70, showing me a lot of signs that this one has made a bottom and it wants to go. Not going to let it get below 104.40, I think is the price that I want to get out here. And yeah, we'll see if we can get about $1 out of this one. Risk to reward being about, what is that, 2.5 to 1. That's not so bad. And yeah, we'll see if the market wants to buy up some Starbucks. I believe it has made a bottom down here at 104. Yeah. Also, Amazon starting to pump up again. This one, you know, I buy the dip all the time on Amazon. And then I stop doing it. And that ends up being the way to go. So okay. Amazon now breaking out again above this 105.10, above VWAP, looking for newer levels on Amazon. Really reversed hard off of this 106 today. But you know, we got a lot of room to the upside, and given that we had bad earnings and then just got bought up, I mean, I feel like Amazon, if you look at the daily, we might just resume this uptrend that we've been on since. Oh. That's so bad, Wick. Since the last time, you know, we get these dips, keeps holding up. So we'll see if Amazon can take out that 106, potentially today or maybe this week, and then continue that move up. What was that high after earnings? I believe it was 109.50.
Yeah, it was ugly. Remember that? That spike?
Yeah, I was long after that spike quite a few times. But yeah, like I feel like the bottom's in on this one. What was it yesterday? Like 101, which used to be a level prior to.
Very strong yesterday for whatever reason.
Yeah, prior to earnings, that 101 was like holding. It doesn't show on this daily chart because of all the wicks, but that area held a bunch of times and then holds on the day 2 after earnings and just shoots right up. So yeah, Amazon 2 days in a row going crazy off the open. I did have 103.50, but I wanted it to get below and then come back above. Sadly, did not get that one. And just watching this Starbucks, having trouble with the 85 price for some reason. But, not really scaring me particularly. It just has to get through that 85 price. Test 105, we can make a decision. If we fail 105 potentially to get out, probably won't be getting out. But yeah, we will see on our boy Starbucks. Maybe, no, I'm not going to add, never mind. But yeah, see if we can get through that 85 price. And
all right.
Yeah, AMD still doing nothing.
Yeah, well, it had a big move down, right? So we shall see. All right, guys, I got into IMGN here, quarter position. I like the accumulation. I'm trading this off the 5-minute chart, okay? I'm not even going to look at the 1 minute on this one because there's far too much bamboozlement. My ultimate out, the break of this low, which is the break of 11. There's the low right there, and there's going to be my out. So if we get continuation, fantastic. I'll be looking to take profits at that 12.25. This is my trade, and I'm sticking to it, baby. Defined outs, we'll keep an eye on this one and let it work with stops and profit takers in place. I'm in at 82s. So let this one work. Meta popped up into the $0.25. In fact, got right to, got to 27s. I took a couple of baby outs here just to wet my beak and keep myself interested as we do the inside range bound dance in anticipation of the Fed. Tammy B says, be careful, Sharif. It has a tendency to huadunk. More aware I could not be. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's the thing. This one breaks that 11 low. I'm gonzino, but I'm looking for a continuation through that 12.5. And maybe ultimately, if I leave a little bit of a piece there, that 1331 HOD, that's a high a day, baby, that 1331 level. The pre-market high had been that kind of 12-ish level.
1220, yeah.
1220, right?
Yeah.
And then we have a 1331 high. So what I like about this, two things. It breaks the pre-market high, which was already high to begin with. It breaks it. And then once it breaks it, retraces but holds above VWAP. So it's for me, that's a bullish trend. The fact that it doesn't huadun can set up the flat bottom break consolidation that we take below VWAP. That's what I was looking for on this one. It didn't show it to me. It held VWAP. It got bought up. I'm seeing a series of higher lows on this one, but a bit of a compression pattern forming as you're seeing. Not even talking about it. I'm not even showing it. As you're seeing lower highs and higher lows. So, usually this one, it's a 50-50 split in which way it resolves, but usually you're helped a little bit if you take it in the direction of the trend, and that's what I'm doing. Long, taking it in the direction of the upside. Meta, back up into that $0.25 30 area. Every time we come around there, though, there's renewed selling, right? You feel like the moves up, they're not really, there's no continuity, and they're met with, vigorous selling. That's how I feel, especially as we dance around that 241.25 like we've been doing the majority of the morning. So we shall see how these two trades resolve. Both of them very much flat. I anticipated IMGN to be a bit more volatile. Maybe I should not wish for that, as it may resolve in the opposite direction. May give me volatility, but to the downside, which I don't want. I'm looking for that 12 break, Max. Looking for that VWAP hold.
Yeah, I like the 12 break on that for the continuation. I feel like that's the kind of name where it gaps up today, trends up all day, and then gets bought out for $50 in a couple months. It's, it is like apparently a working cancer drug for ovarian cancer. I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist.
You always like to champion that kind of cause, whatever the motivation, because the result is usually quite good.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. There was something on the watch list
money. Let's be
about
real.
Side effects, but you know, I'm sure they can iron that out. Whatever.
You're a joker. I was talking about more the motivation of the money. You're looking at it from a more like side effects perspective. I feel you there. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one of the things you got to take into consideration.
Yeah, what am I looking at? We're struggling with 90 now on Starbucks, but still trending up, so chilling on this one. No decision to be made there. That Uber finally turned around a little bit, but I'm not going to touch Uber anymore. Shorting that doesn't work, apparently. Everybody likes Uber all of a sudden, or I guess short's getting squeezed or something, but nothing that I can figure out. This ATLX just opened back up. Opened down, and now it's trading up in the 27s. I don't know what's going on with this one, so I'm going to stay away, but seems pretty nuts. They got a price target increase today, and that's all ATLX. Oh. This is the one that was halted down from like 35.
Atlas Lithium.
Yeah. So they got a price target increase, and now they are, down, what is this, 35%. So, not sure what's going on there. I guess the price target increase was the exit liquidity on this one, and there was no liquidity to exit. So they just dumped it.
Max, lots of size on 12 on IMGN, at 12 on IMGN. We're not able to break through it at the moment. It's showing, some decent size, but clearly there is an iceberg there because there was there's a lot of buying coming in, but we weren't not printing anything above 12. So I took a little bit of a tiny out there at the whole dollar. Obviously, you can see my profit taker. I'm still sitting at the $0.25, and then I'm looking for the eventual test of 13. But, we could quadrunk right here. There could be a big boy seller who steps in and pushes this.
Well, that's what happened last time.
And exactly what happened last time.
And I was long.
And that's why you need resting orders. I mean, I'm old man hands. Old man hands can't handle the heat, baby.
Yeah.
So old man hands needs to use these resting orders to take profits. And that's why I got a couple there.
You are not as fast as an HFT.
No,
me.
No, I'm not.
You cannot be as fast
HFTs.
as an HFT.
They've been walking on my lawn. You know what I mean? Like, old man doesn't like these HFTs. Old man doesn't want you walking on his lawn.
They're walking on your lawn.
Lawn. Get it? Yeah, but it's a pun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get it?
Yeah.
Like lawn, old man, lawn.
Yeah. It's good.
It's good. Yeah, Max has to put up with me, guys. I mean, they should get paid more just for that. All right, guys. We're still doing that dance at $12 on IMGN, but Quadunk could be very much in the cards at this point. ACGN pumping, I see here, getting off 3, going to 350. It's moving. It just woke up, ACGN, but we're getting a whole bunch of super chats, Max.
All right.
Sandy Rye, 9.99 quid. Thank you. Quid by the means pound. Came across the channel recently. Really enjoy watching and also learning so much. Thanks, guys. Keep smashing it. Thank you, dude. Thank you for being a part of this and for watching. I appreciate you for being a viewer. Ian Rispetto, good friend of the show's, $9.99 US super chat. How do you guys think Powell will position himself in the press conference today, dovish or hawkish? If you were to best guess, would you think he pauses after this one or says more coming?
You got to say he pauses, yeah. I figure they pause after this. I figure they stop after this, hopefully. There have been comments recently about maybe they went too fast with the rate hikes. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I think, you got to chill out for a bit and, see if they work out more long term because
a lot of these are
it's only been a few months since we've been at these elevated interest rate levels, and you got to wait for it to do its job. It's not going to be right away. So hopefully they pause after this, and let's we can go back to the upside.
Let's take the opportunity to go to the Fed rate tool because we can kind of have a look there and see what's popping off. I use this a lot. Fed rate tool. There we go. So we'll pull that up and. You know, we're not looking so much for the odds today. We kind of know that that's already baked in. 86.8% likely to get a 25 bips hike today. It's these up here, guys. The possibility for rate cuts. So after today, we'll be at 5 to 5.25, right? So then we go to June, the June decision, and all of a sudden there's a 12.2% chance we could get a cut. Obviously, that goes up as the months go on. So when we go to July, all of a sudden there's almost a 38% chance of a cut for July. In September, we're definitely looking almost at a 50% chance for a cut. So the market baking in cuts this year. Obviously, if you're looking for him to say that, and by him I mean Papa Powell, to tip his hand into a cut, I really don't think you're going to hear him say anything of the sort. What you'll be looking for is how kind of what he's forecasting for the economy. So much of this is intertwined. GDP is connected with jobs, with inflation. We have the possibility of stagflation. We also have the possibility that I'm absolutely printing on this long on Meta. What a move up on our friend Meta. We are now 65 pennies in the money. Yeah, finally, Meta getting going here, making a high of day 241.63. And we are just printed another one, Max, as we continue to pump up here on our friend Meta. Now up over 1% on the day. We had to wait, but now we're being rewarded. And now we're printing another high as we print 241.70s. Oh, baby. We're going to drop the bang for that one. Meta alive and to the high side. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, I think, his analysis of the macro picture is what I'll be looking for here, Max.
Makes sense. Makes sense to me. And I'm also long AMD right now, by the way. Looked like it was going to hold 82 there. May not be holding. I'm watching quite closely now to see if I should just bail out of this or if I should add to it. I'm going to add over 82.05. I will bail out at 90. So let's see what happens here. I'm thinking that AMD will do the same move again because, I don't know. Just don't think that the earnings were that bad. We got the move up today already. People seem to be excited about the long, which maybe means that the short could be good. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Not looking for it to make a new low, really. But I am looking to add if we can get moving above that 82. Right now, just kind of stuck at 95. Potentially going down. I might try this again if we wick low of day, but I'm not going to hold it all the way down to low of day right now because the risk reward just does not make sense there. But yeah, if this does work, I'd be looking for 50s, then 65s, and then see if we can get back to VWAP at 83. For right now, not working so well on AMD. Did your small cap break that 12? I want to get long that if it does.
Which one?
No, it didn't. IMGN.
No, it's like I'm still holding. I'm like 2 pennies out of the money. It's at 80s. I got in 82s. Here's the look on IMGN. We're still holding here, but you know the Huadun can come in at any time on this one, guys. Let's just be real about it. This is not a NASDAQ name, right, where you're going to have mostly continuity and you're only going to get a crazy reversal if there is news coming out on it or if there's a market moving catalyst, right? This one will Huadunk just because it felt so and just because someone with a monster account came in and can absolutely manipulate it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And those like crazy sells that you were seeing could just be someone with a lot of shares that just decides to mark it out today and everybody's thinking manipulation, but it's actually just a legitimate seller. And yeah, I just bailed on that AMD. Tried to take the 05s there, stopped at 04. So let's see what happens at low of day. Maybe get back in around 81, 85. Apparently people selling below 82. Not what I expected there. As Starbucks also pulling back. So might get stopped out of that Starbucks trade as well if we can't get back into the 60s ASAP here.
I want to also complain about the liquidity here on Meta. Like, look, it's done shareage. It's done 8.94 million shares. That's low for Meta standards by this time of the day, okay? And we've been seeing it being low on Tesla, on Amazon, on all the big tech names. The volume's lower. That's just part of the landscape that we're currently in right now in the market, in the equities market. So as a result of that, the spreads really opened up here. Multiple times I've tried to get out, and I haven't been filled. right? And I'm offsetting like 3-4 pennies.
Really?
Yeah. And so Meta is, like right now it's 5 pennies, 4 pennies, which is not bad on a big tech name, but it's just not what it typically is. Usually it's just such a liquid name. You get in, get out with ease.
What's the volume like on Meta today?
I just what I said, just 9 million shares, 8.96 million. Yeah, very low.
Yeah, pretty low.
Quite low. Microsoft is 8.66 as well, but Microsoft's, $60 more than Meta. We also have Google very low as well, 7.91 million. Amazon and Tesla leading the bunch with 32 for Amazon and 60.7 for Tesla. Apple third, 25, almost 24.2. But the volume definitely low. Again, we're talking about the Fed coming in here and a lot of these hands waiting to see which direction they're going to take as a result of probably the conference, the news conference after. So keeping an eye on that. I'm seeing some good, decent moves here on the ES. ES stepping up nicely, man. It's not a great move notionally, but the chart pattern does not look bad on the ES. You're seeing higher highs and higher lows, whereas the NASDAQ, you're not seeing that higher high. You didn't get that 13,218 break that you wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at there. And
yeah, not expecting a huge range today, and obviously we haven't seen a huge range. Like, is that only 60, 70 points on NASDAQ?
Yeah, it's
for
quite
the whole
tight.
day. That's
it's
crazy.
Quite tight.
Yeah, and we're like 20 handles on ES as well for the range today. So nothing happening ahead of this Powell speech and rate decision, which the rate decision should not be a surprise. If that's a surprise, like
it's a cut.
Fireworks potentially, but
it's a hold or a cut. That's a surprise.
Yeah, if they hold at whatever they're at right now, that would be.
I think Papa lights this market on fire, baby. He comes in with a
You
0.5 basis point cut, and he sits there,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Posts up at the mic, and he's like, take on.
The Fed hasn't really been in the business of surprising for quite some time now, so I wouldn't expect them to surprise. Usually they'll come out and say something if they're going to surprise. So yeah, probably getting the expected hike here, but
I know some four that says dream on. Yeah, I know. Dream on, baby. We can dream. IMGN, I'm doing nothing on this one, Max. It's kind of hanging out near my entry. We got that initial rejection off 12. I didn't get any prints above it. I've got a couple of resting orders above 12 in case we get a big boy move back up. But what you like with this one is you see constantly higher lows and then a bit of a top developing at 12. And for compression pattern, like an ascending wedge up, you like the break in direction of the trend, and that's what I'll be looking for there. If that materializes, fantastic. I've got resting orders to take care of it there. But we're moving. We're moving nicely on some of these big cap names. Got Microsoft moving up a bit. Tesla though, rejecting off that 164.5. Could make that continuation.
Keep it below 165 for the speech. Then we'll take that breakout.
Sir.
Be printing at 170. Yeah, that's what I want. That's the trade. I don't know where it was. I think it was like 180 last time that I made that trade, and I think it went to like 188 eventually. So see if we can get a move like that on Tesla today on the speech. Probably the strongest large cap today. Amazon maybe Amazon's the strongest large cap today. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, Tesla up 2% actually. So strongest name, that's the one I'm going for. Most volume as well, other than AMD.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going long AMD into anything today, as we've just given up the bottom. So now the dip trade idea on AMD is dead for me unless we get to like 80 maybe, take that back up. But highly doubt that we're getting all the way to 80 today.
Our friend Microsoft is waking up here. So is our friend Apple. Both our friends are waking up. Apple is about to break 170. Last time around at that level, it rejected. Didn't quite make it up to 170. Here we are again. We're in the 90s. VWAP is a little bit above 170. I think it's 170.03. So you have a bit of a double whammy there in terms of resistance, possibly the whole dollar and VWAP. But Apple making the move. Also, Microsoft looking to test day's high, 306.97. That's day high. We're churning back into the mid-70s here at 306.74, looking possibly to take out that peak on Microsoft. Here's the look on both these bad boys here. This is the Microsoft chart. We have to make a new high through that 307 break. Otherwise, it's a no-go, for me anyway. And then here's the look on Apple. This is what I was talking about, that 170 touch. We're at 99s, guys. So critical level here on our friend Apple. We're looking for that 170 break and a VWAP reclaim, and maybe to change this trend. Oh, baby. We'll see if we can make a move. But yeah, critical levels, obviously you could be looking to go short here, as we have been range bound for the majority of the morning. And the best, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say what the odds are. I'm not a statistician, but you don't think, I doubt we get really like a big bull move. So likely to stay within the ranges. So we'll see what goes on there. IMGN still dancing around the $0.75. I'm a couple pennies out of the money, more than I've been for a while. Ultimate out on this one though, the 11 break, that's the lower low, and then I want no part of it at that level. But what I'm seeing here is the NQ now, baby. It just printed newer highs, and the ES. I'm not talking about days highs, I'm talking about local highs. This 13,216 we were talking about, 218, excuse me, as that new high. It just came and went. So printing newer highs now on our friend the NQ with higher lows, obviously, so getting a bit of a direction change. All the while keeping in mind that we are likely to stay within the range, and that's the bias I'm keeping into the Fed close. So I'm not trying to get too excited here, but you have to call a spade, and we're breaking out here on the ES as well, looking maybe to touch that 4150 max as we retrace into the high 40s.
Yeah, that. Do you remember MINM from yesterday? Minim. Just halted up again.
Oh, baby.
Similar price to where we were looking at it yesterday in the afternoon. So yesterday, I believe it kind of broke out from 430, if I recall correctly. Yeah, this 430 price breaks out of that, ends up at $14 somehow. So definitely room to the upside on MINM. Potentially some bag holders in this area, but yeah, SSR now tapping a full dollar higher. So congratulations to the longs on MINM. See if that one can continue up through that 5, 10, whatever dollar range, and maybe make some new highs today. I don't think this one has any levels on the daily chart left. If it will load for me, which it may not here. Oh, yeah, no. We were trading at like, what is this, 8 cents? Must be a reverse split this day. So trading at like $2. Now we're into 5. This one could go anywhere, really. I will be watching for the open, which should be at 12:45. Oh, because it's halted up. So 12:55, 58, maybe. If it's going to be a 15-minute halt, could be longer based on this huge gap up. I guess a lot of shorts from yesterday getting squeezed out of this one. I'll throw that up on a chart, though. Make sure I see the open on MINM. And that Starbucks trade that I had on, I did get stopped out, and I got back in, and now probably going to punch out again because this doesn't look like the tape that I wanted to see. So yeah, I'm just going to bail on that. Bad trading on Starbucks. Doesn't look like it wants to go up from here. Maybe if it wicks that 104 again, could be a good trade. Not a good trade at the top of the range, obviously. So on the way down for Starbucks, AMD trying to get back above 82. Maybe that's the spot to fade it back into new levels. What are the next levels that I have on the daily chart for AMD? Probably like 79. Yeah, like 79.50 on AMD I have as a level. That could be the next spot it goes to if this just keeps trending down today after this kind of clean, break and rejection on that 82 level. So see if we can get through this low of 81.65, and then maybe we're trending. Maybe we are trending down to that 79 whatever level. Didn't expect to see this move today out of AMD, so maybe it does just break this 05 level and keep going in this range, but kind of feels like a consolidation breakdown on that one at the moment. And people are still talking about Mullen. What is Mullen doing today? 7 cents on Mullen. Done 350 mil of volume, breaking down like crazy. What's going on this one? Maybe some news, or just, well, yeah, look at this volume coming in. What is happening on Mullen? Check the news. 1251 Mullen Automotive reverse stock split intended to bring company into compliance with minimum bid price. Okay, so they're doing a reverse split, and people are selling it off because they know that when these stocks do a reverse split, they just get sold back to the same prices again. This one looking pretty nasty. We got a reverse split on Mullen, and it is flying to the downside. Yeah, getting crushed.
Well, what do you
smoked.
expect, bro? And
Yeah,
that's
the
why I
same
called
thing
them what
always
I called them,
Yeah.
right? People get upset about it, but that's why I call them that, right? Because, you know, the bamboozlement is real. Wow, look at that, Max. Okay, well, notionally, we're talking about an 18-penny move, but an 18-penny move in a sub $1 stock, well, yeah, you do the math. Yeah, right? I mean, exactly. But here it is. Big move down on this name, 0.88 cents, the high. And now we're knocking on the door there of 7 cents, Max. Found some renewed buying. Not looking at the book or the tape, so not sure what this looks like. But right now, a big boy huadunk to the downside.
Oh, yeah.
So keep an eye on that. IMGN, 10 pennies out of the money on this, but keeping an eye on that VWAP level. But it's the 50 period here that I think I need to respect. The 50 period on the 5, that's the one that's been bought up on every descent down and has never closed below the 50 period on the 5. So I'll be looking to use that indicator on IMGN for any possible dip trades with respect to my meta trade. Oh, look at this bamboozlement over here on this. Yeah, so we'll have to put 240.98. That's what we'll do. So we'll go ahead and put that. We'll find the culprit. There it is, 240.98. Do we fix it? Oh, baby. The fix comes in pretty quick there. We were looking to retrace maybe back into 241.50. We're getting a fantastic move on these futures here. It's a nice retracement off the lows, looking to touch both highs. What is that?
MINM. It opened up. It holds 5 twice on the bid. And now we're, we were trading in the 70s for a second there. Now we're back to the 60s. So this one a little nuts, SSR. So the shorts can't hit the bid. They have to offer out on the ask. So it's not dumping like you would expect one like this to traditionally dump. But we shall see what this does. If it can hold 5 and never breaks it, I mean, you know, this is going to the moon. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. I considered punching in. I kind of wanted it to break 5 and then rebid back up for me to punch in. But these ones aren't really giving me that opportunity lately. They just kind of go straight up. I don't know what's going on with the small caps these days. Gonna have to just
man, that's the thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust my my way of trading them.
Yeah, it's wild.
Punch in blindly, like I don't know. How do you do this?
They're so trendy in the way. Like I remember, like I keep thinking about the exact same thing, the play that I had in December and January, where they would make either a new high or they break the pre-market high, and you could just short. They had multiple opportunities, and they almost always failed off either a new high or a pre-market high. Not so is the case. They're so cyclical in how you approach them. Not the fact that they come and go in percentage moves and volatility, but just your approach to them has to be different. And obviously that just comes with screen time, experience, with a lot of failures and a lot of lessons, right?
Of course.
Obviously, in order to subsist, make sure your losses are small so you can keep continuing in this game. And that obviously means mitigating risk and adjusting share size. So.
And I'm now long this MINM because it did finally give me my setup. So we are like 25 cents in the money right now. Looking for this to halt up and go to like infinity. Infinity is the target on this one. Gonna stop out like 490. Hopefully the bots are listening. Go ahead and stop me out. I don't care. This one's going to the moon. And there we go. Some volume pouring in. There's size on the offer though, so people trying to short this around 550. We'll see if we can get through that 560 level through high of day of 580. And yesterday we went to 14, so today we can go to 140. Let's see where this MINM goes.
Wow. Meta just quadrupled. What's going on? Something just came out on Meta. Meta just dropped like $1. What is going on here, man? I have to look into this here. Hollywood writers, that has nothing to do with Meta. Oh, I clicked Netflix. What the hell? Alleges lawsuit. No, this is not. Can't be. That was 10 minutes ago. I'm not seeing it here, but Meta's absolutely flushing to the downside. This trade is all of a sudden completely different for me, and I have to get out of that. So that's going to be a big loss right there. Meta just really flushed. I don't know what's going. Oh, FTC proposes new sanctions for Facebook owner Meta, reports the Wall Street Journal. This coming in hot. The Federal Trade Commission proposes barring Meta platforms from profiting off data it collects from young users after concluding that the company repeatedly violated its privacy settings. It's just dropped like $2 now. It's really huadunking to the downside. The FTC action Wednesday represents an unwelcome return to controversy for Meta and its major platforms, including Facebook and Instagram. The company agreed to 2019 pay $5 billion in civil penalty following the previous FTC commission. Okay, so another headwind for Meta. It had a tailwind, and now the headwind is real. This is remember, dude, I just finished saying today that this is not the type of stock that you can see bamboozlement on. I really eat my words, as the secular headline for this really comes in and makes me eat my words big time. What a move down here for Meta. Unreal on this news. Where are we? We're about to go red on this now. We're up 0.14. Sean is already short. He's printing on that one. Wow, here we go. 239.25. That's the low of day.
Wow.
Sorry, that's not the low of day, excuse me. 239.25, that's yesterday's close. Could we hold that level? 238.54, that's a low of day. We made that around 10:10 or so. What a move down on Meta intraday action, baby. Doesn't get more exciting than that, except if you're on the receiving end of Huadunk. So, yeah.
And yeah, speaking of quadunks, MINM, quadunks on me. And lost on that one. So goes to halt up at 590, can't do it, and then dumps back down to 5, stops me out. Way she goes on that one, but still can't halt down for whatever reason. I mean, there's not a lot of volume on this. I didn't quite realize that there was only 2 million shares on the day on MINM. Wow, Meta's really dumping, eh?
Unreal. Meta continuing to go to the downside here, Max. Do we see a 239 break, baby? We're knocking on the door of that break, and this one really getting going. There it goes, 239, a distant past. Here comes 238.54. That's the low of day that we made on the day. All right, so now we got to look at, there's really no way to look at levels on Meta. It's just been an up and to the right type trade. So any levels here are going to, you and your luck on them. But we're going to look at them anyway. So here we go. Here's the 4 hour on Meta. Looking, first and foremost, you see a bit of a base forming here at that 237.5, maybe 236.5, a bit of a dollar range. That's after the huge gap up on the earnings play back on the 26th. Here we go, man. Meta low of day. It is flying down.
Wow.
Woo!
Sean is short 240 on Meta.
I'm excited, even though, I'm not making any money at the moment, guys. I just want to be very clear, but there we go. Very much to the downside, looking to hold 238. Currently at the 40-cent area, 238.40s, we see Meta. So I'm looking for possible support here at the 237.50 to 236.50-ish range, but honestly, that range breaks, and then you're really looking at 222 because there's really, look at the gap. That's a 4 hour chart. Look at the gap there. There's all sorts of room to the downside, baby.
I'm ready to go.
all sorts of room.
So,
oh, sorry,
Sean
Max. I got
coming in
excited because this is going on. I forgot completely that you have to come off. You're 5 minutes over anyway.
I am 5 minutes over.
All
Good
right,
luck
guys.
the rest of the day.
You,
Good
sir.
luck on FOMC, watching that Tesla.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, I'm out of here.
All right, man. Take care. We'll see you on tomorrow. Sean will be on in a minute. Let's get back to Meta as it has not finished making lows. Whoa, 237 3/4. This one just going, baby. 237.5. This one's really good. It makes me feel great for having got out. Like, I mean, how could I have seen this? I mean, who knows where we end up? Do we go back to 200 here? Oh my goodness. Here we go. No, I know. We're kidding, of course, right? Yeah, these guys. I'm getting a little excited. But Sean, we are flying to the downside, man. We just made another new low, 236.49. 236.49. We are super low on this. Meta flying to the downside. Again, if you're just joining us, we're getting news that the FTC is looking to put restrictions on Meta for how they collect user data from miners, right? And that comes to us via the Wall Street Journal. That was released at exactly 1 o'clock. Here's what it says. The Federal Trade Commission proposed barring Meta platforms from profiting off data it collects from young users after concluding that the company repeatedly violated its privacy promises. The promises being referred to here are basically in relation to this 2019 agreement that Meta made with the FTC, in which they paid a $5 billion civil penalty. That penalty came with caveats and agreements, and it's being alleged that they broke those. So here we go. Let's see. This is obviously another war between the social media giants and another governmental institution. We saw that happen in China. We saw it again, on Capitol Hill and stuff like that, Sean. So just another, another entry into the saga of social media and governance, baby. But here we go to the downside. Excellent print.
We're in the building. We are in the damn building right now. As Meta right there. I mean, now we're $3 in the money. We just got a sweet fill. Like, I was like, oh my God, I gotta get out of here. Like, is Sharif actually saying Meta is at 236?
It's legitimately, and we're gonna be 235
was I not
real
just
soon.
sitting over there? Like, I put this fill out.
We're gonna
right
be 235.
Yeah. We're gonna be 230 in a minute here, my guy. Right now. So let's just keep this going, man. We're having a hell of a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us one more time at Trader TV Live. You thought this was fun. Wait to see what's about to happen in 40 minutes right now. But yeah, we've got PayPal on our mind. We've got Meta
I can't
on
believe
our
what I'm seeing,
mind
man.
right now. And there it is. It is exploding to the downside. So welcome everybody to the show. It's been
Meta's
a good one.
going in the pink sheets.
Yeah, don't you dare say that, my friend. I need to get some out of Meta myself. This is probably an overdone move to the downside, but yeah. No, I don't think anyone took you seriously there. But yeah, there it is. It flushed down to 235 right there. Like, why do we care about certain prices? I mean, that's 231. I feel like if you're looking at this, you really just got to look at day charts now. I mean, we're pretty far back away now. Whenever you get instant news like this, that's 232, 235. Yeah, so I know that top there on earnings, boom.
Unreal.
The high of that day was 235, 236. I don't, you know what, dude? I don't.
Unreal.
Like,
234, babe. Oh, my goodness.
I am a loss for words.
This is a serious move, bro.
Wow, there is no damn bid
This
right
is an
now.
intraday move on real volume, not aftermarket or pre-market nonsense, man.
Money. Let's go. Let's
Wow,
go. This is
unreal.
what we're doing, man. Yeah, your meta puts are going crazy. Shout out to everybody else, man.
I can't
Anybody that
believe-
loaded up on meta puts on
Wow.
this, I thank you so much because you are creating this move to go to the downside. Buy more puts if you can, if you want to, because we are short meta right now and we are blowing this up. This is a great move to the downside. We are now $6. Man, where's that trade of the day thing that we used to do? This is a huge move down right there. And I got to thank you, my guy. So let's go.
Well, there
Wow.
you go, man.
I was
What a
sitting there.
move.
Neil and I
Unreal.
were literally sitting there going, where's the news? Where's the news? Where's the news? You said FTC. I just went, like, it was like, I didn't even, the minute you said there was something.
FTC, yeah, you know the FTC.
It was the minute that they were trying to release some shit or whatever it was, I was just like, I'm down.
I'm
down, down. And there it is right there. Here's the trade
Unreal.
right there.
Here comes 232.
240 and change right there.
It's going to be a $10
Meta
move.
into this short. Yeah, this could be a $10 move. And here we go. Well, we're $6 in the money before. $10 move is, we've had those before. I mean, we've traded NVIDIA before with huge moves. We've had Meta $10 moves on earnings and things like that. And there it is right there, man. We've had Netflix on big moves before.
This is ugly, man.
This is pretty ugly. Wow, I should probably be tweeting this out. I got to log into my Twitter account for this one. This is just absolutely tanking here. And read that headline again. What was it?
Let's go, because people are asking. No, fair. Thank you, Sean, for reminding me. All right, here it is. This comes to us via the Wall Street Journal, being released right at 1 o'clock. The Federal Trade Commission proposed barring Meta platforms from profiting off data it collects from young users, after concluding that the company repeatedly violated its privacy promises. These promises being referred to here stem to the 2019 agreement when Meta paid a $5 billion civil penalty to the FTC for what they call privacy practices at the time. At the time, it probably made an agreement not to take the data of young users that the government sought to protect, and that is being alleged it breached that. So the FTC making a move. But price action-wise, Sean, we found a bit of a bottom at the moment at 23.5, bouncing now $3 back up, 236.5. Sean, what do you see?
I was just telling some money to get out right now of money, not buddy, money to get out of Meta right now, because I'm still long sub Hundy, and I got to get something out right now on that. I showed you my account that filled $99 right there on Meta, and I'm pretty sure, I'm just double checking that we don't have too much left in that account. But yeah, so I took 236. I took a 230, 450 right there on a retracement back. I mean, the problem really is that we have these stupid wicks here. But
short the pops here?
No, like normally, man, like we're so far down. This is a 3-minute chart.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, man. So we only have 20% left. It's not like this is a huge monster trade to the downside. I mean, it is. It's a monster. It's a monster. It's a great trade. But at the end of the day, I don't know if we know when this is going to stop, to be honest with you. I mean, you could call up RSIs. You could put on. Like, that's not. Yeah, but.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not going to work because you're so far away right now from any kind of a level that's been.
Here we go again, Sean.
I don't want to get out. I said that's right here, this 233 and change, man. Like that could be a level that we're looking at. Yeah. Like let me try to think about that. So like Meta, does anybody have the stats in front of it? I'm not even looking at the chat right now.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
No,
I'll
like.
Look into it.
Okay, well, thank you for that. No, but you're on the air right now. So what I'm trying to figure out is that they're talking about not being able to profit from minors. So what is a minor? Under 18? Like,
I'm assuming, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are they classifying? What is the
18.
government upset about? Is it 14? Is it 12?
I think it's 18.
Like, to me, 18, like, I don't know. I'm far away from 18. But what I'm trying to figure out here is that I have a kid, obviously, that's 21. And shout out to Baxter. But it's like, he definitely had Facebook when he was a lot younger,
and so
even
my niece and nephew,
exactly right. So your nieces and nephews much younger than 21 and much younger than 18.
Yes.
So the thing is that what I'm trying to, and my kids also, they have Facebook for Facebook Messenger. They don't actually go on it technically, but like, isn't an 18-year-old like? That to me seems like they're responsible enough to control some of the content that they're seeing.
Yeah, 18 is allowed. It's
right, so that's why I'm wondering, is this...
Oh my goodness,
is it enforceable? Because I don't know how they're going to try to do that. And then the other question that I would have for all of that is that...
Let's go short.
What if someone, like, do you have to upload your ID? Because...
That's a good question.
Can you just change your
That's the thing.
birthday?
That's the thing. The workaround is so simple.
Gulp.
I don't know.
We had 233, homeboy.
Dude, it's
right
not a joke. 232, baby.
$7 in the money. You might be thinking, hey, that Meta price is not right on your screen, but it is right on.
No, and
there's that wick down to 233.
I'm making a good point.
I mean, I don't. Do we just hold this all day?
I don't know. I think you should. Yeah. I'm trying to get in here, baby.
You can use Facebook at age 13, Dan Emmons says there.
Well, and the thing is, not just about that, but Adam's saying people have fake accounts. You're just going to say.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's.
Jeez Louise.
What, like. I didn't see you come here when Neil was on here. I didn't see you come on when Max was on here. But then the ghost of Randy It's like, anyways, you see this move in Meta. Your kids have Facebook accounts, but they're older now. I mean, now the FTC is saying that, look, we have a $7 winner on right now.
It's
Randy.
a monster.
You know what I'm saying? Anyways, this news came out that Meta is not able to monetize off of minor accounts. So the question I have is that what percentage of accounts on Facebook or Instagram are actually minor accounts?
What's the amount?
How much money do they actually make off those accounts? I'm going to say they make a shit ton of money off those accounts. Why? Because honestly, if you're like my kids and you're just like scrolling through Reels and scrolling through blah, 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 and I know they haven't monetized everything exactly yet, but how many views are actually going to these eyeballs? And I think it's way more than me.
Oh, yeah, and the screen time that they spend.
Like maybe my
but
wife
here's
is
the
on
caveat,
there a lot,
though.
but I don't.
What's the BP? What's their buying
What's
power?
my buying power?
Your buying power. Yeah, let's not. We can't get into those figures.
Well,
but,
we could.
They're like, unless they've got a credit card connected to their account where they can kind of do those in-app purchases. I know my niece and nephew. My sister gives them a certain amount per month that they can use. And it's an honor system, and they don't go
Your
over.
sister's very nice.
Yeah. She's good people. But yeah, my niece and nephew have a certain amount per month that they're allowed to use. So they do have some BP. Just how much BP do they have?
It's not. So my understanding is they're not cutting back from these kids to do whatever they want. What they're doing is that if you're Pepsi or you're Apple or something like that, and you're spending ad revenue on
these kids.
Right. Now like you have to not. No, remember, I don't know how much you've used Meta or any of those products, but you can like
I use it all the time.
No, I mean from the sales side of things.
Oh no, I haven't.
You can direct.
Yeah.
So like McDonald's can say, I want you to post this ad to every single male under the age of 13 that is on your platform.
Yep.
So if that is gone now from your ability to do that.
Yeah.
And now Facebook's going to respond. This is just a report, right? I mean, I'm sure it's a fact.
Here's the official thing, Sean,
right,
from
so
the FTC.
What was the word
website.
that I said? Go to his screen.
Come to my screen, Fab. Yeah.
Did I say this was a?
Prohibition from...
Proposal.
Proposal, yes. Proposal, yes.
Proposal. Okay. Do you know how much, and I have no idea, so it's kind of a rhetorical question. Do you know how much money Facebook pays to the government every single day?
In
probably?
taxes?
Yeah.
A lot.
Right. So let's just slow down on what exactly the government here is trying to do, and by banning, it's like the largest taxpayer in the United States is Apple. Things like that. So I just wonder, what does that mean? It's a proposal to ban that. Let's hear what Facebook has to say and where this affects their bottom line.
Yeah.
But the one thing that remains true is PayPal is in the money right now. We didn't even talk about PayPal, man. This is a loaded up position. This is almost rocketing up to the #1 spot on my day here. I mean, Meta has, but this was a good name, man. This is, what time is it? You're looking at your watch. You're making.
No, I'm getting like
1:17
vibrations. Usually
is that Alfred?
Tagging me in the chat. No, it's not.
Yo,
he's
hello,
coming
Alfred?
back soon, man.
What's going on with Meta, Alfred?
Yeah, you want to hear what Alfred has to say
I mean,
about some of
we've
these
already got it on
here.
the board. We are doing that guest trader of the day. We just got to set that all up.
He calls him. Okay, so
he's giving some hot fire on Meta.
Well, look, he's trying to make observations of how they live their life in Eastern Europe and how he can monetize off that. And what he's been noticing,
he can monetize.
Yes, of course, he's always looking to monetize some way, somehow. This guy, it's a walking monetization scheme. But he sees them smoking a lot of cigarettes. He says that's smoked openly and
true,
often among the population there, and he's looking to monetize off that. That's what I'll leave it at right there.
He should get into the cigarette business.
Yeah, I told him. I don't know.
I don't know the last time. Well, you've been in Europe and UK, obviously, a long time. You lived there.
UK was a bit more like like North America in terms of smoking. You can't really smoke.
It's everywhere in
Europe. Once you go to
I'm
Eastern
going
Europe,
to Rome and all. Yeah, so it's like tourist. It's part of it, man. You have a cappuccino, you have your spro, you have your cigar, your cigarette. I've been fortunate enough not to have ever smoked. So I don't. For me, I'm not in that camp. But those of you that do, they love to have. you know, they love to have their coffee with a smoke, or it's a social thing, and it definitely is bigger in Europe than there. So look at this guy, Alfred, man.
He's like, always looking to monetize.
Shout
he's
out
like,
to Alfred.
People are enjoying their life. He's like, the cafes are full every night here, Monday to Friday, doesn't matter. People are staying out.
Is he our age, Alfred?
He's my age.
Single guy?
Yeah. He is our age. Yeah. He's a year older than me. Sorry, I know you're my age, but he's a year older than me, so he's like 1 or 2.
Single?
He is married.
Married, okay.
He's married.
No, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Recently married.
The thing there.
I don't want to like ruin his whole story because once he comes in, there's nothing for him to talk about.
Alfred who?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See how easy that was? Okay.
Batman's butler?
Yeah, so let's, Batman. He is also the butler for Bruce Wayne. That's fine. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be
right now, okay, so just quickly here on PayPal, what did we see? You know, sometimes we see clearly and sometimes we do not, but this just broke higher. We liked, and again, you know, moving over here has been a little bit of a problem, but we dipped down into 72 there. You know, PayPal started to go a little bit. We broke some of those levels. The NASDAQ was holding. We had sort of a downward sloping 200 period right here. We took it down. We had the 50 period underneath. We got more involved. But now I'm actually a little bit hesitant here because, you know, now we've made that move and we couldn't break basically the high of the day. My best outs right now remain 58, 59, 60s. So as we come in, how long have you known Alfred, by the way?
When did I meet him? 2017. I met him at the gym.
So relatively new friend.
Yeah, and then we hit it off because he did boxing for a bunch of years, and he taught me boxing. I was fighting out of the shell. And then once we, you know, the pandemic hit, we could not stop talking stocks, especially when he got into. Look, he put.
He's watching.
There's an expression in Arabic that says, "I put what's in front of me and behind me," meaning I put everything I had into this. He put everything and his mother's wealth into Tesla in 2019. He was handsomely rewarded. He will not. He will never let you not know about that trade. I don't want to ruin his story, man. I don't want to ruin his story because there's a lot for him to talk about, right?
No, because my mind works in mysterious ways. Like I was just talking about PayPal there, and I was just thinking to myself, like, wait a second, you know, I never asked how much of a friend Alfred is. So that's great.
I know his trades quite well for the last 4 years or so. Like I'll know.
I'm gonna take another piece out there. Thanks for that news there on Alfred. I know there's a lot of people interested in his story. 72.50. We'll take out another piece right now. We do have, of course, about another 20 minutes, and we'll flip it over to the desk with Brendo, and then Neil and I will flip over and start talking a little bit here. But so we did good getting out, but we didn't do the best there. I mean, we have a 234 print on Meta, but you could see it's come all the way back to the point where we're only in the money $3, which is kind of like a normal day on Meta. Not a normal day. I mean, it's a nice range, but a $250 name, you know, we can get $3 move. And that's just a nice break there. And again, it had nothing to do with anything. The fact that I'm short at 240 doesn't have anything to do with 240.
No, it was a news item.
It was just, the news item came through. You were like, what is going on? Meta dropped. And so
I thought it was a dark pool at one point. I'm like, this can't be accurate. And then I looked at my platform and
Neil and I were just like, nah, this ain't nothing because we didn't see the news. And then you were like, it's still going. And I called it up and I'm like, hey, if we're going to break 240, the thing is, if it's nothing, we have an out. Because we can get out back above 240. You know, so you go short. This risk reward will be ridiculous because my out was like right around here, like 240.50, something like that. So the fact that you got $10 on 50 cents worth of risk. Now we didn't get $10. We only got $6. Yeah. $6.50, $5.50. Because we're short at 240, our best fill is 234.50. So it did that wick. So if you're ever going to see something like this, the funny thing here is that it's not followed by volume. Like that little exhaustion wick right there to the downside, there's no volume candle beneath it. Like it's just a normal volume candle down there. So I'm a little surprised that that's not a little bit bigger volume, which makes me think that we are probably coming back to the downside. And you know what else started this whole move down? Is what we were telling everyone is saying, I got puts, I'm buying puts. Because remember what happens is that it gets gamma squeezed the other way, just like we were all buying calls when it was AMC day, when it was Bed Bath & Beyond time, which, by the way, rest in peace to Bed Bath & Beyond, because unfortunately that has
gone.
Bed Bath & Beyond failed.
On the queue.
What's up, Adam?
Balanced, I saw it was up a lot. What was it up, like 20 points or something? 4 cents to 8 cents, baby. We're making a joke, but if you load up on that, that's
up 100%. Yes, that's a great move.
We're making, it's not a joke.
Remember the last time
money can be made on that. Yeah, well,
come on, Neil.
I know Neil will double check.
Smart enough.
On that.
One other name that's, whoops. Oh man, I closed the chart. One other name that today would be an interesting tidbit of news, of course, is FRCB over here on.
Tesla just touched 165, Sean.
Uh,
It's up.
I thought that's
3%.
Right.
Almost.
Is that the high of the day? Or I thought.
Yeah,
like,
HOD.
So Meta
165.
responded. Can you go find out? This is what I'm saying.
Oh, I'll find out in a second.
That's.
Meta.
Remember, I said proposing all of this.
No, I don't see the response
You
yet.
got to remember that some of
don't
this
see it yet.
news is just being dropped, and it's like, look, we've made our bet on this, so it's fine. We only have 20% left, but
Okay, I'm looking. Wait.
of course,
Of course.
I mean, yeah. So it goes without saying exactly what I said right there. What's up to Daryl as well? 3 articles with FTC proposing it. Proposed. Shriva, just in case you didn't get it. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I actually didn't get it because I read that too fast. Was there a joke there? I'll have to look at that again. Sorry, Daryl. But that's the point that I was getting at. And unfortunately, we're in shares. I'm trying to watch also PayPal right now and talk to everybody.
I'm not seeing anything.
You can do whatever you want to these companies. You know, for me, it's a little different than a breakup because if you break up Meta, then I'm buying shares hand over fist. You want to divide up everything? I'm down with that. You know, I'll dump Reality Labs ASAP and then just go into everything that's profitable. You want to break up Google? You really want Google to IPO YouTube? You know, do you think that's going to be good or bad for shareholders?
I don't know, man.
Good is the answer. Okay?
Yeah, I really don't know.
And I don't know either. But I really feel like you start dividing up businesses instead of lumping them all together. I think net, these big tech companies wind up winning when that happens. So we're going to find out. We had GE spinoff. Obviously, they're an industrial. But, you know, we had Intel spinoff Mobileye.
Yes.
You know, and that unlocks some value for Intel a little bit. I mean, Intel is a different game. But that's kind of what I could see happening here. Well, I gave
and
the GE
the
example,
healthcare division. They have the engine division. What else?
No,
is there?
GE Health. It's what is
GE Health. There was
GHC or
another
whatever
one
they
too,
did.
though. No, wasn't it?
No.
That one's not public yet. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so the gamma
Someone wants to
squeeze-
know. Yeah, $11 Canadian super chat.
Yeah.
From AC. Thank you very much
Me
for
or
that.
you? What does it say?
Well, you know more about options than I do, so I'm only.
Okay, so can you explain more about gamma squeeze? Also, while I understand buying puts causes brokers to go out and buy shares. So buying calls and buying puts causes stocks to go up. Well, in a put, the other way, you got to cover those positions. So the way I would understand that is the more people that are buying puts, right, the more they have to cover that position.
By buying equities, by buying the actual
But
stock.
the more you apply pressure to puts, let me think about this from a put side of things there.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm gonna have to. Right now, I'm not thinking about this properly. But I would have thought that on good news, when you're buying calls, you're creating everybody to cover those bought calls.
Right, and
So
the way
puts
you do
should be the other way around. But I do understand that you can't naked short unless people are naked shorting this name, which Meta right now. I mean, there's enough shares available to go around. So what I'm thinking is happening there is the more people that have puts, the more shorts people need to put shorts on, because if I got to put at 240 and I just realize that and I sell down shares and I go short at 239, therefore my net loss on that put would only be $1 because I have the shares covered. So I'm sort of thinking that it's the other way around for when the news goes down. The more people that are hopping into puts, the more these brokers or whoever's actually in on the other side has to sell the stock down in order to get called away. They're not going to have to. So that's the way that I look at that. But negative gamma dealers buy upwards and sell downwards. Yeah, so that's someone's putting that in there. Nicholas Hughes.
Why am I long IMGN, says AOA Juice? Because I like the level that it's holding at. We were at VWAP. We've been bouncing off the 50 period all day. Have a look at my screen, guys. The 50 period has been a good area of hold all day. So I'm looking for continuation on this. It's above VWAP. To me, it's bullish. You know, usually with these ones, once they make a new high like 1331 or they break the pre-market high, usually they retrace quite aggressively and they break below and stay below VWAP. In this case, we didn't really see that. So I'm looking for an afternoon continuation, that 2 o'clock, 2:30 time slot. I used to call these back in 2020, 2021, the VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially what this play is, you have a big move either in the pre-market or after the bell. Very much like what you see here with IMGN, a big elevator style, not escalator, where it goes up and then it consolidates above VWAP. It, you know, it touches it a couple of times, bounces off it, but for the most part, still very much a bullish trend. And then the more liquid time of day, say that 2:30 time slot comes in, all of a sudden you really get it moving to the high side, and then it usually does a high day break. In this case, it's going to be that, what did I say it was, 1331 high. So if that's the case, I want all the smoke on this one. Obviously, got to have risk parameters. My out on this one is that 11 break. It's about a 2-to-1 win for me because I'm in at 1176 and I'm looking for a 13 plus move, whereas I'm risking about 75 pennies. So that's my move on this one. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I hope it helps. We're moving back up now. Looks like we're waking up here when it comes to volume on IMGN. So about 10 pennies in the money on this one, but definitely looking for a 12 break. Last time at 12, nah, we couldn't get through it. In fact, the time before that, when we did break through 12, it actually huadunked right back down and held VWAP. So I'll be looking to see how this acts around 12. It looks like it's waking up now, but be careful with those bull traps. All right, back to meta here. It looks like it touched 238, and I think that's a 50 period on the 1 minute chart that it just touched. But now it's looking to reverse a little bit, and the candle that it just put in on the 5 minute, that's an ugly bodied reversal candle. Oh my goodness, let's look at this one.
About to get bodied right now. I actually took that short off.
Look at that, Sean. Look at that reversal touch off VWAP. That's VWAP right there. And my man's in it. Is that purple VWAP?
That's the 50 period, but the point is that right there, we did go short again at 238. So let's see what happens right now. It's brought my average price down to 238.77. So I don't know. Let's just see what happens here. We're taking out 237. I mean, we just went short. Like normally, man, if we were $1 in the money, like we just took this, right? That's actually a 75 fill there. So if we were 50 cents in the money normally on a move down like that in 2 minutes, we'd be like, yeah, let's take this. But the other thing is, there's something else happening today. It's in a half hour.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember that?
So Meta may forget about the FTC proposal in about 29 minutes, and then it may react whatever way it wants to off of that number and just say, you know what, puff, puff, pass on an FTC proposal. And Meta's going to come back, and they're already talking about it being possibly a political stunt. That would make sense.
Really? Where are you getting all this news, man?
From our chat.
Oh, from the chat. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to do a million things. Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at our chat. I don't have any other chats here. I just have the chat. That's everybody. If you're a subscriber, you're in the chat.
Yeah, I'm always.
Where's the subscriber button? Why don't you hit that?
Right there. Oh, right there, baby.
Yeah,
Let's hit that. Smash that like, and then think about this.
Happen fast.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
I wonder where that gym is.
I think it's the Y. I think they were all going to the Y.
I thought it was just a generic background.
Because you can meet me at the
YMCA.
Exactly, where Fahad will dunk on you.
Yeah, I think Mahad is like the actual baller.
Anybody want to get dunked on, meet Fahad at your local YMCA?
Mahad, can you dunk?
We've already confirmed this.
Oh, I didn't know.
Fahad back in the day, in high school, had dunked.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, that's been confirmed from Mahad. So,
okay.
That's legit.
Oh, I remember this conversation. He actually dunked in a game, too, which I found to be very interesting.
I'm not sure about that part, but.
Well, that's what was said.
Oh, was it confirmed in a game? Was it confirmed in a game, Mahad? Oh, he dunked on someone in a game. Huh? Oh, he didn't dunk on anybody.
He dunked in a game. That would have been the cherry on the cake right there.
And apparently it was it was a charity. It was a charity game between him and I think the grade 4s, something like that.
The grade 4.
It was a charity game. No, just playing around, but
we're tongue in cheek,
we're always
baby.
having some fun here. So Meta just did bounce off that 230. So first of all,
he says he's Dylan Brooks.
I don't have it in my ear.
He said something about Dylan Brooks. Say it again,
Yeah, well, Dylan Brooks, you're going to see him in a Raptor uniform probably sooner rather than later, because he ain't even welcome in the league anymore. But of course, no, it's not. I'm not the one. No, it's not me. Oh. Memphis has literally said,
I don't follow
get your walking papers.
Yeah.
I've never heard this from any other any sport ever. Like, have you ever heard a team, like the guy's technically still under contract. I mean, I don't think he's signed for next year, but he's still a Memphis Grizzly as of right now. Yeah, so Trevor Bauer's a little different story here. Dylan Brooks never been charged with anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave that out of there. So anyways, what they came out and basically said was, there's no way in hell we're re-signing this guy and see you later. Like, they just came out and aggressively said that about my guy. So Dylan Brooks apparently poisoned. But hey, shout out to
and does that put other teams off from signing him?
Okay. That's why.
That's the implication.
I wonder if the Players Association gets involved at some point, because that seems a little harsh.
Character assassination.
It does seem harsh, but when you're making, I mean, poor guy probably makes $30 million a year. I mean, poor guy.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing, right? How bad do you feel for them?
Slander away.
On the other side,
Meta's back to where it was when this whole news story
It's
happened,
moving, baby.
By the way.
It's moving. IMGN is also printing here, but I don't want to count my blessings
Look
too
at Meta
quickly.
all the way back.
I don't want to count my blessings too quickly on IMGN, Sean. I can tell you why, because $12 last time was a level. I'm sitting there on the other side of 12. I got resting orders. Here we go. Here comes 12 again on IMGN. This time, do we break it? Now, look, last time we had some size, and this time we got some size too. But it's nothing really, I think, comparable to what's actually there in the iceberg. In case you're just learning to trade, icebergs are hidden orders where you actually don't see the full size of the print there at the level, and usually just stays there while there's a lot of buying, but it doesn't move, and that's kind of your tell that there's an iceberg at that level. But here we go. A lot of back and forth at this 12 level. I've been doing the dance. We're 25 pennies in the money, but we want to be a lot more because this one has the opportunity. My eye is fixated on the tape. I'm looking for anything above 12, and I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing mid prints on 99s, and I'm seeing whole dollar prints at 12. Nothing coming through 01s or mid prints on the other side of 12. There you go. You get a Huadunk off that. And a hold, back into 97. But there we go. We'll see if this one breaks. Small cap cappers, they're back, baby, and we're trading them, Sean.
Yeah, I'm just in PayPal and Meta the same way. So again, I want to thank everybody. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We're about to go, parabolic in this market and in viewership, because when this thing drops at 2 o'clock, first of all, it's going to be a quarter point. I've already saw you did the Fed rate tool.
Fed rate tool, yeah.
And it was still 87, 88. What was it? 89,
very high,
something
very
like
high
that.
80s,
so,
yeah.
But
anything's possible.
Yeah, I mean, could it come out and it's 50 points?
He's telegraphed everything.
The thing is, we had Frank Caberna on the other day, and me and Neil are going to talk about this certainly soon, because it's 136 right now. He was mentioning that, perhaps a halt might mean that, hey, inflation's not under control. I mean, we'll get some more CPI. We had the PMI earlier.
Yep.
And they're kind of all coming in as expected. It's not like we're coming too severely under. We had the jobs report as well. So I think if they're still looking at some of
There it is. Beautiful. Sorry, Sean.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah,
I'm not
there
in
we
IMGN.
go
ahead,
on
man.
IMRN. But here comes, there could be a Huadunk here. Sorry to interrupt you, Sean. You were talking about important stuff, but we finally got the 12 break on IMRN. But a lot of times when you get that key level break, you will get the Huadunk, and this is what I'm talking about here. This level, we break 12, we come up to 1250, and then you have an immediate rejection. So be careful. And if you're in this trade long, get your dip trade ready for that Huadunk. If you know the Huadunk is coming, take advantage of it. But anyway, we're getting that another fight between buyers and sellers brewing here at 12. We're seeing 1201 prints now. The size is shifted into the whole dollar level, and we're seeing some, I think we're seeing here some icebergs at the whole dollar level, keeping the stock afloat above 12. We'll see how long that lasts for as we do the dance. Sean, at 12, sorry to interrupt you.
What's up, Julie? Shout out to Julie right here. Wants to know about BuzzFeed. Isn't that just Buzz? I'll look at Buzz in a second. So let's look at it right now. But I just want to tell you, we just shorted some more here on Meta. So I'm giving this back to 240. I mean, if it breaks 240, then we're gone on that one. I just, for the first time in my life, I'm actually disappointed that we're about to have Fed pretty soon. Why? Because it's going to change the dynamics of this Meta trade. I really like this short here into 240, and I'm willing to hold that. Isn't Buzz just Buzz? Oh, no, that's that Venn. All right. What is BuzzFeed?
BZFD.
BZFD, right. There it is, BZFD. Okay, so let's have a quick look here. How are we not talking about this? So let me see what's going on with BuzzFeed right now. Up 40%. Nice move. Obviously a story that came out here at 55 cents, ripped it up to 80 cents. I'm going to assume, without even looking, that we have an AI story developing in front of us right now. So I just remembered right here, we did get another Trade Ideas account.
Oh,
so
nice.
If you don't, well, you're going to go help us over there.
Yeah.
But I can do it after. I'll do it after. I was going to say no, but every time I log into Trade Ideas here, I boot out Max because he's logged in here.
Oh, I see.
So what I'm going to do is I am going to not boot him out now, but after, at 4 o'clock, I'm going to come over here and change up this account. Shout out to Michael Noss and everybody over there. So I don't actually know what the story is with BuzzFeed, but up again, you could see what's going on right here. I mean, maybe so I can just put this chart up here so we can see it a little bit better. You know, not reverse splitting, nothing like that. It's just been an absolute disaster. We had a huge move up here. This is when they told everybody what everybody already knows, that they're using AI to write articles. And I think that was where they were getting more exposure on Meta, actually, up to the upside there on that BuzzFeed news. And you know, this looks like half of my portfolio right now where, you know, cannabis names you rip up and then you just go, you know, off of news, you just come right down to the downside. A lot of other names look very, very similar to this. So I would say that it's also pretty cool that the 50 period's right at $1. So, you know, you definitely want to start to trade this thing once you get above $1, and I think that that's a cool level. So we'll look at BuzzFeed when and if it gets above that $1. So that's for me, but again, nice base out there, 63 cents, beautiful down there to 55. No surprise that that news came when it did. I'm always worried about a reverse split at this point. When you're under $1 for a certain amount of days, you're going to get that delisting notice. So I always worry about that. Here we go. You have it up there.
BuzzFeed shares are trading higher following a report suggesting TikTok has a new ad product based on partnerships with media companies, including BuzzFeed. Surprise, surprise. So it looks like they're benefiting from what I've termed the TikTok tailwind. But in this case, it's helping BuzzFeed, not Meta.
I mean, TikTok has a lot of money at this point, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're just a monster. I mean, you always hear about these new rounds of investors coming into TikTok and then fresh valuations coming because of the new round valuations. And those always leak out. And you always want to keep your ear to those because it's so important.
It doesn't seem like also that that the U.S. government wants to do too much about TikTok at this point anymore. We did have former President Donald Trump was all over TikTok because he worried about national security, and it turns out, I mean, we don't talk about politics here, but honestly, I think he was a little right on that one because we did find out that TikTok was poisoning our youth by posting up garbage videos, basically, forcing our kids to get dumber. And, you know, so.
Well, and they were saying, you're onto something here because, like, they were saying the average Chinese citizen, youth of that age doesn't see that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting. Also, today
I'm a little.
You never know. It's just it's so hard to know who to trust because there's always interest in whatever media outlet is reporting. They're always got some sort of ulterior motive there. That's what I think. But I want to let you know real quick, another report coming out today with respect to some Chinese routers, wireless routers.
Yeah.
The Democrats want to ban some of those, saying that there may be some sort of stuff put in them. And this is a Democratic bill in the Senate that's trying to find its way through.
Dude, like you
very political.
Go home and check your router, your modem. I guarantee you it's made in China. I mean, what are we even?
The Rogers one. You know that white Rogers one?
Yeah, I have. I'm with Bell, but it's the white one too. It's like the Hub 3000 or 6000 or 28,000. So here's the NASDAQ. I don't know if the NASDAQ's going to get to 28,000 anytime soon, but right now we're at 13.3 or so, trying to make a new high. So we're at 13.230, so we're away from 13.3. But since we've been talking about this, the NASDAQ kind of said, you know, meta schmeta there because it didn't do too much. I'm feeling like 12.13. Oh, yeah, it's the NASDAQ, so I did the same thing you did.
The NASDAQ did
113.
Yeah.
So there's the move down caused by Meta. There's that wipeout bottom. Again, on Meta, but also on the NASDAQ. And then since then, we've just been sort of drifting back to the high side. And I did see what you said there, Daryl, in the chat. So shout out to you, Mr. Daryl Flinch. And I'm doing the same thing pretty much. I mean, I'm getting more shares, but I really don't want to do much until we see what the Fed is up to because it's you know, you're literally dancing with that devil here today, because for someone to sit here and predict, I think the market's going to do this, or I think we've seen Fed cut, market go up, market go down, market do nothing. Market's going to have, we're talking about the market like in maybe the third person, but it's going to have its own ideas, what it wants to do. And normally it's a couple different moves. And again, Neil and I are about to go talk about this, but you have the first move up, then you get a flush down, then you always get that move back again. And then I'm feeling like it's the third or fourth move where you can finally develop some levels behind it and then take the trade accordingly at that point. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking for here heading into that. I always tend to trade the TQQ. So we go over to the ETF, which is a little less value, $27, $28. I'm not even sure what it is anymore. I haven't traded that in a bit. Could be $23. Let's have a quick look here. TQQQ right here on the NASDAQ. 27. Okay, so I was right the first time. So thank God that would have been bad there. But yeah, we'll be trading the TQQ as well because that's a triple levered ETF. So we'll get triple the excitement. Kind of like double mint gum. You ever had that double mint?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so
remember
double
those
your
commercials?
Pleasure, double your fun.
And it was like they always put like twins, right? Do you remember those commercials?
Of course, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. They're like riding
twins,
bikes and they're both wearing the same clothes.
It was a little on
popping.
the nose.
Are you more, so Wrigley's, I guess, had those stick of gum. Well, I got to go because we're literally out of time. We're going to throw over to Brendan at the big desk. But you guys tell me in the chat, there was juicy fruit, there was double mint, spearmint, double mint gum, spearmint.
I love the cinnamon gum.
The cinnamon, the big red.
Mine.
Big red.
I'm a big red
right
type
there.
guy.
I'm more of
and
a
I couldn't eat
juicy
just one,
fruit.
man. I could eat the entire pack in like a matter of 10 minutes.
Pretty good too.
Double mint's good. They're all good.
I can't have that Hubba Bubba stuff anymore, man. Too much sugar. If you're out playing baseball or
my jaw gets tired too, bro.
That's the thing. It's like now we're just lazy. Not lazy, but maybe I've been talking too much and
all right.
can't handle that. So, all right.
We're overtime. We're going to send it to Brendan at the big desk. You guys going to go on early because we have the Fed coming up at 2 in case you're just joining us.
I got to switch desks.
Fed decision coming up 2 o'clock. Papa Powell, the
Big
Fed.
red.
He'll be on 2:30. Look for market movement then.
Let's do this.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Brendan's at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome in. 15 minutes to go here before we get to what is going to be, let's be honest, a quarter-point hike from Jerome Powell and the Fed. More importantly, we'll pay very, very close attention to the statement that is released. That's going to come out right at 2 o'clock along with the decision itself. So we'll get the quarter-point hike. We'll look at the statement for any clues and changes in the language used in the statement regarding whether or not they're going to pause or whether or not they think continued hikes are necessary going forward. So that's going to be the first clue as to which way this market's going to go. Again, coming up in about 15 minutes here. Meanwhile, that is look at, here we go, look at the overall market here, 0.34 ahead of the Fed to the upside, 0.14 for the Dow, the NASDAQ 0.36 in positive territory for all three. Good to see ahead of what is to come. All will change here in about 14 minutes now. Yeah, 4% still. Big move down once again today for crude oil. It was way more than that at the lows. It has bounced since. We're also looking at a very mixed sector board. Doesn't really make much of a difference at this point. Again, all will change coming up here fairly shortly. Starbucks standing out there down better.